Welcome, my friends and enemies. Glad you are here. We're jumping into Wheel on Prime, Season 2, Episode 7. And as much as people apparently didn't like our last episode, you're probably not going to like this one, I guess. I don't know. We'll find out. But for people who think we hate too much on the show, let's be honest. We're not making up stuff. Like, this is literally the actual legitimate problems, either the books or just for TV show writing in general. So hopefully you'll stick with us for this episode and we'll jump in. We have Based Hater Matt. Totally not.
Let the hate flow through you.
Yes, maybe that's where the hate comments came from.
Lack of hate. How's it going, Matt?
It's going. That's the best way to put it, you know.
Well, this is your second watch through, so you're probably going to be in more pain than the rest of us.
Maybe, but you know, the only thing that boggles my mind, I'll say this, is how they could what could they possibly do in next week's episode, given what all the storylines are, like to get to where they're trying to get to, which is the end of the second book fight, so to speak. You know,
I don't know why they're trying to get to the end of the second book fight when
there might just be speed running all the way to tier.
They have 6 seasons left to cover books 3 through 15.
No, 2 and 3 is all contained within this season, according to. There's not a lot of it in there, of course.
We haven't gotten anywhere near tier, and I doubt
there's not a lot of book 2 in this.
We haven't seen Ilian either.
We haven't seen book 1, book 2, or book 3 in this season. So I don't know what you're talking about. But
it's supposed to be book 2 and 3 merged in Rafe's eyes, at least.
It's supposed to be. It's the weirdest Frankenstein I've ever seen of lack of it. It's like out of the entire Frankenstein monster, one stitch is supposedly the book. So, All right. How are you doing, Sage?
I'm alive, so I consider that a win, I guess.
Yeah, I consider that a loss. Well, I guess we'll go from that. I guess we'll just jump into this and get it on with, because, you know, nothing like finishing everything in a quick time period. So, okay, we can skip the recaps because they're literally pointless.
20 years ago. Is this going to be the Guitar Moroso bit?
Yeah.
Why do they have blue?
Oh my gosh!
They're returning to this storyline, this whole fake lesbianism, or to quote people about it, thespianism.
They gave Swan. Well, first off, the Guitar Moroso thing, they weren't Aes Sedai, so why
they were accepted?
Well, we know they've destroyed the entire story, like timeline.
Well, I know we got to point out the problems. This is what we're doing. They're not Aes Sedai. 2. Why is Swan wearing pants?
Why not?
You'll hear when she's going to drop a line that will indicate why Swan is wearing the pants.
Oh gosh, we're fishermen. Fishermen wear pants.
I mean, that does sound reasonable.
What?
I mean, why is she going to?
Actually, stop this. Let's stop this a second. I want to point one thing out real quick. So. Rosamund Pike is not an unattractive woman, right?
She is.
No, she's averagely attractive, okay?
She's under average to me, but that's totally my opinion.
This is how she looks kind of normally. They've made her look for most of this show as if she's anemic.
Wait, this is not CGI made younger?
She's wearing makeup, but this is
she's just wearing makeup to make her look a little younger, but she's not. They're not doing whatever they do with the masking effect. Watch when you see her later in the show how she looks like all drawn in and like this show goes crazy to make all women look less attractive. They go over the top.
Well, they're trying to use the age look, like the lines in the face, the wrinkles and everything, the paleness.
It's supposed to look ageless, not aged.
They got rid of the ageless thing entirely. I think Rafe even mentioned that because it's too much work to make them.
No, I get that. But
although if they had just
the
gone
solution to that would have been
with acting
cast younger actresses here.
Like even Swan, that she looks younger here than she does earlier.
Mm-hmm.
But she still looks really old. It's like when they go into Disney and they're like, "Hey, we're gonna have a 40-year-old play a 13-year-old in a high school." Yeah. It's like stupid.
And that's why Swan's wearing the pants.
Because she's the husbando.
Yeah.
And y'all could be lesbians forever either. Shocking.
They weren't ever specifically stated by Robert Jordan.
And then we'll retire. Oh my gosh. This is so cringe.
Yeah.
I'm really sick of the walking with hands not moving at the sides.
Oh, so they just randomly visit Kitara Moroso.
Well, isn't that what you usually do?
They edited out the whole storyline with the Emerald.
Imagine how awkward this situation would be if you were either Swan.
That's not how foretelling works, by the way. Why is she like she's giving birth?
Well,
she feels it, right?
That's how foretelling don't work.
That's how that works, I guess.
None of this makes sense when Tam's holding the child.
What about the Amelin?
That's not the greatest acting.
They edited the whole storyline with the Amelin out this con.
Yeah, everything is. That was not the greatest acting by the lady who plays Katara. They probably picked some random person.
Still better than most of the acting in the show.
He's lying in the snow as he's being held by Tam. Like what?
Well, maybe the time doesn't exactly overlap, right?
It's better than most of the acting in the snow in the show.
I was gonna say maybe none of it overlaps because none of it actually does.
Who knows?
Pineapple Head.
Oh, is that? Who's that?
That's Leanne.
And
oh yeah, that's what Leanne looks like in the
Rain.
show. That's right. I had
How'd you
forgotten
get him
about
yet?
her.
Look at that Gucci outfit. Totally would have been worn by people with any sense.
Well,
we
the
have
Aes Sedai
male guards for
didn't
once.
have
That's
sense,
impressive.
though, so...
Why do they have male guards? They have warders.
It's not relevant to the story, is it?
To be fair, she does do that. But it wasn't Lana. It was Mirelle.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they're in... Wait. They're supposed to be in Kylian, aren't they?
They're in Carrion, yeah.
This is Carrion.
Why does the chair work look just like the one from the tower?
Because they only had one chair and they needed to, improvise, I guess.
I think they actually carry her around in the chair in the show.
Yeah, in last episode, she's in a little mini carriage with a chair.
Like, how Moraine didn't expect Lan to not be a loose end. Oh, don't do this. No, this didn't fall down. Oh my gosh.
This is
Now
Rafe's.
he's just wandering around, letting everyone in the hallways know he's the dragon.
This is Rafe's throw out to the book readers with like 2 lines.
This is an Easter egg that's supposed to represent the Faldara bit. Yeah. Just so we can say, "Oh, look, we put it in the books." Sorry, in the show.
She comes from humbler beginnings than a shepherd in the middle of nowhere.
Who was born on a battlefield.
Wait, are we talking about Swan or Moraine now? Because in the latter case, it makes no sense at all.
Swan. He's talking about Swan.
Swan.
Okay.
Swan came from humbler beginnings. She's a fisherman's daughter.
Yeah, but she lived in Tyr, right?
Yes.
Officially.
Right outside of the city, allegedly.
Rand was cut from his mother's gut on the battlefield, taken as a war orphan.
Then again, I suppose you could call living near a city to be a shittier start of life, I guess.
But what I'm saying is, like, you're literally in civilization as opposed to in the middle of nowhere. Where you're
yeah, but at least there was a village. Right?
There's what?
Emmonsfield.
Well, Emmonsfield is.
You could call that a civilization, sort of.
It's a village.
It's a village, yeah, sure.
Like, the population of the place she's from is probably higher than 3,000 to 5,000.
But it depends on how you define humble.
Well, I mean, I don't think it gets much more humbler than shepherds, considering shepherds have a much lower reputation than fishermen in pretty much all of history.
Fair enough. But I was thinking more about living conditions.
But think of who's making that comment.
That's going to be on the quality level of how stupid you are with your money. And
forest for the trees.
True.
Lan is making that comment. Lan knows he was ripped out of a womb on the battlefield.
Well,
Lan knows that.
Was a bit extensive, but yeah.
It was cut out. Ripped. I mean, if you don't, in medical terms, I work in OB. If you don't flow naturally out of the vagina, you are ripped out via an opening that was cut into you.
But we don't know if it was the vagina or not. What do we?
No, they use a dagger.
Being a natural. Oh, okay, in the show.
I saw the dagger cut the cord. I didn't see the dagger cut her.
There's a lot of blood there. If that's crazy,
yeah, but that's normal, right?
Bleeding from a whole bunch of people stabbing her.
Well, I'm under the impression from the visual that Rand had to be cut out in the show. From the visuals of how they depicted it.
I don't know. I just like how it's like the Swan is from humbler beginnings. Like, she's a humble woman that's raised to heights of power because she's humble. Like, no, that's not how this worked, but okay.
I don't remember. When did he get his first heron mark on his hand?
In Farm, when he's in the sky fighting.
Okay, so it's still up and coming. wasn't sure if it was before that.
Let's get ahead of ourselves. We might not come at all.
Yeah, that's also possible.
Well, if you look at Rand's sword...
Yeah, they put the heron on the blade.
It's on the sheath, not on the handle.
Oh my gosh.
And he learned this from the crazy guy in the asylum. It's all normal.
Yes. So Rand is now prepared to have a duel to the death with Turok right now. He's just prepared. He's already prepared. It's like... Oh
yeah, I recall that Rafe said on Twitter, or wherever the fuck he talks about this. I assume it's Twitter. That we are going to see Cat crosses the courtyard here, or their version of it at least.
I just like how Lan's calling out all these things like, "Oh, I recognize it's Heron dips the wing," and it's just like he could have just said sword forms, really. But even if he did that, he doesn't need to do that. Like, it didn't even look fancy. It's just literally dude taking off his entire, like, not the sword, the entire scabbard off of him in a twirl, which would have gotten you killed, mind you, because
true.
You turn your back
but
to somebody.
No, spinning is a good trick. Anakin says it himself, so it must be true.
Yeah, he also lost all of his limbs and was left burning on.
We don't talk about that.
But Obi-Wan had the high ground. Obi-Wan had the high ground. Lan does not have the high ground here. So
well, if only Anakin had done Heron dips the wing, he wouldn't be arm and legless now.
Yeah. Anakin, I have the high ground, Anakin.
I have Heron dips the wing.
Never mind, we saw Obi-Wan and Anakin both leaping 30 feet into the air casual like it's nothing. I have the high ground. It's like,
well, you don't have the high ground if I jump higher than you. Hey! But no, like, we have Lan not caring about Rand, which is the complete polar opposite of the way it was in the books. Which obviously I know they're not following the books, but I want to point this out to people who think that this series is following. Well, they had the scene. The
Lan?
scene.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but
the scene.
Lan would never sell out Rand to the Aes Sedai.
For those who have not read the book or are watching us, Lan is literally the most formational person to Rand's character, other than his dad in some ways. But Lan taught him how to be a warrior, how to get the warrior mentality on his head, how to behave, a certain way, and all that is formation of Rand's a base of Rand's personality for the rest of the series.
I would say Lan and Tom were the two most.
Well, Tam gave him the morality, but Rand.
But I'm talking like when he leaves and he has to grow up, he doesn't have Tam around, so he has Lan and he has Tom.
Yeah.
So Tom teaches him and Matt on the forgetting the name of the ship, the spray, with Bail Doman. He teaches him how to behave. Like, here's how to make a living for yourself if you're out and about. Here's how you do this type of thing. Here's how things you need to keep an eye out for things.
And he also gives him advice when they get to Carrion.
He's the father. Well, after he's there, yes, but they didn't have him for that time period in between. But Lan was always on Rand's side, even against Moraine in some cases, because
and especially against the Aes Sedai.
Especially against anybody else other than Moraine, he was totally dead set against, like, Rand is my priority.
Well, Lan was in on the secret with Swan and Moraine in the books that they were trying to
So what he does here,
the Aes Sedai,
betraying Rand essentially to the White Tower.
Well, like,
in
the
books,
out of character. Lan's training him on a tower. They get the little weird wind thing. They go downstairs, and Lan's like, well, you should have left already, sheepherder. Too late for you now. And like, what do you mean? It's like, well, the Amerlin seat's called for you. And you're like, oh. It's like, Lan's like, you can't get away from this, but I will prepare you as best as I can for this event. Because a man should live on his feet, not on his knees. And then he uses sword forms, like Cat crosses the courtyard, to show the casual, almost aggressive swagger to be really relaxed, but haughty at the same time. And that was like, Lan is preparing him to be in front of the most powerful woman in the world at the known time. And it's just like, that's a big deal. So I'm going to let you be prepared, because he's kind of become fond of the boys. More Rand, obviously, because he's using a sword than Matt and Perrin. But even Matt and Perrin, he somewhat teaches them to, like, not cut themselves and whatever. But now we don't get this, and then we don't get Tom, because apparently Tom's no longer in the show. I think he's dead. Exactly.
Oh, you mean the random guy they met?
Gritty voice singer, man, thing, person, doohickey, thingamajigga. Anyway, but like Tom teaches them how to deal with nobles. Well, if you don't have Tom, who's teaching about nobles? Oh, let me guess, the Aes Sedai, because the Aes Sedai made the great game.
Exactly. Yeah.
What?
That makes sense perfectly. Maybe Barthanes, the Dark Friend, will teach him.
And you're learning sword. The rich coming for him. You've learning sword forms. See, now he's like he's so proud of him. Like, you've learned sword forms. It's like, well, you should be proud that you didn't do crap about it.
He's taken off his blue Carrion bathrobe and put on his dragon gear.
His dragon bathrobe. That's not what it's for.
Why does Lan assume he knows Cat crosses the courtyard?
Because we just established that he's learned sword forms.
Yeah, but maybe he didn't do all of them.
I hate this sword over the arm thing. That's not how...
Yeah. Also, is that a Carrion son?
Probably. Why does they make this thing a big deal? Like,
anyway, let's see what Cat crosses the courtyard looks like.
Like a regular walk. He either didn't listen or they did a horrible job. He didn't get taught any of this. Don't you dare say Land's been at you, because that's obviously not the case. Oh, frickin' oh. No, he hasn't. At all. In the entire series.
Nothing.
You're telling me they carried that entire palisade from the White Tower?
Why not?
Well, considering it has a sun on the very top of it. Questions that need answers. Sorry, it was my Gandalf impression. Then what? They did a better job of populating this season. I'll give them that. Last season, the first season was terrible at population. The second season, they did much better.
But that's because COVID, right? They couldn't film with more people. Oh no! Who the fuck's that?
I'm just gonna blast your head against the wall and walk away. I'm gonna force you into the dream world. Is that how this works? Oh, she's wearing freaking pants too. My gosh.
Well, that's because that's female empowerment, right?
Yes, female empowerment.
The only way they can be empowered is by wearing clothes that are typically associated with men.
I have
There's
to
more
be
of those
to be powerful.
Forsaken symbols behind her.
There's what? Symbols of what?
Behind Forsaken symbols. Yeah. I wonder
if they
briefly.
Wait, why is that Forsaken symbols?
Because that's how they've been identifying the seals that were locking away the Forsaken.
Maybe it's a thing wherever they go, they just carry them around like their own flags and shit, you know.
Well, it's just like, but what's the point? Like, if they're actual seals and they're actually like preventing the Forsaken from getting out, why would they not break them? Because we already saw Ishii going around breaking them. That's how Lanfear came out. So why would you collect them? If they're just an image or a statue of it, what's the freaking point of that? So we're assuming he got knocked out and brought to Falm through a waygate.
Yeah.
Or not a waygate, gateway. Even though we haven't actually like shown one, we'll mention it.
Well, do we need to?
Apparently.
It's magic, right? They can do anything.
Donuts. They have donuts on the street. I find it funny that they're hiding from soldiers, but soldiers don't know who the frick they are. That's gonna go over well. Oh look, desert.
So, okay, let's see.
That pacifier.
I know.
Now that one behind there, that's an Aes Sedai.
The blue sitter, yeah.
Yeah. So she shouldn't even be able to do half the stuff because of the 3 oaths.
Or will she?
Well, they don't depict it, but you would think that did they? Well, that's sidetracking into the book.
I gotta say, it's pretty It's
pretty what?
It's a clash when you have a Scottish or an Irish Asian lady. And I mean, like, it's just a weird clash of two cultures.
But I think that's her real accent because she lives in Scotland. Right?
I'm not saying that she doesn't. It's a strange clash. If they made her bald, it'd be even more broken. Like, it's just like, oh.
She's not in the city anymore. She's in farm.
She talks so slowly. Look, they actually wear their swords in the proper location. Why does the warder give a crap where Leandrin is? What?
Also, all of the Aes Sedai are sneaky, so why does this seem out of place?
And your jaw. You and your jaw.
And your other jaw, too. I don't get it. Why is she just staring? Oh, it's Moiraine's picture. Boo-hoo. What are you going to do? Burn the house down because it's Moiraine's? Oh, we're going to have a throwdown. They're really good at making Moiraine a bad person.
Yep.
Yep.
Well, Showrain is evil.
Exactly.
No. The answer is no. I mean, she did herself a favor in this sense. But,
so, spoilers, okay?
You can't spoil what doesn't exist.
So, Lan is actually investigating whether she's stilled or shielded. Of course, remember, they can't. It's the show goes back and forth whether they can detect Saidin and Saidar are the same thing, right? So,
last episode, I think Logain said something about, "Oh, you must take the power, not surrender to it."
Yeah. So, I mean, she's basically been shielded by a man, so the women can't detect it. That's a spoiler.
That's the thing is, like, by all intents and purposes, she says she's been stilled, but if she specifically states, isn't it amazing that you'll be able to feel the source but not be able to touch it?
Yes, like, but do we expect consistency from...
Well, that's the thing is I don't know if we're supposed to expect...
I mean, it makes more sense if she's shielded.
But if
she is, I'm telling you, she is.
Undo it.
She is
shielded. Is that if she is shielded, she should know she's shielded. She might not see the source of her shielding, but she would know because she would be able to feel.
But see, that's the whole thing about the show is wishy-washy with Saidin and Saidar, right? So
that's what I'm saying. It wouldn't matter. You can, if you are still.
For example, we know Logain is definitely gentle.
Yeah.
But he sees Rand's Saidin.
Yeah. But here's the thing.
So perhaps being stilled does not make you unable to feel it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's an easy way to figure out if you're shielded or not. If you are shielded, you can feel the true source. You just can't access it.
Yeah, but this is book canon.
If you are stilled, you can't even feel it.
You have to go. That's book logic, okay?
Well, I know, but I'm saying they're like, oh, we had to figure out how do we figure out these two things? Well, how do you know that stilling and shielding are two different things? They'd have to, in their own universe, know the answer to that question.
Yeah,
they apparently don't.
What's going on here is that Lan's investigating.
They do because shielding can be reversed as they understand it, whereas stilling is permanent.
Well, I know, but what I'm saying is how do you tell which one is which? Because if they look the exact same, why don't they just assume she's stilled? Why is he checking? Like, are you actually shielded or actually
Well, in the
still?
No, I
show-
think he's not checking that. I think he's checking.
Well, Matt
Are
said
you
that's what
feeling
he's doing.
suicidal?
No, he
No,
asked
no.
because what's how he'll explain it. Basically, if she were actually severed, I'm just going to say severed, okay, because it's easier than gentle
Mhm.
still. If she was severed, she would be
I
suicidal,
consider
right?
that too the more correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Lan is
She could be
thinking in the
severed in other
show
ways, but
that she has been shielded by a man, and the women can't detect that. So to them, it seems like she's been severed. That's
but
what
the thing
that's.
is that if there is a shield, they should also be able to test that.
Mm-hmm. You can
But
feel
they
the
can't
shield.
in the show. They can't
Well,
because
you should be able
it
to.
was put there by a man.
Well, no. That's what I'm saying. Even if a man put the shield there, they should be able to.
That's book logic. That's book logic.
Mm-hmm.
That's magical universal systems. Again, this is why we do these
anyway.
things, is because even though it might be book logic, that's why it's so bad in the way they're doing this. I don't remember that ever being a thing.
Then why get so defensive about it?
And in the show, they're saying Moraine.
But also, it is consistent with the books that people who have a strong drive for something can sort of push out the suicidal thoughts.
Yeah.
That you're an idiot. That's what she should be telling you. But
Mm-hmm.
no, she doesn't. She's a girl boss. Yes, she can. She's a girl boss. Yes, she can. She's a girl boss. Why would it be you? You're a stupid little man. You guys are lesbians, right? Why can't you trust each other? You guys like the taco, therefore you can be trusted.
Is that the thing
It's a
that
fish
happens?
Roll
Apparently.
fish eggs.
Is that
Row,
fish
row,
pun
fishies.
reasonable?
No, ROE is fish eggs. Row is fish eggs.
The water
yes.
wheel. That's not how wheels work.
No, water wheels work that way.
Water doesn't dash it to pieces.
Well, if it's really strong and the wood
Yeah,
is kind of crap, right? Maybe it.
You got like
Well,
a
if
surge
the
on the
wood's
river.
really crap, your reality really sucks. But my point is, like, it's a water wheel, which
Mhm.
makes no sense. Like, even like using a fish number or whatever, it's just like a water wheel has to, like, the water makes the wheel go. But his existence, not existing prior to this, being just a soul, the dragon's soul, floating out into the ether, wasn't moving the wheel.
Yeah,
So
well,
what
maybe
was
he
the
was doing
wheel?
it in the background.
Who was?
We
That's
know
more,
the
more that's our
heroes
book
live in
logic. What you're
Tellerunfield,
talking
right?
about.
So maybe from there he was doing
You
unpaid
guys in
labor or
your book
whatever, I don't
logic.
know.
It's like,
This isn't even book logic. This is just logic. This is like, okay, you're a water wheel. How the heck does that make sense? Even in its own thing, because the guy who doesn't exist, take book out of this completely. If you're telling a person, a character, you are the water that moves reality itself. Well, what happened when I wasn't here before? Did reality not exist? Does reality
well,
only
that's
exist because
that's
I
the
exist?
horrible writing of Rafe Judkins.
Yeah, but
I mean, we
that's
should
not-
also keep
it's
into
not-
account
it's
that
not
it is
matter.
only
This is just
a
bad
shitty
writing
metaphor, right?
Well, that too. I mean, I would personally, Book Swan is not that stupid.
True.
She'd be much more intelligent about that, and she wouldn't say something that stupid.
Book
That
anyone
sounds
is not that stupid.
If we were to take it
stupid. There's a couple dark friends with low IQs that I could think
in the
of.
best
And the show
possible
versions are
way,
still
I think
stupider
this
than
could represent the fact that the dragon simply has very strong influence on the pattern, right? And sort of bends it around him. That's the most reasonable assumption I can make, that they mean that.
That's something I've always asked the book characters.
Sounds a lot like the Damane.
But the funny thing is that he won't learn any weapon techniques. He won't learn how to fight. You won't have anything. And how do you plan to change that?
Well, what was supposed
We're gonna put you in a cage, and you only channel.
In his defense, he was trying to get up to that point, right? He first had to find Logain.
Well, the whole argument that Swan is going to have with Moraine,
teach him because he has to have access to the power to teach him.
No, but the whole argument Swan.
No, you can just look at what Rand's doing and say, no, don't do this other thing, right? That's what he did.
He doesn't know how to do the other thing. That's like.
The whole argument that Swan's going to have with Moraine about this is that he was here for 6 months with Logain, who was here for 6 months, and you did nothing to facilitate him actually learning anything from Logain. Okay, so which
to be fair, she facilitated Logain to be here, but didn't know that Rand was coming to see Logain.
But her people were
her words specifically were saying, I did this for you. Like, well, you can't do this for me if you have no idea I'm even going to be coming here.
But she did because how people were tracking him.
And really, the only thing that was necessary was that Logain was not in the White Tower, right? Because there were no Aes Sedai there.
Yeah.
Which, oh no, wait, there are Aes Sedai here. Whoops.
Yeah.
About that.
We can go.
His sheer power levels, though, should have stopped that.
No, he has no idea what he's doing.
Yes, but she essentially shielded him, is what it looked like. But
because he has no idea what he's doing.
Yes, but once you're holding the power, it's really difficult, and the stronger you are in the power, the harder it is to shield you. That's the whole point.
Work. I can't be the trick.
I made a lot of dust. Woo! Impressive, brown one. The impression did not make it to her face. Nukes it for orbit. You can tell she's a horrible Damane because her arms are moving. I like this. You will be like that. She okay, that sounds creepy, but okay.
But under their own logic, right? Well, just watch what happens. Guys, I had to bust out my last fresca for this episode.
I'm confused. She can't even tell her what to do. She has to just do it. Burst! How does that not hit the person right next to her? That's what I wanted to know. Oh, woke the cat and the goats up.
Because it's magic, that's why.
I like Lowell's reaction. Whatever. It moves away. She's so powerful! No one looks at Loyal twice. They're just like, look at that freaking weird hairdo.
They actually do point out his weird hair.
Well, I know, that's what I'm saying. That's what the thing is. Not that he's an Ogier, but that he's a weirdo. The hair on his hands just looks so fake.
Pay attention to what happens. What Lyle says after this bit.
Like they're gonna know where the old pencil is.
There are Death Watch guards there, and you're letting an Ogier be Doc Ovale. Just bear in mind. So this
that's because Ogier aren't respected in the show.
So on my list of like most offensive
guards, they were reduced to guarding Seldom.
Yeah. On my list of most offensive things this show has done, this is now number 2. The only thing worse is what the character assassination of Lucer and Telamon last season.
Well, they didn't assassinate because there wasn't much there to have assassinated. Bums. They're gonna become terrorists.
This is basically I would rate it this is a horrible scene. It's horrible.
And how they shouldn't exist.
No, because Shamel's a good guy in this version.
You need a sharper dagger to do that there, buddy. That's awkward. That was very unlike Robert Jordan. It's opioids. Shrooms.
Of course, he brings drugs back from the Ace of Legends.
Yeah.
1,000 U's. Aha. When he was an infant? What?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So is he supposed to
I
drink the
too
cup
always give drugs to kids,
and then
right?
wait 15 minutes and drink it again? I'm confused.
He has
So he has to wait for it to get ready and then only take one.
Yeah.
Because, I don't know, that's how it works, I guess.
I like to say wind gusting is like, yeah.
And this is the stupidest thing in the whole episode. They literally walk to the Aiel waste and then walk all the way back to Thalmud by the end of the show.
No, they towards.
Yeah, Avienda would have noticed that before. Is that Baynard Cheon?
Well, no, he would. He would smell them, but wait.
Baron said
how did you notice them? They're not.
And then at the end, wow, such good vision.
No, logically, Perrin and Hopper would have smelled them ways. Oh, by the way, apparently Avienda is the only Aiel with not red hair.
Who is?
Avienda. It's the only one that doesn't have red hair.
They reddened it. They made it brown and turned it into kind of red.
Yeah, they should have.
Their idea of Aiel hiding is literally just sitting there looking the same color. Instead of actually being in the sand or popping up out of a crack or something, like in a bush.
They could have done the Frodo camouflage mantle.
Oh, she gave her the fingers. Woo! Trollocs. Pokemon? Oh, gosh. It hurts so much when they butcher those lines and do the wrong ones with the wrong people. And they do it the wrong way. They don't even do it like the sincerity. Maybe you could forgive everything else if you just delivered it properly. Maybe you could forgive. I don't think they know what they're doing. I feel like they're going to do it because
it seems weird.
It's stupid.
Are they going to beat her up?
Why not? Beat her up. But why?
I mean, if I was there.
They in the show's horrible logic, they do explain why they do this.
Because she has toe?
Pretty much, yeah.
But that's not how that works.
I was on the other side of the comments.
You and your unfangled book logic there, Sage. Like...
You can just stop with logic. You don't have to go to the book for this.
Yeah. Like, this is Chad and Bane, by the way.
Yeah, I know. I do like how Perrin's like conflicted. I'm just like, why are you conflicted? She literally went and did this willingly. He was so eager to pour it, now he's going to pause. Okay. He's giving off, like, Johnny Depp vibes, like he's trying to be Johnny Depp for this.
That's a nice bed.
Eh. He's going to, like, stand up and just collapse. Shrooms, man. Oh, they're going to make it to the bed. Is what we're going with. Or the bed's coming to him. One of the two. Ripley's believe it or not. I don't believe it. Is this going to be just basically a Matt's a bad person monologue?
Yeah, I guess.
Do you want me to tell you?
That's what I'm guessing. Oh, yeah.
Yes. Yes.
She looks like a who. What the heck is going on? Okay.
Well, to be fair, it was drugs, right? So
I was just like, this is where Min saw that vision of him stabbing Rand is totally one of his mushroom trip rides. Oh, we didn't really establish very much except that Abel Cawthon is just a douche in every possible way. That's what we've established. But it's like, just like him. Well, first off, who's him? Because as far as I know, Abel Cawthon...
No, if you paid attention to season 1, his mother also says this exactly in episode 1, I think. And there directly references his father.
I know, but you're saying just like him as he slits a girl's throat or breaks her neck, and then just like him as he stabs somebody, just like him as he's drowning somebody in a barrel. Like, is Abel doing this stuff? Does nobody in the Two Rivers notice this? Like,
apparently he is, because...
Apparently. I'm learning so much from this exposition. It's just killing me. The whole thing of, like, you turn into your mom to look at yourself, to turn back into yourself, to look back at yourself, and both be like, I'm terrified of looking at you. Why are you terrified of looking at him? It's you. It'd be like, I've seen you somewhere
drugs,
before.
Right?
Well, yeah, but drugs don't inherently make you, like, afraid of yourself or afraid of anything around you. They're just like, dude.
No, there are drugs that do that.
Well, how am I supposed to know that? Like, I don't take drugs.
Well, let's just say
Matt has a history, apparently. We've ousted him.
Oh no.
Okay, so to put it, like, without going too graphic here, when I was younger, people did some stuff to me and they drugged me. So there are drugs that make you have really, really negative experiences. I'll put it that way. You know. So.
But, like, my point is that it's like you see yourself. You shouldn't go ah. You should be like, hey, I've seen you somewhere before. Like, you know, stupid jokes.
Plus, like I mean, like in my life of mental illness, as I've been treated, sometimes you have negative reactions to drugs too, and things like that. I'm not defending this show.
This is controlled by Ishii, though. This isn't going to be like that.
Well, he's doing it on purpose.
Ishii's manipulating it so he thinks he's a terrible person. Right?
Show Mayal is doing this on purpose.
Sounds about right. Hey, at least we're almost halfway done. Or no, we are halfway done.
See, the pacing is so much better.
Or what? Why are you letting the guards hear this? And you literally spent your early life breaking them. Which won't be long.
They say pride comes before the fall.
I forgot nothing. That's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. Cue the Facebook ad. You can't control him. You can't guide him. And neither can you. Shocking. I know. They'd be better off, honestly. To be fair, the Forsaken could whisk him away from your grasp, literally.
I will give Rand credit for what he does. I'll say that much.
Coming up, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Your pride. It was your pride, too. I guess the lesbians are breaking up. Queen Goldtree, this is such cringe. He's been gentled, according to their own logic.
Wait, is this supposed to be the box analog?
Probably.
Oh no, they're not there yet. They don't box Rand in this episode.
They will or they won't?
They don't.
Oh, darn. Then your Bizwax.
No, but I mean, they use this as a replacement for the him being stuck in the box, shielded. I think that makes sense, right? Well, sense as in this is something they would likely do.
Do you really think they would lose the?
She's gonna say that's not how. But that doesn't have to be in foam. It can be literally anywhere. As long as there's fire, better.
No. It is definitely in foam because
it's specifically foam?
It's specifically foam because it says, above the watches over the waves shall he proclaim himself, banned across the sky in fire.
But if that's the case, then wouldn't Moraine and everybody else under the sun know that? But like, yeah, by the way.
Apparently. I don't know. Not in the show, of course. It could also be that they simply don't know what over the watches over the waves are.
If it's royal business, why aren't you at the royal suite?
Is this where we learned that Barthanes is a doctrine?
Yep.
Yep. A new jaw. As her mom's hiding behind the door, hearing everything. Close. Not the door, but yes. This is so freaking creepy, man. Oh, you're muted, Sage.
Okay, true. Yeah.
I can't hear you when you're muted.
So the tunnel in which Anver was listening, right, runs parallel to the wall where that little thing was, right?
Yeah.
Not necessarily.
It has to.
It has to because the thing's there. Unless we're assuming it's like a super long tube.
System. It's a pipe system.
But you can't really.
But if that's the case, how did she get there in that time period?
And well, also, that would be your question.
Also, how does
teleportation exist in this world? Because Lance teleported and other people have teleported, so teleportation.
But the tunnel goes, assuming that it's parallel to the wall, right to the point where the doorway is.
Yeah.
And it doesn't fit.
Yeah. I mean, well, nothing. The show doesn't make sense in a show format.
The logic they're trying to say is that was some sort of like an old heating tube or something like that. And
yeah, but sound doesn't travel through such tubes in good to understand fashion, right?
Well,
if someone's talking across the room, you don't hear super clearly their voice from the other side of a long tube.
But
that's
we've
on the
seen
other
many
side
times
of
in TV shows where that what she does works, and like in
those
Scooby-Doo,
TV shows are shit, right? No.
That's the problem.
Like in Scooby-Doo, but think of who's writing this. Rafe Dudkins is writing this nonsense.
True, but Scooby-Doo is not as serious, let's say, or should be.
Well, yeah, it's not. We're not expecting Scooby-Doo to be a work of art in terms of like quality of logic and stuff. But when you're expecting a show to be consistent within its own universe, which every show should be, unless it states specifically through the universe that it does not, that's how world building works. This, like, if you look at Amazon's track record for making stuff, specific studios, like the ones who did Reacher and the ones who did Terminal List, etc., which are different studios that have experience in the area and the field that Amazon has their hands on, luckily. I think they actually know what they're doing. Those are the ones that do well. But then you have all these other studios that are new or not well versed to TV. They might be good at like movies, but they're not good at like TV shows. They leave out so much because the skill is so low, the inexperience is so high.
Well, Terminal List and Reacher were good because the owner of the property, the author, controlled the show.
Yes, but I'm saying from the, how not just the writing, but actually how the world functioned. It made more sense because it was an experienced studio in those areas. We don't have that in this. That's the main issue.
Well, Rafe Dutkins thinks this is a good show. That's what it comes down to.
Well, I mean, everyone thinks their own painting is the best painting in the world. Everyone thinks their own farts.
Well, no, there are some people who have imposter syndrome and think they're the shittiest painter in the world, right?
Yeah.
Well, they're probably right, but hush now, baby, don't you cry. I'm gonna caress your cheek because it's really creepy.
The Dark One is gonna buy you a mockingbird pie.
We keep saying just like him, but not knowing who him is. Is he supposed to be like himself in other worlds? So Min saw Matt in a different world killing Rand? Philosophy would eat this alive, just saying. Stop the wheel. Single teardrop.
So, very specifically, okay, that is not how reincarnation works in Robert Jordan's Wheel of Time.
Mm-hmm. Also, why not just balefire yourself?
That's the other thing I was going to say. We're of like minds, Sage. We're of like minds. It's like
anybody with rational thought or a brain
exactly.
cell figure that out.
Yeah. When you die, okay, your personality is basically gone, and whatever your soul reincarnate, it gets a whole new set of memories and personality. What happened with Rand?
Another turning of a wheel.
What happened with Luce Theron and Rand is Rand, for whatever reason, got a copy of Luce Theron uploaded into his brain. Where that was a pattern.
I feel like that would be more of the creative.
Yeah, but see, that's the memories don't necessarily have to go along to have to.
Well, I think Rand got the memories of Luce Theron.
Yeah, Rand sure does.
Yeah,
but for everyone else, they still keep experiencing multiple worlds. They just don't ever remember the previous one.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
So in that case, Ishamal is correct here, in that he has to reopen his eyes every time he's reborn, but he just doesn't remember it. It's entirely based on his internal philosophical understanding of the Wheel of Time.
I guess that's what I'm reading.
And I think that's pretty accurate to the books, specifically about how Ishamal thinks about the world.
Unless this isn't in the book, but
of course, in the books, he's also actually evil instead of misunderstood.
Yeah.
But his evil
he's just hungry. Ishamal is just hungry. But I wanted to say, because I actually just thought about it. I think the creator gave Rand Luce Theron's memories to help him learn to use the power, and then the Dark One via the taint made an actual functioning personality to fuck with Rand. That's what I think happened. But that's
could
all
be,
other.
Could be. Yeah. I mean, I myself am more in the team of the taint sort of breaking down the barrier between memories of people.
You mean like the worlds between worlds?
Yes.
This is how Wheel of Prime and Star Wars intersect.
I give Rand.
Why is he suddenly in the desert?
I give Rand 100%, like props. Like I give Rand props for what he does here. I have to say it. As horrible as it is,
he didn't even make it out of the city. Well, like he had help from anybody. turning her on or whatever. This is stupid. She's not a horn dog. She's possessive.
He literally sets the Forsaken loose on people in the Aes Sedai. I give him credit for that. I have to, you know.
I don't get what is she doing. She's like, I'm a dragon. Boom, boom, boom. How is this going to get him out of the palace?
She's going to kill her way to him.
And this is how the Foregate burns.
Yeah.
Yeah, but my point is that doesn't affect the prison. Why would she not just teleport into the prison and say bye-bye? And
she's not there yet.
He's so vain.
Rand's solution is to unleash the Forsaken upon the good guys.
Best scene of this entire show.
Yeah.
Are they the good guys, though? Really?
That's kind of true when you think about it. I mean, Ishmael is just misunderstood.
Exactly, yeah. And we all have seen how the Aes Sedai operate, right? So,
and we have the master grapist right here.
Mm-hmm.
She's petting him like a dog.
Yeah, because that's what warders are in the show.
Yeah.
Ooh. Oh goodness. Oh.
Well, that was.
I feel that bird from orbit, man. Ow. Oh. Gosh, I need to put that one on my list of things to do. Holy crap. I'd ask you for a duel, but that's a gentleman's game. Oof.
I wonder if he ad-libbed that.
Oof. I hope he did.
That seems more likely.
That was good writing.
The writers
no way that was the writers. That was definitely him. Come on, what's up, man? Thank you for that face. That was a wonderful crackling sound. I wanted my ASMR fix today.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Oh gosh. See, this is the thing. It's like I actually like Logain in the show just for the sake of him being like sarcastic and dry and witty.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I needed. I don't need him to be a channeler. I don't even need to be Logain. He could be literally. He's more of a Talmanas, if you ask me. He reminds me of Talmanas with a longer hair. But
I mean, I would go so far as to say Logain's probably the best character in this.
Yeah, the Varen lady can act, but her character's all skewed.
Yeah, I mean,
the Ishamael guy could act. But they made him act really.
But he's boring.
And he's boring. That's big things. I can let you out of here. Hey! Which you can't when you're gentled. Burn!
He's not wrong. But why can't Rand see this?
We're getting there.
But even Tied-Off Weaves eventually fade.
They don't know what they are in the show.
And people care why?
The whole Foregate's on fire. Lanfear set the whole Foregate on fire.
Who?
But he can't channel.
That's true. But they could always come to Kyrian to study him.
Mm-hmm.
this isn't sound reasoning of any sort. Like, you can't like put one and one together to make this. It's literally just stupid. Because one, Lan's going back on his word, which never would happen. He doesn't play the Aes Sedai game. Two, it's like he literally told you the answer you wanted. You offered him the thing. You took it away from him, and you're saying, I remember what you did to Kareen and Steppen. To be fair, Kareen kind of got screwed, but Steppen killed everybody else. So, like,
well, the most important thing is why this is stupid for This is the only guy who can
also wait.
Out of channel.
Didn't Steppen kill himself?
Yes, but it's his fault because Kareen died. Now the butterfly effect matters. It doesn't matter in every other situation of writing, but in this situation it matters because if Logain hadn't killed Kareen or Kareen Aes Sedai, then Steppen wouldn't have gone mad, wouldn't have killed everybody in the room. Nynaeve wouldn't have brought everybody back, and then he wouldn't have killed himself.
No, I think that still would have happened.
No, he wouldn't have, because Karina would have been alive, so he wouldn't have killed himself.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
That's the point. It's the butterfly effect. You drop an event into the ocean, and you create ripples, or a pond, whatever, like body of water. You drop a pebble into it, it creates ripples. But if you change other events that were intended to ripple along with it, now they can't overlap, which is what happens when you write differently from the source material.
Mm-hmm.
You at least have to get the
especially when you alter stuff really early in the story.
But when you alter things, like he doesn't have Lan and Tom guiding him, Rand, into doing things, he doesn't learn those things.
Yep.
He doesn't end up with that knowledge. If you take out Asmodean and you don't have the ability to
replace a male channeler for Asmodean,
do stuff, he doesn't know how to do
learn
stuff.
Channeling.
Exactly. Yeah. So if you have a person who's like, here's how you channel, I can't show you, I can't really explain it because it's just weaving. Then how are you going to teach him?
Well, I mean, in the book, I think you can set up a link.
So I have a prediction
between a female channeler and a male channeler, and if the female channeler does know how Sidon works,
I have a
no. In links, they can operate both.
Well, they can because the link allows them to. But when's the last time they had a link with a man who could channel?
No, but Lanfear or something can do this, right?
Well, yes, but that would imply that she wants to help him, but he hasn't sworn his undying love and fealty to her.
Fair enough.
Here's how they're going to have Rand learn how to channel. Okay. The rumor is next week Luce Theron makes an appearance. That's been floating out there for a while. Now, we've been hearing a whisper when Rand does stuff of kill them. That's probably them leading up to Luce Theron being in Rand's head, right?
Makes sense.
So I think if that's true, the rumor is Luce Theron show up next week, they're going to have the actor who plays Luce Theron be like Al from Quantum Leap, and he's going to teach, while he's going crazy, he's going to teach Rand how to channel. That's what I think they're going to do.
I mean, to be fair, that does happen in the book setup.
Yeah.
I do like the fact that Lanfear is just walking through Forkate burning things. Like, that's going to take every guard and everything from Rand's cell.
No, you're not. She's not. She's killing everything on our path to Rand. She's killing the Forgate.
I know.
She's going to kill the city.
She's powerful, but if you have enough sisters to link together, they can stop her. So doing things blatantly in the open is not how a Forsaken does it.
Then she can just bust out the true power, and then they can't stop that at all.
But the true power only goes to the person who has the favor of the dark.
No, it goes to all the Forsaken.
They can all do it.
Oh,
except Graendal, I think. For some reason.
Except you, and you, and you, and you, and you, and you, and you. Because
it's just that Ishama/Moradin, they can channel the most of it, and the other Forsaken are sort of, they get the leftovers.
Notice how every single one, Sabine, Bilal, Agenor, Belthamel, Samael, none of them use it.
Yeah, because
of the negative consequences.
Extreme fucking side effects. That's why Ishama and Moradin are.
So you're telling me Lanfear's just like, man, I'm ready to have some extreme mad side effects.
But in the show, we've already seen the true power in her.
Exactly.
So
No, we've seen resurrection lich
in the
powers.
book. They prefer to do whatever they can do with the true power that they can also do with Cider or Sidin. They like to use the one power for that because that way they avoid the side effects. And also they can't draw on much true power because only the super chosen one gets to do a lot of it.
I just don't get it. Like, this just makes her look stupid.
Yeah, that's correct.
I just love Rand is really sick to Forsaken on the good guys. I love it.
Actually, to be fair, he didn't sick him on the good guys. He sicked him on the bad guys.
Mm-hmm, exactly.
Well,
And
I mean, the
let's be honest,
people in between are the good guys. You know what I mean?
You would probably do the same if you
there
were
are
in
no
his
good guys
situation,
in this
right?
film. How have we not figured this out yet? There are no good guys.
Yeah. Well, Hopper's a good guy.
He doesn't know that.
Yes, it makes no sense.
That doesn't. What? If somebody else dies, it's not your toe if you're defending yourself. Because
I think
if that was the case, then Gaul has a whole bunch of toe when his other buddy died. But it's like,
I think what Rafe is trying
to be
to
fair,
write.
they don't understand G at all.
Correct. But I think what he
But
was
then
trying
again,
to write.
That makes sense because it's really fucking obscure even in the books, right? No one understands
but
it.
it makes sense because you can cipher it because like Gaul doesn't have toe to the guy who was with him when he got caged.
Yes.
He doesn't have toe to him. If an Aiel dies in battle, his nearby brothers aren't like, oh crap, we failed to save the one dude. We all have toe. Beat the snot out of me. That's not how that works.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's never performed that way.
Yeah, not that worked that way.
But we don't know the exact
by
details
omission-
of how it works, but we do know some specifics, right?
Well, it's
We just
honor,
don't know
honor
all of
and
it.
obligation is what it is. So you do things
Yes.
that are honorable to gain G,
But
and you gain
don't know
toe
what
when you
exactly.
But what's honorable?
All the honorable things to do are, and
Okay,
all the
well,
dishonorable.
what are all the things that the Aiel do that they claim are honorable?
But we
are the
never
things
see
they
them.
do.
We don't
never
know
see
if
them
it's
all.
a complete set.
But you don't have to see the complete set.
No,
You
we
just
don't
see
have
what
to
they
see a
do.
complete set, but we can't fully understand it. If
The
we don't
amount
have
of
a complete set.
toe
Well, we
is
can.
usually minimum because it's only in specific instances. They
Yeah.
fight to gain G and everything, but like harming a blacksmith gives you toe and removes
Exactly.
G. That's something we know.
That we can know, sure, but we don't know
Yes.
if harming, say, some
But we
other
know
profession does the
if you
same.
take
So we don't know
well,
the
they
full.
specify women, children, and blacksmiths. Those are the three protected classes in the Aiel culture. We also know that you gain G by disarming your opponent and keeping them alive. Honorable, basically capturing.
Yeah.
We know that's honorable because you're not getting excessive. You're not choosing excessive.
So as I'm saying, some specific instances, just not the whole.
But that might be the whole. That's my point. Is that the honor and the obligation is based on.
We don't know if that is the whole.
We don't.
I know, but what I'm saying is that we don't know.
We just know that this is not part of it.
Well, I know, but all we can run off is what has been shown, and all that has been shown has a principle behind it: honor and obligation.
Well, no. All that has been shown is that Jolene died in the show. That's the only thing we know about it in the show.
Well, she said, "I was guarding myself when Jolene took a sword in the back." Like it's her fault.
What I think the writer is trying to say.
That's not how Gito works.
No, that's not how it works in the book. In the show,
anything that's just not
Gito. What the writer I think meant, and very bad writing. I'm going to point out the bad writing concept.
By the way, Matt, your head's like cut off from the camera.
Sorry. I was leaning back. I was trying to get far away from his head.
Go this direction, not this way. This way.
What the writer is very badly writing is he's trying to say that Shovienda was supposed to be watching Jolene's back and instead didn't watch her back. You know what I mean? That's what the bad writer is trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
Which is not how it functions. But yes, I get that's what they're trying to say. But do you imagine how bloodied the IU would be after a war? Like they'd be beating their own guys
yes.
up.
So what they should have done,
which is why it's a stupid interpretation.
Since we've now had multiple scenes, Avienda explains to parent, she should have mentioned the thing about the children, the women, and the blacksmiths, for example, and no mention of that at all.
That's not a stupid interpretation because that would be insulting to stupid interpretations. Just saying.
Yeah, okay, fair enough, but I don't know how else to phrase it, right? What is stupider than stupid?
I would say stupid, but that would insult stupid. That's how you say it.
Fair enough.
Your own. He is a slave? Oh my gosh, Ray, why are you saying these things? Chiad's lesbian. Bane's not. Why are they down by the ocean?
Because they were capable of walking all the way to Falme from the Aiel Waste in one.
Yeah, they're to be fair, Falme is in the Aiel Waste, right? Because it's in the desert.
No, I forgot. I thought our special map that we made up. Yeah,
the Aiel Waste. The Aiel Waste is also in Tatooine.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like here's the Blight, here's all the lands, here's the Aiel Waste, and way down here is Galdi.
I think they're not saying that they're in the waste. I think they're saying they're traveling and they just went through the wastelands.
Oh yeah, they could just be in the desert around Falme, right?
Yeah.
How do you put something on if you don't know how to open it?
That's an excellent question. Wait a minute.
Women abusing women. What percentage of the population do you think that is for statistics?
Well, let's not talk about that.
Okay, that's how she climbed down the window. You see how the stones are stepped?
Yeah, well, we know the stone step, but she was like, "It's this big." She went this big.
Look,
like,
the steps go up higher, like at least 1.5 meters high.
Yes.
I like the look of just absolute lack of empathy in her eyes, but she's trying to act empathetic.
Is she though? Hard to tell.
And this is the only time anyone in the show ever actually bathes.
No.
To be fair,
we had the White Cloak Spa Day as well.
To be fair, you don't have to bathe to know that people bathe. Like, you don't have to show it on the screen. That's not recorded. You don't have to see people eat to know that they don't.
Well, no, they're doing this because every time someone's in a bath or in a steam thingy, they show it on screen.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, this is gonna be some stupid dialogue. Capture all women who can channel. They don't use the word planet. That's...
Of course, they don't speak Greek, right? So why would they?
This Soldom lady does not have acting capabilities. Especially when she's trying to act tough. She's trying to act manly.
Well, that's because that's what tough means, right?
Yeah. What's our character's name?
Women can't be tough unless they become men, apparently.
Exactly. I mean, that's
but
what
men are useless. So women becomes tough like man. Women becomes man.
Wait,
then becomes useless because men are useless. We've come full circle.
By all accounts, it doesn't make sense.
Don't you understand? It's a wheel.
Oh, yeah, I see.
And Rand's the man triggering it all because he's the watcher that pushes the wheel. Why is she braiding her hair like a child?
Because in the book, she doesn't wear braids anymore after she goes into Aes Sedai stuff. Right? So, I don't know.
Why is he here personally to do this? I don't understand. Would he not send assassins so they couldn't tie it to him? Oh gosh, he's gonna use a sword.
Oh no, there's no one here.
She already got to him. It's in the light, not in lights.
Also, why can't he just push the door open? She hasn't actually closed it.
He's not strong enough. It's too heavy.
Oh, that's fair.
Not anymore. Because Lanfear is burning your city down.
But she's my sister.
Which is... Well...
No, she doesn't!
She just chooses wrong.
I mean, I suppose she could know the second.
She takes the easy path every time? Okay. Couldn't the guard that let him in so let him out? How does she have access to the palace prison? What?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Like, she's the mother.
I mean, the guard obviously is working for Anthar. Right?
Obviously.
Because...
Well, who gave the order to Leandrin to give the order to Barthanas to do this if the Dark Friends are supposed to take over?
Well,
it wasn't Ishi, because Ishi don't give a crap. He ain't over here doing nothing. And if it ain't Lanfear, it must be one of the other Forsaken.
But they don't exist yet.
Exactly. So who was it? Lanfear wouldn't have to burn the entire Foregate down and blast her way, Dragon Ball Z style, all the way to the freaking front room if she could just have a guard go, this way, please. She has the king, the soon-to-be king of Kyrian, who could just walk in and be like, all right, this way, sir. And then, whoop, he's gone.
That's that pesky good writing you would need for the show.
Wow.
Pesky good writing. Curse you! I like
doesn't have to be good writing, right?
Again.
This means it needs to be at least somewhat decent.
Well, there's a spectrum, right? You have to be this tall to be a good writer. They're all this tall.
Whatever the spectrum is, whoever writes his show is in the dirt underneath the ground, holding it up.
Well, the height is
by that logic, I should be an absolutely great writer.
Are you tall?
I am very tall.
Oh, so you're like 5'2"?
No, 6'3".
Oh, what a loser! You could have been cool and amazing if you were 5'2". But you had
but that's in that dang European numberage over there.
Oh, that's right. Your lack of metrics, or yeah, proper metrics, I should say.
Wow.
We're making good time on this. I'm happy
using the only metric, right?
What's you tell the queen that your husband?
Yeah, my grandson.
Is that we're gonna see Queen Galdrian.
Present arms, fire.
Why would the queen believe that her soon-to-be husband is a dark friend, just because the king's mother said so?
Because he was sent to kill an Aes Sedai, I would guess.
But he could just argue he came to visit her in the cells.
Do the people in Carrion even like Aes Sedai?
Not particularly. They respect him out of fear, not because they like him.
Yeah.
No nation.
And not
likes
quite as far
Aes Sedai,
south,
especially upper class,
to fully be against them.
The Borderlands do.
Yeah, but it's how the further
north.
There's
a bit of a relationship with that though, but everybody else not so much.
Aes Sedai relations go worse the further south you go.
Yeah,
I guess.
Basically, yeah, that's about right. Although Arad Damon's pretty far north, but it doesn't have the greatest relations.
Well, I think
it's not a Borderlands.
Mostly just that Andor is a bit of an outlier.
I'm not really. I think it's It's the
north.
honor-bound cultures that care more about the Aes Sedai because they see the Aes Sedai as a beacon, but the Aes Sedai also don't go there and throw their weight around most of the time.
Well, to be fair, I think it's mostly because they just like having Aes Sedai friends when fighting monsters.
Well, yes, but the Borderlands also pay like dues, like a union.
Well, the Borderlands seems to be the only place in the books where the common people don't consider the Aes Sedai to be like evil or witches or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The Dark One has claimed him.
Oh no!
I mean, the show has claimed me, but that's a different story.
That's even worse.
I know, right? It's a lie. Okay. Wow, Leanne's tall. Why is she giving her the look?
Given how Leanne is supposed to act after she gets, stilled and then all that, severed.
Mm-hmm.
Why is she holding it like she's going to cast it, but she hasn't?
It's the Rasengan, right?
Yeah. Wind Rasengan.
Okay,
Futon Rasengan.
Hold on. You were very clever with your words. She said an outright lie.
No, she didn't.
She said the Amerlin sent for you.
No, she said the Amerlin needs you.
Let's go back. I want to see that.
But also, Farron can.
The Amerlin requires your strength.
She does.
Yep.
She doesn't.
Yes, she does.
No, she doesn't.
Yes, she does.
Amerlin would be like, "I've got this," drops her cloak and walks out there and starts blasting back. Like,
yeah, but that
doesn't. But the Amerlin doesn't know that Lanfear is attacking the city. Aaron does.
And also, the Amerlin can require her strength even when she's not convinced she needs it. Herself.
She says, I've been... Okay, let's go back since you're talking.
Sorry.
The Amerlin requires your strength to protect Kyrian.
Which
I have been told to watch the boy.
She told herself.
She could have been told by someone. It doesn't necessarily have to be the Amerlin.
Well, she told our water to tell her to do it.
Quick, tell me to do this thing. So I can say I did it. But then she says, "This is an order."
This is an order, yes.
It is. Baron's ordering her to do it.
Baron's ordering Leanne.
Baron is lower than her.
It doesn't matter.
You can still give someone an order.
You can't. That's not how that
works.
A
police officer can order the mayor to do something, and the mayor outranks the police officer.
You can always order someone to do something.
That's the problem. That's Leanne.
But whether that order has any value is not necessarily important.
I mean, you could argue that every single communication they say could be just ignored, but that would make the White Tower.
I mean, I can try and order you
does, though.
to do something.
The White Tower
is
dysfunctional in the book, completely dysfunctional.
But you can just say no.
No, not in this level. This is a whole other level because this is an Aes Sedai outsmarting another Aes Sedai when they're both supposed to be equally clever about words.
There is no one. There is no one in the book as clever as Baron in terms of Aes Sedai. No one.
Yeah, that's probably fair.
Why was his shield leaving him on the ground?
What? No, he just likes to sit down like that, I guess. Yeah.
If Moraine died and Varen went with Rand, I'd be happy.
Huh.
He's like, shit. Like I said, that's Lanfear terrorizing the whole city now. And he's like, crap. I love it.
Well, if he's the Dragon Reborn, declaring him has to happen eventually.
Lanfear is setting the whole inner city on fire now. I love it.
Rand right now is probably thinking, "Oh fuck, what did I do?"
I feel like the riots would be more fun, personally. Worth this? All these people dying? That the irony when he says, "Light be with you," and hands him a torch.
Nice. Yeah, no, that's good writing right there.
He's like, man, the people are just gonna be so impressed when we do this. The light be with you. Hands him light. Oh my gosh, the comedy writes itself. Oh gosh. But no, like I feel like Lanfear going through, blasting her way. She never even got to them. She's still somewhere in the city. What's she gonna do? Show up and be like,
yeah, which is why Rand is regretting his decision to ask for help right now.
I mean, I'm not regretting his decision, but I still think that the riots would have been more entertaining, personally.
Probably, yeah.
I agree. I would have just showed Lanfear murdering the whole city. I would watch the whole episode.
Not just burn the city, but I mean, like, why are we still in the Foregate? She's not in the Foregate. She's been in the city for the last however many minutes.
That's because of this.
Like, why are they sitting up there?
Why is that Aes Sedai have leukemia?
Are you guys ready to see a whole bunch of dead Aes Sedai? Because this was going to happen with this link, right? Because we're consistent with season 1, right?
What? Oh yeah, they burn out.
Yeah, they're all going to burn out. Their eyes, they're going to die, and it's going to be epic. Because who doesn't want to see a couple dead Aes Sedai?
Also, the bald one's just Seanchan Aes Sedai, I guess.
Shan spy.
Now,
rain's the best they're gonna do.
From the point of view of physics, the amount of water needed to put out a whole city burning in rain would probably drown people. Like it would have to be like a Hoboken, New Jersey level deluge.
We've been bamboozled.
Very never actually specified it was the Amelin who sent her.
Okay. If you were going to put out fire, why would you not just make a water ball?
Because there's too many fires. I guess. I don't know.
Pew 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 pew. I mean, she's got all the sisters' powers. She could just be shooting them like left and right all day.
True, but can you see the entirety of the Foregate?
They do have all day because they're not doing anything. They're sitting on top of a wall.
Good point. Good point.
No, they put a rainstorm. Like I said, the rainstorm wouldn't put out the fires, but
I really want to see an Aes Sedai fire squad now.
I mean, it doesn't happen, but I was kind of hoping.
To be fair, that's actually a really good idea, right? Because you don't need to bring your water with you. You can just
Well, it's like also you're in the Foregate. You're not supposed to be that far from the docks because Kyrian's right up against the river. So just grab buckets and start going. Like, are you just going to become incompetent as a person in a city when your city starts burning? It's not going to be not very well thought of your own city in terms of like the quality of how smart its people are. And the Kyrian are supposed to be really, really smart, like too smart to the point of stupidity, but not that stupid.
Well, to be fair, there's also a crazy fireball throwing woman running around there, right? So.
Well, yeah, but if she threw water balls, man, let me tell you.
Well, no, but then the Vex is lost. Oh, look, away gate.
That was the weirdest looking thing.
Well, they have to be somewhat ominous, right? Oh, look, there's a little ball.
That's impossible. Impossible!
I said I know how to do that.
How does Lan know the history of the world?
he learned all of that as preparation for his kingship in Malkia, right? It's part of the training of the nobility.
That's what Lan was doing this whole season. He was researching how to cure Marie.
Exactly.
By not going near a library? Or a Brown?
Well, let's ignore that for now.
If you saw him flipping through pages, if you saw him asking questions to the Aes Sedai, that would make sense. He did none of that. He's just like, I'm going to be a Mary Stew, and just happened to know all this stuff because reasons. A skill that's been lost for thousands of years. That's not new. The Aes Sedai knew that.
Exactly.
Not the Show Sedai.
False.
They definitely could.
They easily could. They're powerful enough.
A random shitty Aes Sedai could do that to another Aes Sedai on their own.
Wait, but don't they? Not all the Aes Sedai know how to do the one-shot sever.
No, they don't all know that, but you just need the knowledge, and then your actual power level doesn't really matter all that much.
Well, I think it matters relative to who you're severing.
Well, yeah, but not if you catch them off guard, I guess.
Basically. That was your first mistake. He
just blows her up. Oopsie!
Yeah, is that fire in that weave?
That's a very small, slow blade.
Because the slow blade penetrates the shield. The slow blade penetrates the shield.
Oh, the drama! Oh, the drama! This is so bad. Like,
now we get lots of stupid.
I'm sorry for being a dick the entire time. Wait, no, I'm not. It's not your duty to be intelligent. It's her duty to be intelligent. She's stupid. So... What? Okay, what is his duty? Like, what is a warder going to be able to do in this situation?
Apparently read books, which Marine doesn't know how to do.
True. But what is the warder's duty? To protect the Aes Sedai. Well, she ditches him to take Rand into the Blight.
Yeah.
It's her fault. He didn't not do his duty. He couldn't do his duty because he couldn't find her because she hid the bond. Everything's her fault. Everything. And he's like, it's my fault. I didn't do my duty.
And of course it's his fault.
I mean, yeah, he's a man, and it is his fault because he's a man. Like, it's genetic. It's always your fault.
Right, but why do we not have Aes Sedai knowing how to tie off weaves in the show?
That's a good thing because, like, they kind of need it for a lot of things. You think.
And also, we definitely know they knew in the books.
No, we know that. But
we know that they know that we know that they know that they know that we know.
As I keep saying, that's the Aes Sedai, not the Show Sedai. You know?
They have a fancy new name?
The Show Sedai, yeah.
Show Sedai, yeah, that sounds
I just prefer calling them dingleberries, but that's just me.
Seems a bit weird, though.
And now she can open the gate that doesn't require the one power at all to open. But it's not even a gate. It's 2 pillars.
Yep.
And of course, it takes 2,000 years to channel anything.
They need time for everyone else to show up.
Arms, like it's actually physical strength to do this.
Like a vagina opening up.
Yeah, wow. I didn't want to have that image in
this. This is why Rand couldn't open the way gate, because that would be a man opening a vagina.
Let me be anatomically correct, like a vulva opening up. Sorry, guys. That would be anatomically correct.
Well, why would you be correct at anything when they can't be correct at anything?
But I'm better than them, damn it.
Yeah, that's...
I'm not saying you're wrong, but because you're definitely right. But my point is that if Rand was to do this, this is Rand opening the vagina.
My camera is messing with me.
We can't have a man opening a vagina because that would mean like men and women are compatible. Only lesbians and gays exist in the show.
I've moved my camera like 3 inches to the left, and it's still. When I lean back,
you're in the middle.
Finally, no, because I've turned the angle on it now. Finally.
Yeah, the entire time you've literally been like this.
Yeah,
talking to us.
So when you guys saw me doing this, like on the left, I was actually leaning forward, but my funky camera kept putting me to the right.
Well, when you lean forward, we see this. This is what you look like when we see you.
Yeah.
So we can't really see you.
Well, that's a little tough because my camera is like a foot above my head. So
mine's directly eye level with me.
Yeah, same here.
The top of my monitor is like a foot above my head.
Well, get taller, dadgummit.
Of course, I'm actually looking at my screen, so I always look like I'm looking.
Sage is always over here looking down at us.
The one power of Ulva.
Hey, we're 4 minutes away from being done. This is actually much shorter than the last one. 7 hours versus 2. Wahoo! Oh, it's Swan again.
Wow.
Notice how fast she can cast weaves?
Yeah.
Yoink, 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 yoink. And then you got freaking Moraine over here going, like, what?
Yeah, well,
don't worry.
Clearly, we know who's the better channeler, right?
Eventually, the good guys will show up to save Rand.
Like, here's the funny part: is Rand could easily just go into the Waygate because he's shielded. He's not air. He's not bound by air. Like, he could just go.
Well, he's back in his sitting position though, so.
Well, that's him choosing to be in a sitting position. That doesn't mean he's in a sitting
maybe
position.
Maybe he is psychologically conditioned to do that whenever he is shielded.
He's psychologically conditioned. When I'm shielded, I'm in a box.
Yeah. Who knows?
We haven't got there yet. Also, if we noticed, Swan did use the one power as a weapon against Lan.
Well, is it a weapon if you just push someone aside? Maybe a bit too hard, sure.
That was a slap of a wall proportion. Literally into a wall.
Yes.
I didn't lie to you. I'm just stupid. It's just, oh my gosh. That wasn't the eye of the world for one. You're a failure. This isn't Isildur. Isildur, close the Waygate.
No.
Isildur! The dragon reborn breaks all bonds. How does Swan know where they are?
Plot.
Magic?
Plot.
Well, magic is plot, I guess, but yeah. You're both right! 10 points for Gryffindor!
She knew what you would because Rafe wrote it that way.
Rafical. What is it called? Rafical rot?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. People on Twitter are actually trying to defend Swan.
Also, did she?
This is that fourth oath that Moraine had sworn in the show.
Yeah, but was it also? I don't remember it including obeying Swan.
Yeah, it was.
Quick, Rand, run into it before it. Oh, well, no, never mind.
Here's the funniest part: is like Swan destroyed any relationship with Moraine through this, which she would not do, even if she wasn't a lesbian.
Well, she isn't.
I would turn around and go, "You're dead to me." There you go.
Don't worry, Rand's master plan is still in effect.
Yeah, luckily he has the backup. That's right.
Yes.
Well, maybe if we're lucky, Lanfear will kill Swan, and we can be done with that. Party time! Come on, Swan. Bring it.
The best laid plans of Rand and men.
But here's the thing: is that she would have like literally just burned her to a crisp. She wouldn't have blown her backwards. She would have just gone, poof, you're gone.
She answers it. She mentioned why.
Freaking exposition. I would again lose Theron. It's in the name. He loses. And all Swan hears is that. Look at that! Look at
that!
I think she severed her.
We'll be better off if that's the case.
Yeah.
But I mean,
didn't look like severing. That was just a big, massive air blast, right?
Yeah, but she did a broken arm. No one's better than a dead one.
Yeah, broken because she broke all the bones in her body by blasting, right?
Was she like, this would be a blast from the past, hey? But no, like.
Yeah, I think this establishes that Moraine is really shit at channeling.
Well, no, like Swan's last. Well, I mean, yes, that is true. Swan's last memory is him going, I was going to help you, one of the Forsaken. I have to go after him and murder him. You know, like she thinks he's turned to the dark side because context doesn't mean anything.
Well, go ahead, sorry. Yeah.
You can keep talking. We're almost done.
Well, I was going to say, Elena has been cast for next season, right? So.
I thought she was going to be here this season. She might show up.
Yeah, I thought so as well.
She's
supposedly the actress from The Expanse is playing Elena.
I do love this part. Like, Moraine should just be like, piss off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like that's what she should do. Because she did. I don't.
Oh, we need more. Come on. Normally, I'd be okay with the little on-screen thespianism, but
not when it's these characters.
Necessary.
Yeah. A little gratuitous thespianism is.
But wait, why are they now friends with Lanfear all of a sudden?
Because they're joining the side of the good.
They finally decided to join the good side.
Good point. Good point. Let's hope. Wow.
Everything in this show is on its head. The good guys are bad, and the bad guys are good.
Yes, so it seems. Anyway, only 1 hour and 50 minutes. Damn. It's new record.
We're professionals.
Well, as I said, I got out of my system, with my own.
All the if you.
And yeah, and I at one point I had my soda in my hand, and I spit it out like all over my desk, and I was
nice.
I had to stop while I was still bitching at the screen. I had to clean it up. I was like, I can't believe I'm watching. I was saying,
like, I mean, there's obvious stupid things, like book related or not book related. That like they don't even have to be related to the books. They can just be like, this is poorly done.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Then there's like all the creepy things. Why is Ishamael caressing Matt's face?
Well,
I don't know. There's a reason, because he's already established it's not for sex or murder, so it's not sex.
Well, is
he's
that
treating him like
true
a pet.
though? I mean, he can lie, so
I think he's treating Matt like a pet.
I mean, I was 2 inches away from him saying "my precious" as he's caressing.
Oh, that's a good one, yeah.
I mean, Ishi going Guardian would have been epic. I mean, be fair. Oh wow. Well, do you gents have any other final thoughts on this abomination before?
I mean, I think this episode was not as terrible as the previous ones.
Oh, true. Hands down.
So,
only in the sense that the pacing was better.
Yeah,
the pacing
sure.
was million times
the
better.
writing, of course,
the writing
never be great, right?
I consider this the worst episode.
Also, maybe never decent, but at least it was not as shit as previously.
Because of
I mean, to be fair, it's not a high bar.
Not a high bar, no, but
they're gonna be like, if we have every episode from the first episode of the first season all the way to the last episode of the 8th season.
Seen any good adaptations, so maybe that's.
Well, One Piece is out, so
yeah, but I haven't seen the adaptation. I just went straight for the original.
What?
So
do you want to watch it together?
Sure, why not?
And I never liked the original One Piece, so
I'm currently at episode 44 of the anime.
Oh, wow, I'm at like 1,000, like 1,100 or something like that.
No, I mean the manga. I never liked the manga, so
I never read the manga, but the anime was.
No, I don't
the
have
anime
time
has.
to read the manga.
See, this is the thing. Like when I have arguments with people about like Wheel of Time and everything, and like how the show, like people don't like it because of X, Y, Z. It's the same thing with like the anime. It's like there are fillers, but the fillers have even a purpose. Even like you could say, oh well, they're just trying to kill time.
Not all fillers.
Well, wait for me. There's always a character development. Luffy and his friends get closer together.
Yeah, but the problem is
they make allies for later on.
If it's a filler, that cannot happen because the story must start at the same point after the filler as where it ends off before the filler.
It starts on the ocean, it ends on the ocean.
Yeah, but in character development, if you have a filler and in the filler character development happens, then when you go back to the original, that same character development suddenly must disappear to keep the manga canon.
That depends.
Well, that depends on what the character development is, sure.
Well, I'm saying like the bonds between like Sanji and Zoro, like they could become closer in filler, and we don't see that in the main storyline. And there is technically, if you wanted to, there is like a fan list of like all the episodes you cut out. If you want to just watch the main storyline, and it's still going to be a couple hundred episodes.
Yeah, sure.
Probably.
I mean, I think One Piece has relatively little filler.
It does, but the thing is that every time I see it, I'm never looking at this like, man, this is filler. I'm thinking, wow, they're making allies, they're crushing enemies, or if the enemies survive, they're making them the like arc enemy for later on. Like they're going to become a problem at some other point, and we'll see them at some point.
In filler, you can never have. Well, you can, but then it's shitty.
Never, but you can.
So ideally, if you want to do filler correctly, you should never make character development happen that does not go in. If, for example, we say Sanji and Zoro, their relationship, it gets closer together, right? In the filler, it's weird if that happens, but then in the later arc, they should have that same development, right?
Well, but the thing is that the type of relationship also matters because, and the type of relationship between Sanji and Zoro, they can get close to each other and be like, like, oh, I thought something was wrong with you, but like, oh, it could have been bad.
Yeah, but you need to be really careful to make the.
But then the next episode, they're like, how dare you? And they're like really mad at each other, butting heads and trying to beat each other up.
Fair. But you need to be really careful if you do character development in filler to make sure it does not contradict later character development.
Well, what I'm saying is that the relationship becomes tighter, but their personalities don't change. So their personalities, they still butt heads. Like Sanji and Zoro always butt heads. But they actually care about each other because they're the same crew. But what you see in the fillers is those little bit pieces that are like how much they care. So you're going to see the actual kind of like, I don't want to say intimate moment.
Yeah, but if you do that and then in a way later actual canon manga bit, they are shown to not care as much as they do in the filler, then you have a problem.
Is that their personality is like, I don't care about you. But in actuality, they do care. Like, they have each other's backs in combat. They try to protect each other just like everybody else in the crew. But they actually do care.
Yeah, okay. Maybe in the Zoro Sanji case, that works.
He's lost again. But everyone knows that Sanji's always complaining about Zoro being lost. Doesn't mean that he doesn't care about him. It just means that his personality is, I'm always pissed off at this dude for getting lost and causing problems. That's his thing. Like, his personality and how he deals with him is different than his actual, like, empathy towards him. So, like, there's an episode that I even saw a clip of recently, but I've already seen the whole episode, where they go to basically this ghost island place or whatever. And the rebel guy working for the world government undercover, the guy with the big paw, pulls out basically all of Luffy's pain out of his body. And he's basically like, hey, Zoro, I'll give you a taste if you want to do this, because Zoro said he would take it on. So he hit a little bitty bubble, and that bubble nearly killed Zoro. Just a little one. But then he's this massive bubble sitting there, right? So Zoro's like, let's not do this here. So they move it, and then he takes it. The whole thing, all of the wounds, all of the injuries, all the pain and anguish that Luffy had, he takes it for his captain, and knowing that it's probably going to kill him. And then Sanji goes running and looking for him. He's like, oh, where's Sanji? Where's that stupid swordsman? And then he goes over and sees him, and he just sees Zoro just holding himself like this, blood dripping from everywhere. And he could see like his veins are pulsing, like he's really trying to hold himself together. But he took damage for that. And Sanji's just like, oh my gosh, like what happened to you? But like he's not like pissed at him. He's like empathizing, like, oh my gosh, I'm glad you're okay. Kind of thing, which you don't see in normal situations because normally they're butting heads. So what you would expect to normally see is them butting heads. So when it goes to the next episode and they're not like, "Oh my gosh, are you okay?" Like that's not how they behave together.
Yeah.
That's
I get that.
Who they are. So you can have that.
That only works with a very specific type of character relationship,
which is the relationship they're making it work.
Yeah. But
now it's going to be different.
I'm talking in general, right?
Well, yeah, but like even if you went to like Naruto, between Naruto and Sasuke and their relationship. By the end,
type of relationship.
It's a similar type of relationship because good stories have well done relationships. Even in filler, it won't derail it.
That's but that's only if you make sure it doesn't.
Well, you have a filler episode where Sasuke is like, "I'm still looking for this path."
So here's the 3 best Naruto filler episodes ever. Okay, the first was no. There's most of them suck, but there's. In the first part,
the first one,
because there's a Naruto and Naruto Shippuden. So when I say part 1 of the manga, I mean Naruto, right? So there was the Kakashi mask episode where Team 7 tried to see what was under Kakashi's mask, right?
Oh yeah, that one. That's great. And he has another mask.
Then post part 2 under Shippuden, the Rookie 9 tried to do that with Kakashi's mask, right? And then the other great filler episode, which fit in line, was the Shinobi. Was a partial filler episode where Kakashi was named Hokage. They filled it with guys like we have to have a race to celebrate. In the Shinobi race episode with Guy and Kakashi, those fit in the whole concept of
Just imagine Guy just running like crazy.
They didn't add anything new or anything strange or whatever. It was really character of even when they did it in Boruto, they did a Kakashi mask episode in Boruto where Kakashi.
Just using the same material over and over again.
Yeah, but it's actually the second or third best episode of Boruto after the Momoshiki fight.
I don't watch Boruto.
But that's good filler, right? So if we look at the opposite end of the spectrum and go way back to Wheel of Time, and then think season 1, episode 5 and 6, that's filler.
You have to remind me what those were because I don't remember.
That's the step in is sad arc.
The step in. I don't want to be gay. Kill me instead.
Yeah. Exactly. In that you have character development from Lan, right?
Yeah.
No.
For Sholan.
Sholan, sure.
No, that's the thing. Is character development is development. That's not recession. Recession is not development.
I mean, that seems.
What did he develop into? Nothing. He didn't develop into anything. They made him behave unlike himself. That's not development.
Sometimes evolution is downward.
Yeah.
That's why I said recession. He went backwards.
Yeah, but that's still development. You can develop backwards, right?
That's the opposite of development.
It's the same as character development, right? Character development can be both forwards as well as backwards. We use the same term. I mean,
characters serve
the needs of the story. You're going backwards. I'm like, yeah, it is progression backwards, but it's not progression.
I mean, that's
characters serve
basically what's happening right now, right?
Well, yes, but I'm saying in the way it's meant to be understood. When we say character development, it means you're building up into something, not building down, because you don't build down.
But it's the character experiences something and then changes according to that, right? That's what I see as character development.
But experience is just experiencing things. You can experience it forward or back.
Yeah, but you experience something, and then from that, the character becomes something different. The experience changes the character. That's character development, to me.
I'll allow it.
Okay. So if we use that, we can see that Lan goes into a completely opposite direction with his character development, right? Than what we normally would expect from Lan. Right? So if you have that as a filler, and then before that Lan acts like Lan, and after that Lan acts like Lan, then the filler contradicts his personality. And that is why you need to always make sure
That would depend on the event.
Okay, yeah. So let's go back to Naruto to avoid the Wheel of Time crap at first. Okay, so there was some bad filler.
We want to avoid Naruto too.
Yeah. Well, in the bad Naruto.
Yeah, I don't know too much about Naruto fillers to point at the bad ones.
There was the filler where they invented the other nine-tailed Jinchuriki. The kid at the temple had a piece of the nine-tailed.
Oh yeah, that one.
Yeah, that was horrible. Like if that guy was there, then Akatsuki would have went straight for that kid and wouldn't have bothered with Naruto because they would have,
because then they wouldn't have ticked off the entire Leaf Village and then
exactly
brought all their military power on them. They would have just.
But that builds a relationship between Naruto and the other guy, right?
But at the same time, though, if you do something as a writer to where you make the villains look stupid because they didn't think about doing the right smart thing the first time, then the person's always going to view them as stupid. Like
that's exactly the point.
That's why you need to be careful when you make filler, so that you don't accidentally contradict future development.
But hold on. When I mentioned earlier with Lanfear blowing herself through the gates and everything, that was stupid, blatantly stupid. There's a million other ways she could have done it to where either she didn't have to be there herself, or it would have she could have had it happen through Barthanes or whatever. That would be actually a good story, to stick Barthanes in a crossfire between two Forsaken, giving him two different orders. One saying go end Moraine, the other one saying go free Rand. And it's just like
within the context of this show, Lanfear wanted to burn the city down.
Yeah.
But why?
Well, why is details, right? We don't.
But the thing is, I was like, burning
it doesn't
down
make sense, right? The show just doesn't make sense. So why bother?
Well, no, but that's my point. Is that's the good writing versus the bad writing. When you write a good villain, or you write like in this case the Akatsuki, if you were to write them good or write them well,
there's more of that pesky good writing you keep bringing up.
It's the only kind of writing that exists. Everything else is scribbles. But in this term, you'd be like, hey, if this exists, why did we do all of this? And you're like, that's what we got to get rid of. We got to get rid of that junk that would make it, because a good writer, and I do this in my own writings where I was thinking about some of the stuff the other day, and I was like, man, I got to go back and rewrite all this stuff because all of this stuff doesn't make sense under the system I have it. So if somebody else wants to read it, they'd be asking me questions that I just thought of myself. They're like, how am I going to answer that? I have to answer those questions. So if you have this case, the Akatsuki was like, well, there's other Nine Tails over here. Why don't we just go for that?
Right, but let's take Akatsuki out of the picture entirely and just look at Naruto, right? He
would be part of that story, which is the whole point. That's you writing in a character into a part that they're not necessarily needed to be a part.
Right, but that's
the problem.
That's the problem. That's also why you need to be careful with making.
You can't
filler.
write. You can't. Well, but the thing is that's not a filler thing. That's not a filler problem.
Yeah.
It's a filler problem.
Well, I'll give you
if you make filler, you need to come up with a story that's not actually in the
original. That can't conflict with the core story. It's another narrative,
but it can still add to it. That's the whole point of a
filler.
Yeah,
you can add to it.
So, for example, let's say we have a thing where we have the Frodo and company, like the four hobbits, are heading to Barrelon. Well, a filler episode is technically Barrelon, or not Barrelon. Oh God,
Rivendell.
No, not Rivendell. Bree. Thank you. They're both stupid wooden palisade cities. What am I going to say? So if you have the four hobbits on their way to Bree to go to the Prancing Pony, a filler episode is them taking a shortcut into the old forest.
But in the filler episode,
it doesn't.
Pippin, for example, suddenly learns how to fly mushrooms or whatever, right?
Fly mushrooms.
That's a bit of an extreme.
But that's the thing. Is like you could argue that their trip into the old forest to the Barrow-wights and the Barrow Downs, and then their interaction with Tom Bombadil and Goldberry, that's a filler. It doesn't hold necessarily anything into it, but it does add information.
See, if they do that, but also in that filler, end up Tom Bombadil teaches them something, right?
Yes. But that's my point, is that what they teach them, they don't actually use.
Ever.
They don't use afterwards, ever,
but
right?
That's my point, though. It's like,
if
you sit...
But that's the problem, because if you teach them something useful in a filler, then why don't they use it ever after? And then if at some point later in the story they learn that from someone else,
but that's my point though, is that
that
only one point outside of the Old Forest does Tom Bombadil ever get brought up, and that's between Frodo talking to Gandalf about, like, what about if we gave it to Tom Bombadil? And it's like, well, he would think it's a silly trinket and throw it away. Like,
well, they mentioned in the Council of Elrond, basically.
Yes. Yeah. So, but the whole point is that, like, that could be considered a filler.
Yeah, that could be considered a filler, but that's specifically a good filler.
Well,
now we're talking about good filler versus bad filler. That's a different story.
Tolkien included Tom Bombadil for a reason. Okay, I don't want to go into the whole Tom Bombadil extraneous bit. That's a whole side argument.
But spent 6-7 years theorizing.
Yeah. Okay.
Tom Bombadil. Well, he doesn't even know. So how are we gonna find out?
Like Sage was saying, filler would be like if on the way to Bree, they found a magic mushroom that could let them fly or something, and then never fly.
Well, no, I never mentioned the flying.
Well, I'm just throwing it in there to make it.
But yeah, it does make an extreme example, which works to convey the point that.
My point is that, like, the side things, you could argue that the Scouring of the Shire is a side story, because if you cut it,
you could, but you must always make sure that your filler story does not contradict later actual story.
Correct.
But that's what I'm saying, though, is that in, like, One Piece, all those filler episodes, people argue. Now, keep in mind, you could have 50 episodes of basically the same scene, because they're really short episodes, and fights take a long time.
Mm-hmm.
So you have, like, you have Luffy fighting Doflamingo for how many episodes? 20? And it's the same fight over and over and over and over. Like, it's just them doing the same stuff, and it's like not much happens.
So,
but overall, if you were to take them out, you'd probably lose bits and pieces that add together later on. So you could argue they're filler. You could argue that their main story arc. You could argue a whole bunch of things. But things happen around.
The main problem is filler is not made by the author themselves.
Well, I'm about to bring an example
of that.
No, I have an example of that, by the way. Bleach. An example. Bleach. The Bleach filler, Kishimoto was hands-on. He didn't do it himself, but he made sure that none of it would conflict with anything he wrote in the manga that we adapted.
What any author worth their salt would want to protect their legacy in that way.
Yes.
There's a reason Cowboy Bebop didn't. There's a reason Dragon Ball Z didn't. There's a reason all these other bad anime.
Isn't it? I don't know if is the guy who created Cowboy, is he alive?
Well, not even if he's alive, but if his family, his estate.
Yeah, well, this is the whole Harriet situation.
Well, Harriet didn't have access to the rights because they were sold before RJ passed.
But she's sitting quiet and complacent
exactly.
She has to.
No, she
has no choice. Legal, dude.
No, she hasn't.
Disney, Amazon, everybody. You sign a deal with them, they're like, you can't say squat bad about us.
But did they put that in the contract? I don't know.
I'm not blaming Harriet for this mess because she can't do it. She has no power.
The deal is not with Disney or Amazon, though. The deal is with that rights group that they still have the rights to it.
Red Eagle Entertainment, yes.
Yeah.
But they sold. They're not going to let Harriet do anything.
Harriet came out and said the other adaptation sucked.
Yeah, and they sued her for it.
And they didn't win, as far as I know.
When she lost, she has not won a single sue that she's been part of so far. She tried to sue, lost, and then got countersued by them and lost.
But you can sue someone, even if someone sues you and loses. The very fact they sued you is enough to get a countersuit to sue them back, even if the original clause.
They specifically stated that it was because she was it was defamation, because she wasn't supposed to be able to say bad stuff. Well, defamation is only if it's not true, technically, but
yeah. So
it wasn't defamation in the true sense, but it was defamation, and she was not supposed to speak ill of it. That's what it was. That's with literally everyone. Henry Cavill not speaking ill. Now, one, it's a good business decision not to, because
so I got the Hollywood Reporter up here.
Liable.
The wheel dispute blew up after FXXX, whatever that is, premiered Winter Dragon at 1:30 a.m. George Willis said it was dumbfounded. So Winter Dragon, they withdrew a slander lawsuit against her. Shortly after Winter Dragon, actually, okay, well, it She said it was made without my knowledge or cooperation. I never saw the script. That's what she said that they sued her over.
That's what she said. Which is funny because that's not defamation or slander. But
lawsuit.
It's just a fact.
Well, they were filed a lawsuit for slander of title and tortuous interference. The tortuous interference would be the one, because they're claiming that she was. Because remember, this was supposed to rights were expiring, right? So they claim it while they still had the rights, she was meeting with someone else to get
because it's supposed to be coming up. So her meeting with somebody else is implying that it's going to go up. But the thing is that she was also partially arguing through Bandersnatch, which is her company, basically arguing that what they made wasn't a Wheel of Time property.
Okay, so the lawsuit was dismissed
and
without prejudice.
A Wheel of Time property. If it was not a Wheel of Time property, she would have gotten the rights back because they missed their window.
No, but the law. So she didn't lose any lawsuit. They withdrew it without prejudice.
Oh, okay. I heard that they'd gone through with it, but I could be wrong. But if you work with like literally any studio and you have any interaction, like she's actually like pulled in. Her and Sanderson are in through Rafe. They're going to have non-disclosure agreements.
Mm-hmm.
I threw the link to the article in the Discord.
Guarantee there's an NDA. No company that's that big with putting that much money into something is going to allow somebody to speak bad about it. There's no shot. You could be the caterer. You're getting an NDA.
Well, it depends on who. Like, for instance, Alan Morris signs any agreement. He could say whatever he wants. And he does. He crucially slams every single thing based on his product.
But if he has like the position to say, I get the full say, like Oda doesn't have an NDA on him. Oda has complete creative control, complete control over the entire show of One Piece. That's why it's good. But he's allowed to do and say or whatever he wants to.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's also got one of the best-selling stories in existence at the moment.
Let me put it this way. I still blame Harriet because...
I still blame Harriet too, but there's only so much you can blame her for.
Again, you have to... Your husband's life work is being desecrated. You have to say something.
But her hands are tied because her husband just sold the rights. That's the problem. It's not technically her fault. RJ sold the rights.
Well, didn't she suggest you do that?
Even if she did, he's probably not expecting to die. So I mean,
no, but she should at least. You can say something negative in a neutral way. She can say, "Well, I'm just not watching it," which would say,
"Well, here's the thing: is that it's an NDA would prevent her from saying anything bad. If she says, I'm not really doing anything with the production, like I'm on the team, but I don't have much to do with it. That's one thing, but that wouldn't necessarily mean it's bad. Mm-hmm. The show friends would still be like, oh, then she just has too much on her plate. She's just too busy to watch this. That's all they would say. They wouldn't say, oh, she's speaking poorly about it, because she can't blatantly speak poorly of it. That's the whole point.
She doesn't have to. She can just say, I'm not watching it. That's all. The same way Cavill said they're deviating from the lore.
I don't think Sanderson's watching it, so I don't know. Like, Sanderson's busy with his book.
I don't count Brandon Sanderson. He did work for hire, and I'm not really happy with his work. So,
well, I'm not happy with anybody who tries to duplicate another author's work, even if that's what has to be.
I think there were many authors who could have done better than him.
Well, there are other authors that could be better, but at the same time,
most of the authors didn't want to, right?
Yeah, because basically the ones who, like, no one, like I said this last week, no one, you were gone by the time we talked about this. So way back
Did you
when
watch the full 7 hours, Sage? Come on.
Way back when they were looking for someone to complete the work, they never said who they publicly asked to do it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
I think I was still here when you mentioned that, because I remember this conversation.
You mentioned it twice. We had 2 different conversations.
Oh, okay. A whole bunch of authors came out afterwards and said, I would never let anyone complete my work.
Mm-hmm.
Let us indicate that those are the ones they asked. And so I guess Brandon Sanders was like, yeah, let someone complete my work, and whatever. I don't know. But I mean, I'm not impressed. I think I tried to read one of Sanderson's book. I wasn't impressed by it. So it didn't draw me in.
I have the Mistborn series that I read when I was in like high school, and I was like, this is cool, but he didn't have any of the other stuff out that I remember.
His writing didn't draw me in. Like Jordan,
Jr. did that for me. He ruined his writing for me. Like, I read it and I was like, what the heck am I reading?
I was a Jordan fan before Wheel of Time existed. And
through Conan, right?
Yeah, and literally the Rand chapters.
Yeah, we've heard this story before.
Yeah. The Rand chapters sold me on Wheel of Time From the moment I read those Rand chapters in that first book, I wanted to see book 17 or whatever Jordan took to finish it. From the moment I read those 2 chapters.
I've been writing letters to Robert Jordan, be like, you
honestly,
better come out with
I know
700
people
books
criticize Martin. The opening paragraph of Game of Thrones sold me on the whole series.
That was an interesting.
I can say I enjoyed A Song of Ice and Fire at first, but once everything became repeat, I was kind of like, this is really boring.
Well, you know, you don't always have a dream about something like the Red Wedding and have to put it in your novel and derail 2,000 pages of text you've already written. You know.
Well, I'm not even talking just like that. I'm just talking like political backstabbing. If you were talking like this is a Game of Thrones, it's a political, explicitly like just politicians trying to outmaneuver each other, and that was like all it was, then that's one thing. But if you're like pulling things outside of it, like other armies, other countries, other pieces, everything was the same, and it was always the same people somehow magically connected to everything else, and everything happened magically a different way than the other magically thing happened. And it's just like, I didn't think there was supposed to be magic in this thing, but apparently we got wizards everywhere pulling off all this other random crap, and none of it makes any sense. So what's the point? Like, It was just unfun after a while. Like, I came for the big battles. Like, one of the reasons I love RJ's work is that the big battles are done amazingly.
Mm-hmm.
I love the big battles. I love the Pelennor Fields and Helm's Deep type battles that I actually get to participate in because they're told well. And Robert Jordan does a really good job of telling them well, despite people who are literally in the fandom saying that his writing was terrible. His
they're not really fans, are they?
Correct.
Well, if you tell them that, it's like, well, who are you to say what's a fan? I'm like, well, that's not how.
Well, you're a fan if you like the stuff, right? Simple as
like,
that.
Why do you join a group for a series that you think is trash?
Exactly.
Like, well, here's good world building skills. I'm like, yes, but you don't like how the world building was used, so what's the point?
Mm-hmm. I mean,
I'm not saying that
if you don't like the work, you're not a fan. That's simple as
well,
it comes.
I did a video about what is a fandom and everything like that, and I guess I probably need to reiterate things because people apparently didn't watch it. But in order to be a fan, I had this conversation with a buddy of mine last Sunday, actually, and I was asking him about things that he enjoys. And I was like, okay, so what if we took this and we changed this around and added other things in it that have nothing to do with it? Like, one of the things I used was Pokemon. And in Pokemon, everyone should probably be aware of the Pokemon versus Digimon thing. Like, it's a pretty important thing.
Yeah.
Well, it's Digimon was
the evolution memes.
Yeah, the evolution. Well, somebody went out and made a Pokemon trailer with Pokemon characters, but to the Digimon theme and done the Digimon way. And it's literally a joke. It's like 2 minutes long or whatever. But it's a joke because it's so in digital monsters, like the whole song with the playing and everything, like just like Digimon would be. But it's all Pokemon characters. It's all Pokemon scenes. It's all Pokemon versus Pokemon. All the evolutions are in Pokemon. And it's just like, is this something the fandom would be approved of? Well, no, because it would look like a bastardization of what actually they like. Now, could you find it entertaining? Sure. I think it's hilarious. Do I think it's Pokemon? Well, obviously not.
Yeah.
Like, it's obvious what something is or isn't when it's given to you. Even if
but it's not either of those. It's a new thing that fuses them together, right? If someone's a fan of both Digimon and Pokemon, they can make something that combines those two ideas.
Yeah, a bastardization. I just said that.
Well, yeah, but it's only a bastardization if it's intending to be like the original, right?
But there's enough manga and anime out there that everything gets bastardized eventually.
Exactly. Yes.
Well, yeah, but that's the thing is like whether it is or not. I mean, technically, the Pokemon games are a bastardization of the original source material because the original source material had them literally chopping off the heads and eating Pokemon for dinner over a fire. Like, it was brutal back in the day. Then
with the Chianti, it's like
they changed a whole lot to make it the way it is now. The way it is now, you could argue is better because it wouldn't make much sense to be like, we live in harmony while we monster eats and
we enslave sapient monsters to battle for us.
We just don't talk about that, right? That's
we change our history. We don't learn from it. What are you talking about?
I never played Pokemon. I like the first game in Pokemon Yellow, but as far as the storyline goes,
Pokemon Yellow.
Yes.
Right over there.
The only thing I ever liked about the show were like some of the one-liners, like when What's
the show
the character name? Ash or
The
whatever.
show is, I mean, back when I was a kid, I liked it.
Oh my God, Mister, you're a girl. I remember that line.
Oh, dude, if you go on YouTube, you can find Ash burning Misty, and he's just like, I'm a lady. And he's like, nope, don't see any ladies. And it was just like, oh.
When Brock hit on Ash's mom, and Ash gives him a look, like that was the.
Brock was a funny dude with all the nurses and everything.
Yeah.
When he found out that all the nurses weren't the same person, it was even funnier. But it's just like, but there's funny stuff and whatnot. But like, if you're a fan of Pokemon, you don't be like, yeah, I like Pokemon, but
let's improve it because I can do better.
They need to do the same thing that Digimon does.
Well, the first, what were the original Digi-Destined?
Like it. Huh?
Well, the first 2 seasons or 3 seasons, the original Digi-Destined?
Don't know. But how is that different from, say,
the human character in Digimon are called the Digi-Destined.
I didn't watch Digimon.
Well, the first 2 seasons with those characters, I enjoyed.
I'm on Team Pokemon, by the way.
Which is freaking weird, but yeah.
You know, it was after that when they sort
I
of.
mean, Pokemon also has some weird stuff with that, or like what's it called? The psychic Pokemon that Abra and his upgrades, let's say.
Oh, Abracadabra and.
I think those are in the original version humans that got changed into.
Oh, you're talking about the lore-wise?
Yeah.
I don't remember. I don't remember seeing anything about that. They might have also changed it because if you go through the games, they can alter the lore. As they go through the game series.
Each game has a different, a new.
I haven't heard anything about them that way. I've heard that they did a whole lot of Zen type stuff to become like the crazy powerful psychics they are.
Yeah, but I think they started out as humans originally. And also ghost Pokemon are humans sometimes, which is interesting.
I'd have to see it. Most of them are.
There's some really creepy stuff with lots of the ghost Pokemon. It's always
weird to go to the Pokemon graveyard and be like, so we have ghosts here. Like the Pokemon, the ghosts are the Pokemon that are dead, and you just haunt the area. I'm like,
but
so what happens if a Ghastly dies? Does it just come
back?
Can
they die?
Well, that's my point. Is that like if a Pokemon dies, does a Pikachu die and become a Ghastly? Or is the Ghastly just Ghastly and they just become, Haunter and Gengar? Like, how does this work? Because there's always Ghastlies and those kind of guys around the grave.
I think you're asking too many deep questions about Pokemon.
I'm a deep person, dagnabbit. This is my problem. It's like I always think about these kind of things because it's like it's fun to think about how did things happen to be the way they are. Because
I think
if Pokemon are in fact, dying and becoming Ghastlies and Haunters and Gengars, then you're always going to have an infinitely larger amount of Ghastlies, Gengars, and Haunters than virtually every other Pokemon because a whole lot more Pokemon die than will live. Their population will be out of control, but that's not the case. So something happens in that regard. And since they retconned the whole killing aspect and only make it unconscious, then they should still technically have a whole lot more of them. But how do you?
I just looked it up. Kadabra apparently in Fire Red was previously a boy with psychic abilities who woke up one morning to find he turned into a Pokemon,
and just became enslaved. He became the Damane of the Pokemon world.
Exactly, it's super weird.
But that's also the weird thing is because an Abra turns into a Kadabra.
Yes.
So how does a Kadabra
I don't know
come from a human?
Maybe Abra
go backwards into an Abra to get up into an Alakazam.
Maybe it's the first Kadabra came from this, and then they procreated and made baby Abras. I don't know.
Wouldn't they just become Kadabras?
I don't know.
And how would he procreate unless he just got lucky and happened to cross the freaking?
Well, they're psychic, so probably some weird.
He was bred with other Pokemon.
Exactly, you just get a Ditto.
I mean, there is a bred Pokemon, I think now. It's like literally a loaf of bread.
Probably, sure.
Like chair Pokemon.
You just need a Ditto, and then it's all fine.
It's like the creativity for Pokemon went out the window in the recent years for some reason.
Well, no, to be fair, at some point you've got every idea already done, right?
Yeah. But you don't. There's so many crossovers you could do. You could even create new types of animals. You don't have to use just pure how many different variants of fish are there under the ocean?
Yeah, a lot, sure.
Yeah. So how many water Pokemon could you make? A lot.
Do the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the thing is that every water Pokemon that can do water Pokemon stuff, it does the same thing. They just have different stats.
That's the point. That's when you get
different
evolutions.
But that's the part. It's the collection of it's monster collecting for a reason.
Yeah, but then let's say you get to generation 20 million or whatever, right? And then
I don't think they'd be around that long, but sure.
Yeah, but that's
I feel at that point they'll just reboot it.
Probably, sure.
And if they reboot, now here's the thing: if they reboot the first gen into
they already did.
No. I'm saying like into the system of like Scarlet and Violet, where it's a 3D world and you can go places.
Yeah, let's hope they figure out the technical details before.
Yeah,
well, Ash would be non-binary.
24 hours made a mod to give you 60 frames per second on the Switch. One person. You're telling me an entire studio couldn't do this. He did it for
but
free.
The new one's also mostly empty, right? It's an open world with nothing in it.
Well, Pokemon pop into existence as you go into the range.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the cities and stuff.
I mean, in Scarlet and Violet, they have a lot more buildings you can go into. There's shops and stuff.
No, you can't go into the shops. The shops are you literally just screens where you buy stuff, right? It's like a menu that pops up if you go inside.
I'm trying to remember because I think Arceus did it the best.
Probably, yeah. But that one's also a bit not like most Pokemon games.
Well, it's supposed to tell how they came to be Pokemon and Pokemon trainers. It's the origin story essentially.
Yeah.
Because Arceus is like, here, I'm going to give you a Rotom cell phone thing. You're gonna,
Yeah, it's basically an isekai, right?
Huh?
Yeah. It's basically an isekai.
Isekai, yeah, it's an isekai essentially. It's like I'm gonna take you from the modern days, send you back to Japan, sucker. But and then that kind of thing. It's like you could the 3D world, but in Gen 1.
The 3D world could work great, sure.
Well, what I'm saying is like you do the 3D world, you do the 60 frame per second, you do high def resolution. Which Game Freak's too lazy and stupid to do that, so hopefully somebody else takes it from them. But if you were to do the world like the Gen 1, like yellow, blue, and red,
exactly,
remake them, but make them into a open world like Tears of the Kingdom level style Pokemon game,
that would probably be great.
Jeebers out of it. You would make so much money, you'd probably turn Nintendo.
But would they, if they mess up the tech?
Well, that Game Freak only knows how to mess up. Like everything's been messed up since then.
Yeah, I mean, I think at the point where they went to 3D, that's where it really got far down.
Right? I mean, you went from pixels to 3D. That's a pretty big jump.
yeah, no, but even 3D is also pixels, so that's.
Well, I know. That's what I'm saying. It's like they went 3D. It's like
but
I'm saying like the chibi ones, like Brilliant Diamond and whatever Pearl. The Diamond and Pearl remakes.
Yeah, but those were
3D.
They're fair enough, yeah, but those are more closer to the original version, right? So it's a remake of a good game.
They chibi-ified everything, which I was not happy. I don't like chibi that much.
I don't mind chibi in some circumstances, but not a whole chibifying everything.
I think the main problem with the later Pokemon is the region design.
Well, if you see like a cool character drawn from Final Fantasy, but then you go into the game and they're this itty bitty face, and you're like, I want to see the cool character. I don't want to see this chibi-fied version.
No, I get that.
I want to see this person, this muscular dude or this really hot chick. You want to see them in their forms.
But see, the issue I think is that when you go 3D, you need to put a lot more work into the environment design, right?
Yeah,
and that takes away
from notorious for their good design for the environment. I mean, if you play any of their open world ones from the old days, they'd be like.
No, but that's why the first few worked so well.
Trash and empty.
So Gen 1 to Gen 5, I think, is probably where you could say these are all perfect games, essentially.
Like when I
But
first
Gen 6 is there they go into 3D, and then they need to make the region, the environment, all 3D-ish, and that takes away a lot of stuff from the...
Like, for example, when I played Devil May Cry 3 for the first time, it's a cool story, cool characters, even cool monsters. Empty as all get out world.
Yes.
It's invisible walls everywhere. You're limited on so many things. All they care about is the model of the character, the model of the enemies, and the big numbers and combos. That's all they care about. That's one of the things that holds me from getting into a whole lot of JRPGs, is because I don't care about big numbers.
Yeah,
I want a good
fair.
gaming experience. I want a beautiful environment, and I want the story to make sense. At least, at the bare minimum, make it like coherent. That's I don't even necessarily need the story. Like there's
I think we are starting to get this problem with Western games as well, though.
Well, it's Western. Well, yeah, Western has the problem, but at the same time, there's a lot of ways to fix it, like mods. Like
True.
Skyrim was like.
Well, not unless they ban the mods. I mean, that's happened now more and more.
I freaking want somebody to make a mod stupid site that puts all those banned mods on it, so you can still mod.
I mean, that sort of exists.
Yeah, but then they do things in game to make the mods non-functional.
See, the problem is that those sites are by definition obscure, and they attract mainly only the mods that are banned of others, and that gives it a terrible reputation.
Well, an example,
it will never become mainstream.
Well, I'm saying, like, you have Nexus mods. Have one come up and say, hey, we'll offer special deals to get you guys to come in here. Like, put your mods with us as well, because it's not like Nexus mods is paying you to put your mods on there.
No.
So there's no reason for you to just have them there, but be like, we're gonna give you full access and full ability to do whatever you want. We're gonna stay out of your business as long as it's not criminal. We're good.
But
that's all
what's the point
like,
if they can just go to Nexus if they're not a controversial mod, right? By the way, you're frozen, so I don't know.
Yeah, my camera decided it didn't want to work for some reason. It's StreamYard. StreamYard is just a trash system, and they try to. I keep seeing all these ads on like Facebook and everything. It's like, try out StreamYard. StreamYard is really good, and I'm like, no, you're not. I use you. You're trash.
See, the problem with that idea for an alternative mod site is that why would you go to the small mod site that specifically does not ban you if you go?
Why would you go to Nexus mods to get a mod that removes pronouns?
Yeah, but for those specifically, you have to go elsewhere, right?
But
all of the normal mods.
But I know. But what I'm saying is, why would you? Because a portion of the population that play the game want that to be a part of the thing. Why would you go into the Spider-Man game and have all of the trans flags or LGBTQ flags become American flags?
But that will only ever apply to the controversial mods.
I know, but what I'm saying is that
not necessarily.
When you redirect traffic, if there's a lot of people who want to download it from Nexus Mod Manager, but Nexus Mod bans it, they'll be like, well, why can I get this mod? Then they're like, they go that
vast majority of people will simply not care.
That maybe, but this is the thing: is this is how competition arises. How do you compete with Nexus Mod Manager? Well, you build another mod site. You do the things that they're not doing, which is allowing, basically, essentially free speech to put whatever you want on the platform. You build that platform up through the controversial ones, because there's going to be controversial games coming out left and right.
Sure.
There's going to be a massive.
But will that be enough to
But if you're
overtake
making
it?
the mods,
I'm not sure.
But if you're making the mods, like for example, there's mods where like somebody Nexus mod, they're like, I finished this mod, I'm not doing anything else with it. Somebody goes to that mod person and says, do I have permission to take this and remake it or redo it? And they say, sure. Then you're like, cool, I'm going to put this on this site as well as Nexus Mod Manager. And then you go to that site, and then now people are like, oh, I can get other non-controversial stuff here too? That's fantastic. And then they start using it from that site. If you come in and say, I have a system that will literally take all of your mods and automatically do the work order. Because I think Vortex is trying to do this, but it only does it like half the time. So it's not like perfect.
Vortex is a bit awkward.
It's a bit wonky, but Nexus Mod Manager's whole system is a little bit wonky. So if you have somebody who comes out and is like, I'm going to make this work, and they come out and they make that they make a mod system that organizes everything as it needs to be. In other words, to prevent as many conflicts. I'm not saying you have to eliminate all conflicts, but if you eliminate a good chunk of conflicts, or at least point out this is in conflict with this, pick one. You can't have both. Like if you do those kind of things, people are like, I really like this load order. Nexus Mods would then have to go, oh crap, I have to make one. But while they don't have one, this other site does. And this other site can pull in mods because like, hey guys, you want to use my mod? You want to donate money to me? Because that's what Nexus Mod does. You can donate money to the people who make the mod. So you take them over there and say, hey, you can donate money over here to these ones because these are ones that people are asking for, but they can't go into this one because this guy's being a political activist. But you can get all the other mods over here as well. One person who's a really popular modder putting on that platform, if somebody does, and Nexus Mod kicks them off of Nexus Mods for doing that because they dare to have one on both sides because they ban you no matter what, even if you're not on the same site. If they do that, well, where are the mods going to go? They'll be like, well, I'm just going to go over here where I'm not going to get banned. It's the same thing with like YouTube and Rumble. If YouTube's going to ban you, well, then you'd go to Rumble.
Right, but Rumble still has not the same reach.
It doesn't have the same reach, but let's say YouTube bans PewDiePie. If PewDiePie is popular still, I don't know.
But would they do that?
Well, if he gets banned, he's still going to do his shows and stuff.
Yeah, but would YouTube ban him? Would they go after the super high?
They've gone after him a couple times already, actually. Like there's been controversy around anybody who's on the top tier. There's always been controversies.
Fair enough.
XQC, as much as I don't understand him and I don't care about him, and the fact that he speaks really fast and stupid, but he's also French, so that makes sense.
PewDiePie has 110 million subscribers right now.
Yeah,
damn, that's
so. If
I'm gonna see if he's on Rumble.
If he might, it wouldn't hurt to have a duel. He's definitely not gonna have 110 on Rumble. But
nah, probably not.
If like XQC got paid what 40 million?
Yeah, he
70
has.
million?
There are PewDiePie sites. The question is,
are they the clip channels or are they the actual channel? Is the big thing.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: if he himself were to put himself onto Rumble and stream to both simultaneously, and so for some reason, it's the same thing with like Steven Crowder or any of those other political commentators where they're getting banned and they go to Rumble. Well, people who want to see that content will go to Rumble. People who don't want to see that content aren't going there to begin with. How many people in the gaming industry don't do mods at all? Well, everyone outside of PC.
Yes.
They don't do mods.
True.
So you're losing all that traffic on Nexus Mods too. So if you're doing that and another site comes up and says, we'll do the exact same thing Nexus Mods does, but we'll do it better, and we're going to give you better systems. We're also going to allow you to post anything outside of criminal content.
True, but they would first need to make sure that the people who use mods actually are aware that they do it better, if that's the goal.
But that's why you have where do you usually get your information about mods? YouTube. Well, you're going to Google something, but typically people go to YouTube. That's why MXR replays and stuff happens.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
They're really, really popular. And if you're like, hey, MXR, you've been getting banned for a whole bunch of this stuff. Why don't you promote our site and then you put your presence in your videos on our site as well, and people can always refer to them, and you get like ad revenue or like make almost a mini YouTube, not a full-fledged YouTube, but like you as a creator, a content creator, can post your stuff here. People can come to our website, watch your content. You'll get paid off of ads and whatever other system you want to.
Fair enough.
Then they're going to come there to find out what the mods
to happen quickly.
Well, I'm not saying it's going to be quickly, but I'm saying having access to the stuff that you want to have access to when the other guy won't let you. Because if these mods, like I don't want pronouns in my game, or I don't want LGBTQ flags, I want American flags because I like America, which makes more sense to be in the game to begin with. It's like having a Superman game but not having a single American flag when it's like truth, justice, and the American way is like literally his tagline. It'd be kind of weird if you didn't have American flags. So being like, well, I want to have full immersion, and in order to do that, I need a mod with American flags for my Superman game. Yes. Boom! Somebody makes that, they're getting banned off of Nexus Mods. Because how dare you replace the LGBTQ flags?
Yeah, but the complicating thing here is that people making the game are going to ban the functionality too.
They can't ban mods without destroying all mods, which is
they do. Blizzard's been doing that for decades.
Yeah, and Blizzard doesn't exactly have the roaring reputation.
But they still have a massive subscriber base.
but not what they used to.
It's still more than most other games.
WoW used to have like 19 million like consistent players.
Yeah, I know. I was wondering for a long time.
4 million. They dropped heavy,
and that's
other
4
games
million
have gone up.
That's 4 million people every month giving $20 a month or whatever it is now. I forgot.
It's like 15, unless they
whatever it is. It's
I'm not paying a subscription.
With taxes, I think it was 17 when I was subscribed for 3 months in November, December, January. I went back and visited my WoW friends for a while. And the point is, there's still millions of people following, and Blizzard doesn't. They just keep,
But here's the thing: Blizzard consistently, historically, keeps putting their foot in their mouth or up their rear, depending on how you look at it. But they're consistently doing that. How long until they completely obliterate themselves? They're screwing up Call of Duty. People are tired of playing Call of Duty. They're going to other games like X Defiant. They're going to any.
Basically, you can just keep playing the first one, and you've played all the others, right?
Basically, but that's why you go to a new game like X Defiant, or you go to like CS:GO, or you go to CS:GO 2 if you prefer that. But you go to these other ones, right? There's alternatives because the one you enjoy is failing. Fortnite became really big. Let's say Fortnite.
Well, the thing is, the Blizzard subscription gives you access to like 50 games.
Yeah.
Does it?
Oh, hell yeah.
Damn,
I didn't know they did that. I thought it was for WoW specifically, but
no, you get like the classic WoW, you get Diablo 2 or whatever it is for free forever. Diablo 3, part of it for free.
You're saying if I subscribe for 1 month, I can?
Well, no, you have to be an active subscriber. And some of
it's not free forever.
There are things that you
free forever until you stop paying, which means it wasn't free to begin with because you're paying for it.
And also not forever because, of course, it stops after a while.
You can go to places like GOG.com. That's run by the CD Projekt Red. They have old games, like they have the original Diablo and the expansion for like $10 before it's on sale. If it goes on sale, it could drop even lower, probably like $7 or $5.
Yeah, but Blizzard updates the old ones, so
yes, but there's always somebody somewhere who does the updates for the high seas.
Again,
it always happens.
I'm not telling you to go subscribe to Blizzard's monthly fee. I'm just telling you they offer a lot for that money.
There's maybe I pay like $7 a year to Switch for an online subscription to have access to all of their emulation stuff, and I really don't like emulation stuff. I'd rather have a physical copy of it.
Yeah, same.
So, I mean, I'm going and hunting down all of the physical copies of everything I want to play.
The gist of it is,
the problem is
there are many things that you
mentally, intellectually deficient. They are the dumbest people.
I use
money, but we're gonna piss off a lot of people. So
I used Warcraft mods for over 10 to 12 years. Okay, I was a raider for a long time. And every year they would change the code to ban stuff that you could do in mods. Every year every time there was a big patch, they'd be like, "Well, we don't want you using this targeting module anymore, so we're going to make that functionality illegal." Or we don't want. I mean,
not illegal, but non-existent. But yes.
Well, not functional. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but like in terms of that, that's you pissing off your fan base. But then again, an MMO is a little bit different story because there's certain things like I play a lot of Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 allows third-party stuff that doesn't interact with certain things. Now, you have to try it on your own. You can't be like, oh, I tried a third party. Why did I get banned? Well, because not everything is okay. But there are certain ones like Guild Wars 2 Efficiency is a website that you put your API code in. It's a partner with ANET who runs Guild Wars 2. So you can get all of your account information and everything through that. There's Arc DPS, which tells you how much damage you're doing in the game. That's allowed because it doesn't affect the game. It just tells you information. There's, what is the other one? Blishy. Blishy is a site thing that people claim is cheating. It's like it literally just tells you stuff. That's all it does. It points out lines for like if you were to make a run to find all the resources on a map, it tells you where all the nodes are. So you just follow a line to hit all of them. You still have to go do it. It doesn't cheat and give it to you and put it into your inventory. You have to go do the same stuff. It just gives you a line. And Sage, you're muted, so we can't hear you. Again. But
it's still cheating because you don't have to do the work of figuring out where everything else is, right? That's
okay. When I have 13 characters with full map completion unlocked, I don't want to spend time looking for where the nodes might be when their own wiki page tells you where they are. it's like it basically eliminates a whole bunch of chaotic stuff and puts them into one little fun tool that has a whole bunch of individual mods you can install, and none of them will get you banned. So it's like, okay. But if you're like putting stuff in there, like automatically farms you gold or automatically farms you materials, yeah, you're going to get banned because you're not playing the game. You're cheating. That is understandable. That's for an MMO. But if you go to a single player game like Skyrim, they're not banning your mod. Bethesda will not ban your mod. It's Nexus.
Well, I mean, they might if it's a really shitty mod, right?
Do you have any idea how many bad mods there are for Skyrim?
Yeah, I do actually. I know
thousands of bad mods.
Mm-hmm.
That's not even an argument. Bethesda doesn't care because they've already got their money.
True. They got it multiple times, even for Skyrim. Right?
Yeah, I was gonna say, how many times have they sold Skyrim? It's like 7 editions, 8 editions, something like that.
I don't know. I think it's less. I think it's less.
Special edition. I did the special edition. I'm not doing the.
You have regular. You have special. You have anniversary.
Anniversary is garbage. Don't use it.
Yes.
Hot garbage.
Is there another one?
Garbage, man.
Garbage.
They've got like the high definition stuff, but they don't have.
Yeah, that's the DLC, right? No, well,
that special edition came with the blanket.
Oh yeah, well, sure, but there's also an HD texture
DLC. If you turn all the characters in Skyrim into Pokemon, and you can go out and catch them with a little wooden acorn ball like in Arceus, Bethesda doesn't care. It doesn't affect them. But if they piss off the modding community, that's what hurts Bethesda.
Yeah, because they will literally die because that's the only thing keeping them alive here.
The only reason they're still alive is because of the modders. That's the only reason. And people with bad taste. But that's a different story.
Yes.
But like there's have you heard of Skyblivion?
Yes. Is it done or are they still?
From what I understand, it's very close to done, or it is done. I don't know. I haven't looked into it. I haven't played Skyrim in a hot minute.
Because I've heard about Skyblivion like 10 years ago or whatever.
Well, it takes a long time when you're not getting paid to do it, dude.
True, true.
There's the Skyrim Together. Have you heard of that one?
Yes. Does that work properly?
There's a version of it that does work.
Okay, because last I heard about it was very broken.
When I first heard about it, you had so many glitches and everything. They've gotten rid of a lot of glitches, but then there's also certain quests that won't trigger from certain things. So they're still updating it, but it is technically playable.
Okay.
If they ever make it work completely, oh my gosh, Skyrim will change forever.
Yes.
Now, there's other things like somebody rebuilt, I guess, Morrowind in the entirety of Skyrim. They redid all of Skyrim to add in other places you can go to. There's Skyblivion. There's a whole bunch of massive ones. Those could be banned. They're not, though. There's so many that are not banned.
Yeah.
Because it's stupid of them to do so. Bethesda shouldn't care. Now, in an MMO, that's different because it can affect other players. But when you're playing a single-player game...
Yeah, multiplayer games are always more awkward with modding.
Yes, which is why mods typically aren't allowed for them. They might allow like a decal one that changes like where the decals in the UI system and everything is.
Exactly.
But
cosmetic mods mostly.
Yeah, mods that will help you figure stuff out without harming anybody else's gameplay. But be as it may, it's still on the companies to make good games in that regard. We're not seeing that from like who's it? I just forgot who's Pokemon. Holy crap! Game
Freak.
Game Freak. Yes, Game Freak sucks. They wouldn't know how to make a good Pokemon game if it slapped them in the face. What we play is what we have.
Well, they used to, but not anymore.
Well, they did in like the first one, but how much you want to bet that their staff is nothing, like not a single person's from the originals?
Isn't it 30 years later?
But even 30 years later, there's Blizzard people who worked on the original WoW. They left the company and they went to make their own companies, and they make different games now because their own company that they worked for is falling through the cracks. All the big companies are falling through the cracks. We're seeing this when the rise of indies. That's why Steam is so popular, is because Steam allows indies. Steam's not in competition with them. They're basically in favor of it because they're essentially like a distributor / publisher of these games. They make money, but here's the thing. I want to make a video on it. Steam versus like Epic versus Ubisoft versus Origin and all that stuff. I want to make one where basically the console wars are a good thing when there's good platforms. I don't like Epic. Epic has very anti-consumer effects, but I like Gears of War. I grew up on Gears of War. I love Gears of War.
The only good thing about Epic is the free games you get every now and then.
Yes, but I don't even accept them. I've turned down hundreds of free games on the sheer principle I don't like Epic. I'm not going to install Epic. I will go pay money for free games on Steam rather than help Epic because of how Epic has treated us as players and consumers. And people look at me like, that you're going to give Steam all the power. There'd be no competition. There's no competition now. Epic, when it first came out, didn't have a store.
Well, that's true.
Wait, how did they do things?
They didn't have a cart for you to put your games you want to buy into it. It didn't have the most basic things, but it had Fortnite, right? They had a better store inside of Fortnite than they did in Epic. How stupid
wow,
is
that? That does sound really stupid, yeah.
So
didn't know that.
Steam's like, we're going to take 30% of your profits, but we're going to give you the Steam Workshop. We're going to give you a community forum place. We're going to give you a place to post your screenshots, build a community. We're going to place guides. We're going to give you an overlay into your game so people can access their friends list and other things in the community. We're going to help you out with bugs. We're going to help you out with everything being posted. We're going to do all these kind of things. We're going to give summer sales or even just regular sales for holidays and stuff to help people get into your games. And if you have microtransactions, people will buy your microtransactions if they like your stuff. Like, they help with so much. Where these other games are like, well, we'll take 20%, but we're not helping you with anything. And like, oh, I can make 10% more? It's like, well, technically, yes, but no, because now you have to fix your own bugs and you have to pay for all that stuff. You got to have all this other stuff that the quality of life just becomes a pain in the rear for you as a developer, especially if you're a small developer, when Steam does all this stuff for you. But Steam's also not saying you have to be exclusive to us. Epic does. They do those Epic stupid exclusivity things that piss me off.
Exactly. Yeah, same.
But it's like there's so
I was
many
vaguely interested in the Moria dwarf
until
game.
Epic screwed that over. I was like, oh
yeah,
man, now I don't want to play it.
Yeah.
Like, I love Lord of the Rings. I like the concept they're going with. It's not going to be necessarily lore based per se.
No, but it's just you're a dwarf, you're mining in Moria. It's fun.
It's in a time period that's kind of gray because there's not a whole lot of information, which is when if they stick to the lore in terms of how dwarves operate, how Balrogs operate, how everything like that is, and then they just implement survival tactics, that could be fun. But as soon as it was an Epic only, I was like, nope, don't care. I don't care.
I wonder if it's
it's
probably a time exclusive.
So much Lord of the Rings stuff over here. So much. I got the Banner of Gondor. I've got the Banner of Rohan. I've got so much Lord of the Rings. You can see the goblets from freaking Burger King when the movies came out. I've got freaking puzzles. I've got action figures. You remember the goblets from the movies came out?
Yeah, I still got those.
No.
They're little glass. They're glass.
Do you have the light up base too?
Huh.
It's built in, yeah.
No, it's a you can take it off. You play.
Well, I'm saying it came with it. Like it's a part of the actual goblet.
Yeah.
If you got them without it, then somebody took it off and ripped you off.
Yeah.
But yeah, they come with the light up. So basically, there's an attachment. They're glass cups. They're glass, like laser engraved kind of things with Frodo.
Where are my glasses?
Frodo, Gandalf,
they're still packed.
And Arwen. And I have them in the original boxes, because I bought them on eBay for like $30 or something.
I got them from Burger King.
I was too young at the time.
Yeah.
But I was like, I need to have. I think I had one when I was a kid. Like I got it somehow. I don't remember, but I think I lost it. And I was just like, man, those things are freaking great. At the bottom, there's a little battery thing you put in, and you can flick a switch, and it lets the color of the box. So like Frodo is purple, so his goblet, you flick the light, lights the whole goblet up in purple because it's clear glass. So you can put your drinks in it and drink a purple glass, essentially, with Frodo's face laser engraved on it.
Have like purple drink.
Basically, that's Kool-Aid before it became cool.
Can you guys see this? When I turn that
I don't know. What are we looking at?
We have to look at it first. I see toilet paper.
That's,
it's very bright.
I'm trying to get an
angle
on it. It's a Godzilla hologram.
Oh,
Godzilla. So what I'd want to do is take my Lord of the Rings
glasses. Holograms aren't physical.
Well, it's the way they call it. I want to take like the base like this, which could change colors and everything.
I was going to say, can you turn the color off so I can see it?
Oh,
because the bright lights. There we go. Yeah.
So listen, you stick it in.
Yeah, that's much clearer on the video.
Well, it's clear. The video doesn't pick it up very well, but I can make it so it's changing colors and stuff. I would take that a base like that, modify it for the Lord of the Rings glasses, so it could do the same thing.
Let me show you this.
Oh, now you can see my glass over there.
Oh no!
I've revealed my secret cup to you all. You must die.
Oh no! Wait, I never saw anything. Don't kill me, please.
I don't know. Tell you. Check out this bad boy.
Oh, you have a nice Light of the Iron deal.
Yeah.
But if I get it to work, I don't remember how it works. Hold on a second.
Maybe the battery's dead.
No, there's a switch. I gotta find the switch.
You have to plug a new Silmaril into it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So now it lights up because there's light at the bottom. This actually came from Weta Workshops.
Huh.
And I'm really happy. It's not the greatest quality in terms of like the makeup here. The glass is good. This is good. But this stuff here is blatantly obviously plastic and whatnot. But it's an actual like bottle open. You put water into it. And there's also like some like glitter stuff you could put in it or whatever.
Okay. Pro tip from having negative experiences. The water you have in there, make sure you change it every few months.
The regular water?
Because it will become a bacteria fest and can become quite dangerous. Like inhale and you can get sick dangerous.
Wow, that doesn't sound good.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is the kind of stuff, and there's actually like you can throw bleach in there or whatever to get rid of that too. But yeah, it's a cool little thing that you can get. The Burger King ones are obviously nice. I've got the soundtracks for The Hobbit. I have not been able to find the soundtracks for Lord of the Rings because they're old, out of print, and nobody cared about The Hobbit, so that's why I have those. But
well, the soundtrack was the best thing about The Hobbit.
Yeah, well,
yeah.
I mean, everyone gives Peter Jackson a lot of crap for The Hobbit, but it wasn't Peter Jackson's fault because he came in late in the game. So,
and also he didn't get the
studios.
time to properly prepare.
The studios wanted 3 movies. Right? They wanted a trilogy.
Well, you could have done a trilogy, just made them shorter.
Yeah.
No, it would have worked on a duality. Like I always said, I was talking with Ante Mando about this a lot all back. If they had done a Hobbit duology, and in between them did the Battle for Region, which is what happened with the Gandalf and the whole White Tower thing, as a totally separate movie, like not integrated. Like in other words, you have part 1 of the Hobbit ends with Smaug, part 2 ends with the Battle of 5 Wars, and then have them 2 or 3 years apart. And in between, you want a 3rd movie for the trilogy. Have what Gandalf was doing when he wasn't with them, with the White Council and all that, but to have it totally disconnected from the events of the Hobbit. That would have been good.
Well, but that's the thing, though, is that you could have done it like 3 1.5-hour movies and still been a lot closer to it.
Probably, yeah.
Well, I mean,
they did a whole bunch of crazy stuff.
Yeah, there are fan edits that do things like get rid of the girl elf,
Tariel.
Yeah. Like I watched a fan edit of The Hobbit a few months ago. I think it was like 4.5 hours. And the few scenes they couldn't get rid of her, they digitally erased her. Like there was a blur on the screen.
Random talking to a random blur. Like, what? Now, like,
no, he's just talking to himself. Right?
I like the music. I wanted the obviously Misty Mountains Cold song. I wanted The Last Goodbye, full extended and everything. Like, they're not bad musically. Like music-wise, they're still good. They're way better. They're millions of miles better than Rings of Power music. I have the Lego 3DS games or the Nintendo DS games for both The Hobbit and.
Actually, never mind. I just noticed that apparently the Tolkien professor is consulting on Return to Moria, so.
It's gonna be bad.
It's going to be bad. Yes.
It's gonna be bad. Now, here's the thing. If they don't build lore and they just build like the world, like here's the world, you're in Khazad-dûm, you're in Moria, you have tools, whatever, that's one thing. Now if they're going in like, here's the lore outside, no, don't. You're gonna because they're gonna give you a character creation. You're gonna have black dwarves. You're gonna have Asian dwarves. You're gonna have a whole bunch of different things.
Yeah, I think that's fine, to be honest, because you're making yourself as a dwarf. Right?
If you were to make yourself, sure, but at the same time, like Valheim lets you do a little bit of things, but you don't look like yourself. You're usually armored. You're like this.
Yeah, but to be fair, in Valheim, you're like super pixelated, so you can't really tell someone's race.
A lot less pixelated than freaking Minecraft. But even if they let you do yourself, that's one thing. If they're going and doing every other single dwarf, that's a totally different thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like a blue-haired dwarf running around with freaking, chopsticks as the.
But that's basically a character creation problem, right?
Yeah, a cybernetic arm with the samurai sword that has laser lights
that
coming
would
off
be
of
weird.
it.
But every game with character creator has this problem.
No. Let me be clear. If there's a character creator and you on your own could do that, I have no problems with it.
That's what I was saying.
Mm-hmm.
If it's just your character, that's fine. If it's just player characters, so people you play with, that's one thing. But if the rest of the dwarves,
and you basically would have to do that.
Yeah, when they make you play a character like that, like the battle. I love Battlefield 3 and 4. I'm a big fan of those. And was it Battlefield 5 or whatever they called it?
The injured lesbian shaved head person.
Yeah, with the cyborg arm and a samurai sword who was flipping tanks in World War One. Ignoring the fact that there are legitimate female badasses from World War One, Olga Kirichenko.
They don't look anything like that, though.
No, a Soviet sniper who killed 300 dudes. I mean, make us play as her. I would have been, it's like
it'd be fun.
Yeah,
but they don't want that because they want modern audiences. They don't want good audiences.
Yeah,
but it's the stupid thing is because they do modify most of their stuff to people who don't even play their games.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like the population that they're trying to adapt to is like
has no money and doesn't play video games.
Half of a percent, I guess.
No, they probably do play video games, but they do not have money. So
they're playing Fortnite because they can't afford
to pay for
it. But then those people aren't going to play Moria.
No, of course not.
But why? All the games in the world that are survival games, why would they pick that one? Wouldn't they pick
that's the thing is the reason they're doing this to all this other properties, they want us to be like them and play.
Exactly. Yeah.
So
it's forced compliance.
Yeah.
Well, that was my point to like Steam versus Epic and every other platform. It's like I don't have a problem with other platforms, except that they're all obnoxious because there's not one place you could have access to all of your libraries.
The only problem
you can't connect your friends for all the stuff. The exclusives are another thing because the exclusives, and it's mostly aimed at the developers. I mean, I can understand Epic wanting to have exclusive things so people come to their platform.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Why would I come to your platform that's not completed? Why would I come to your platform that's completely cut off from all my other friends? If my friends
I mean, Epic, you do that when you have a bad game and you get some money out of that deal.
Yeah. Well, there's other ones where we're releasing it on Steam, Epic, Origin, all other platforms, and then they're like, well, we're coming in with exclusivity, and then people who've already either paid, pre-ordered, or whatever, because they were told they were getting it on this platform, are told now they have to wait over a year because of the contract of exclusivity, or 2 years. I think it goes up to 2 years, so like 6 months to 2 years for exclusivity contracts. And the developers turn their backs on their own constituents because of money. And I'm like, no.
Well, because they think they
don't do that.
Dan DiDio.
You might be like, well, I have extra content exclusive to Epic, but I'm going to release the whole game on everything.
Dan DiDio, the former executive DC Comics editor-in-chief, he had some commentary about why everything went woke in comics. And he made a point. He made a point of, I'm paraphrasing roughly, that, well, guys who want to make money are listening to people. And when people remain silent about one particular thing, and a very vocal group on Twitter or make noise, if you only hear one voice, you're going to invest in that one thing.
But the thing is, I don't believe that executives or higher ups pay attention whatsoever to any voice because they're just there to make money.
They're there to make money, yeah. But see, the calculation goes like this: you sell some stuff, right, to a specific fan base, and then you hear other people say, "Oh, it's bad because this is not in here." So you think, okay, if we do include what they want, would they buy it? Yes or no is a question. That's a risk assessment that you have to do. and then you can do that, but whether the base that's already there keeps going is a different question. It works as long as you don't do it too obnoxiously, let's say. Right?
Yeah, but that's why you give options. You don't remove features necessarily, depending on the type of game. Some games you have to, but that's the same thing. Was like, okay, if I want
but for example, most normies, let's say, don't care about the pronouns in Starfield, so they would keep playing it.
But they're not the ones paying massive amounts of money.
They're not. I'm not sure how large of a percentage of Starfield players are people who don't care.
That's the thing, though, is that there could be a lot.
Well, remember we said before,
I find it boring because outside of the pronouns, it's just a big
it's a boring game. That's true.
I remember I mentioned the term okayist, right? So
yes, okayist.
So I think let's say for Starfield, is it called Starfield or Star whatever?
Starfield.
Let's say 40% of the fans are like hardcore anti-pronoun, right? 30% of them are okayist. They just want to play the game. They don't. Their eyes glaze over with the pronoun.
Exactly, but their eyes also glaze over with the gameplay, but they don't care because it's just killing time.
And they're gonna play the game for 3 months and they'll be done with it. And the ones who will be left will be the 40% who hate the pronouns, but they're not there anymore because they hate the pronouns.
Well, they might also not be there anymore.
30% of people. Well, yeah, but there's gonna be 30% of people and whatever that want this kind of stuff, which I don't think that's a pretty high number. But it's like, if you made it even an option, if you just said, would you want this? It's the same thing like Baldur's Gate 3 has a nudity option. Go to the option. Do you want nudity? Do you not want nudity? Or nudity, not unity. But then you go like, do you want pronouns? Do you not want pronouns? Because if I'm a person who doesn't use pronouns, then having pronouns in there, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to be like, all right, refund the game, because you're not going to force me to do that if I'm not interested in it. But then you have to go in and change all the dialogue. But even the funny part is that even with the pronouns, the dialogue doesn't change. They never refer to you as the pronouns you give. They never refer to you as any of that kind of stuff.
No, I think they do. They do use he and she based on.
No.
Maybe the character model, but not the pronoun choice. I think.
Well, they use whatever they use, but it doesn't always align up with what the character intended to play.
Yeah.
The player. So the player's like, oh, I'm a Z, they, I'm Voodoo, or whatever. And then they come up and they're like, hey, you, she's looking good, isn't she? And they're like, oh, I didn't put she in my pronouns. And then they get mad at it. It's like, well, instead of making people mad when you're trying to make them happy, don't put the content in or make it not a part of the actual gameplay. But if it's not part of the actual gameplay, then why have it at all?
Yeah.
Because some executive voice actors a combination of two things. Some executive finance heads listen to some voices saying this woke thing is a good thing, and that I'm paraphrasing there. And someone who making the game were woke and said, "Oh yeah, let's put woke in it because we think it's a good thing." And so
that's because it masquerades under the nice category, right?
Well, that's the thing. Is like one of my biggest.
It's so nice to keep inclusion and diversity in there, because then people will feel happy because they're represented.
Well, the okayists aren't against it. So the okayists are 30%,
exactly,
and the people who want it are 30%. That's 60% versus 40%.
The okayists are like massive herds of bison that travel across the country grazing and just keep moving on.
They're like sheep who fall off of cliffs and die.
Well, no, because the bison have more momentum.
There might also be that.
Bison have more. You don't need momentum to fall off a cliff, dude.
No, but the okayists are the mass that will run people over if you get them going in a certain direction. That's why I use bison.
My point is that they'll be the first ones to disappear because they don't care about the game ultimately.
Yeah, exactly, because they keep moving on to the next pasture.
Yeah. Yes, but my point is like, well, sheep can do the same thing. But my point is
no, but sheep can't run you over.
I like how this turned into a discussion about sheep and the others.
Bison, no, it's sheep. No, it's bison. No, it's sheep. No, it's bison. No, it's sheep. 3 hours later, it's bison. No, it's sheep. It's bison.
Yeah, this is going to be a wild video because we finished the Wheel of Time discussion 1 hour and 15 minutes in. Now, and the rest of it is all about modding for some reason.
Pronouns and modding video games, yeah.
Sheep and bison. But my point is like when you have people who are okayists or the normies, right? They're like, why are you guys so against this? Because the other side is riling them up against. They're like, because the one side who's extreme is like, you have to do this, or you're a bigot, a phobe, blah 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 blah. And they're like, oh, well, we're not bigots and phobes, so we're okay with it. And the other guys are like, we just don't want that in our content. And like, well, why don't you want it? Now you have 60%.
Exactly.
Peer pressuring the 40%. The 40% is probably not going to budge. And that's just like, oh, why aren't you? But then the okayest leave because they're done, they had their fun, whatever. But they perpetuate all of the problems. It's always the normies. It's always the okayists. You can't
What's happening though?
Extreme opposites, because the extreme opposites, they just say what they want, which is fine, free to say that. But it's the okayists and the normies that cause the problem because they perpetuate the sale permanently.
The good thing that's happening
about saying that too. He's like, gamers are stupid. He literally said that. I was like, yes, gamers are stupid. Everyone in every industry are stupid. Well, no, they are stupid because the people who are against it still play the game. They're stupid.
Well,
if you didn't like the game, don't play the game.
Yeah.
Then you're not stupid because then you're not perpetuating that. Now, if you get the game for free,
well, that's why I don't care about what Az said about that game because he still played it.
Exactly.
Well, to be fair, before that all happened, he had already invested so much time into it, and it's just like, I've already paid it. I've already gone my distance. I can't return it at this point.
You can't refund it after 2
so
hours.
You might as well keep going. Try to build something out of it. See if it's a good game, because he's still there to review it. He still has to review it as a reviewer. But I don't think he plays it anymore. He has Baldur's Gate. He's got Starship Troopers. He's got a whole bunch of other games he plays. I think he started playing one of these other new, more recent popular games and everything, which is what reviewers do.
He recently started playing Lies of P or whatever.
He was playing Lies of P, but I don't know if he's still playing it.
Don't know.
Lies of P is a very one-dimensional game. I don't know why people like those games, but whatever.
I don't even know what the game's like. I just know the name.
It's a Souls game. It's like Dark Souls, but Pinocchio.
But Dark Souls is fun.
Well,
but Dark Souls is also very one-dimensional. It's dash, or it's like dodge, slash, dodge, slash, dodge, slash, dodge, slash, dodge, slash.
It's a console
game. I mean, that depends on your build, right? No, not everything.
Dodge, arrow, dodge, arrow, dodge, dodge. It's like it's freaking binary code for making a game. That's how they make games nowadays.
It's a bit more complicated.
But it's not complicated enough for me to be like, oh, this is amazing.
No, but
I will give Elden Ring
it's an action fighting game, right?
That's better, but
basically it.
Yeah, but it's also animation locks. I don't like animation locks. I hate animation locks with a passion. Animation locks piss me off, and because it makes.
What do you mean with animation locks specifically?
Animation locks are when, like, if you play like Street Fighter, and you do a function, you have to finish the function. You can't be like, whoop, and then block instead. Like you can't change what you're doing. You're locked into an animation. So if you're like attacking somebody with a sword, but you're like, I need to dodge, you can't dodge. You have to take the full brunt of the force. You can't block. You can't dodge.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. But to be honest, if you're swinging around a massive hammer, you can't just stop that, right?
Well, your feet are what move you.
Well,
if you're swinging something big, well, one, you should be strong enough to wield it. That's why you're wielding it.
Fair enough.
Even if it's heavy, you can still offset your angle and go flat when they come through with the slash. There's other possibilities. You can throw yourself backwards.
Yeah, but that's like way complicated to put into a game that you can. Oh no, that's
designed to be played with a console controller.
Right? But even if you think about it this way, like look at Street Fighter, Tekken, Dead or Alive, they have animation locks. But when Street Fighter, like they had somebody do it in like a training module, where they had like a 4-minute combo lock. They just had the person in the air for 4 minutes. They couldn't do anything, and they just bup, and they kept doing all the moves to keep them up. That's a lock, because now you're locked in the mode.
Yeah.
You can't get out of it.
That's a standard Street Fighter thing. That's been around for decades.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, like, look at Smash Bros. You knock something in the air, they come back down on top of you. They have other options. They can dodge in the air.
No, you can still lock someone in the air if you.
It's extremely more difficult when you're playing against a skilled player.
Fair enough.
There's a lot.
I'm not a skilled player.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying they have that little dodge thing where they can they turn the little bubble and they just with you. They have the airs where you're in the air. You can dodge up. You can dodge this way. 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 You can turn it into a move. You can have combos in the air coming down when they come up to meet you. There's a whole bunch of ways you can deal with it. You can't in Street Fighter. You can't in Tekken. You can't Dead or Alive. As much as it pains me, I don't play much of the fighter games anymore because I I'm autistic about it. I can't do animation locks. I don't like
those games are designed that way on purpose. It's a feature of those games.
Exactly.
Well, but that's what I was saying is like Asmongold had a good video when he was talking about WoW and other things where he mentioned that basically when you make a good game, you don't put bad content in it. When you make something artificially difficult because of animation locks, it's a bad game. You make it good by increasing other areas.
Maybe it's because you don't like the style of game or you're younger, but when we played Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat for money, well,
and I like.
I mean, younger than me. When we used to play Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat for money. Like you walk up with your $20 on the Street Fighter game and say, "Here's my 20. I want to fight you." And getting a guy caught up like that was people would give you money. Oh, well, it's cool, boo, and they throw money at you for that.
Well, yeah, they bet on things like that and see if you can get like. But that's what I'm saying is that doesn't make the game good. It means you figured out the tweak.
But it did make it good because it made it. What makes the game good is having fun and making money playing it.
Well, yes, but are you saying that if you didn't have the ability to lock somebody in the air, that you couldn't have fun?
Not if he did it to me.
No.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I like locking them. I don't like if they lock me.
No, those were the best games when you were two Matt. Like I was great at playing Blanca in Street Fighter 2, and the only two people who could beat me consistently for in my prime, there was this 7-year-old girl who no one could beat. And yeah, if she walked up the first time I ever played her, they said, "Matt, she sucked at you."
$50 on the 7-year-old.
I was beating people for like 7 hours at the arcade, winning money playing Street Fighter. She was "Mister, can I fight you, Mister?" And I said, "Yeah, kid, I'll pay for it." I put a 50 cents in for her. She destroyed me in seconds. Everyone left was Matt. No one could beat her. No one could beat her.
But here's the thing. You have more fun in the experience of being beat by a good opponent than you would with somebody who just knows the gimmick.
But using the gimmick is part of the skill.
But it's not skill.
It is. The skill is manipulating the game to win.
But you can also accidentally do the gimmick. It's not skill.
And if you don't know how to do the gimmick on purpose, you can get out of it. You can counter it.
Yeah, I'm not convinced animation locks necessarily is bad.
It was part of the thing. To catch people in your unstoppable move, or in Mortal Kombat, Liu Kang's bicycle kick in Mortal Kombat 2 was like that, where if he caught you with his bicycle kick, there's only one way out of it for the characters, and usually if you missed it, then you got wiped out in one round.
Yeah, but my point is that an animation lock is like an artificial economy. You put it in a whole bunch of gold sinks so people spend their gold, but you also create endless resources. You don't have limited resources, which I know doesn't sound very fun, but that's why you do things like.
How does this analogy work exactly?
Well, I'm pointing out because artificial animation locks are artificial difficulty.
Are they artificial though?
They are, because in real life, if you're punching at somebody and somebody is trying to uppercut you, you can back off, or you can change, you shift your shoulders, you can do a whole lot of things.
But this
is but what if that's not a thing you can do in the game at all, right?
Well, if it's a game where you can get knocked into the air for 4 minutes straight, there's got to be something in the world you could do. You're telling me they made a fighting game without any ability to come down from being knocked into the air?
See, they make a fighting game.
Well, for example, if you were playing Chun-Li
of attacks, right? You can jump, for example. You can move.
And if you're knocked in the air,
okay, yeah.
If you're knocked in the air, you can't.
Dodge. You also can't jump if you're knocked into the air right now, right?
Well, no, you could do certain things.
Ninjas are
like,
real.
For example, Street Fighter 2, if you were playing Chun-Li versus Vega, right?
So, for example, let's take a weapon attack, right? Say you have a spear, you stab someone, and that's it. You can't just stab and then suddenly, different move.
Have you ever watched an anime where a ninja gets blocked or punched and they go flying backwards, but then they do like a spin and then land?
Yeah, probably.
It's pretty generic. It's nothing super fancy.
Yeah.
If these are professional fighters, which is what they're supposed to be, like there's tournaments for a reason. Like
they're not though. They're real people.
You're telling me Cammy is freaking normal, real people?
I'm telling you, in a video game, you're conflating.
See, the problem is in a video game, you need to. If you want that type of
best fighters from the world to participate
of people with fictional abilities.
Yes, but even in those fictional abilities, they should not be getting stunned.
Yeah, but see, the problem is if you make a
Maybe
video
for a little
game,
bit. I'm not saying
you
there
have
couldn't
a
be stun
limited
where
set
you can take
of
advantage
things
of
you
it.
can
Like
go to.
3 seconds of stun makes more sense than.
But see, you just said you don't like that style of game. Those of us who like that style of game,
It's not the style
like
of game.
the
I
ability
like fighting games. I don't like animation locks because animation locks make them feel less.
But those of us who played those games
immersive.
with that ability like that.
Well, it's fine. But imagine a world where games didn't have animation locks, but you could still do.
But
fun
then we
stuff.
would. But then they'd be other types of games.
Super Smash Bros. Is a fighting game. It doesn't have
the
animation
that's a whole
locks.
Right. So, for example,
I find that boring.
To the extent. Well, how's that?
I've never enjoyed.
Let's say there is a game where you don't have air jumps, right?
But if Street Fighter says they have air jumps, I'm fine with them having air jumps. I don't.
Yeah, but if they don't have air jumps, what will you do if someone gets knocked backwards into the air a bit?
What do you do?
You wait until they hit the ground again, and then they can do the rest of their moves, right? Because there's no air jump. You can't move once in the air.
You need a double jump, or?
Well, yeah, double, but it's specifically the air part.
Oh. Well,
right?
What do you do if you?
For example, let's go back to Dark Souls again, right?
You can either kick their leg or grab their hand.
Right, but let's go back to Dark Souls. Say you get hit by a big hammer and get knocked back, right? You have an animation of your character flying backwards and hitting the ground.
Yeah.
Why is that a bad thing?
I'm not saying it is.
Why don't you like it?
You're not understanding what I mean by animation lock. There's a realistic animation, like you're getting knocked back. But if you're knocked back and you just lay on the ground like this for 20 seconds,
well, we don't want that. We don't want that realistic thing.
But that's what I'm saying. Is 20 seconds is not realistic. If you're a hero and you have a
we
health
want
bar,
that. We want that unrealism in the game.
That's not realism, though. That's not even in the realistic world.
No, that's what I'm saying. That what you're calling unrealistic.
Yeah, but let's say you get thrown back and hit the ground, but then there's an automatic animation of you standing up, right?
Well, you can roll to the side. You could stand up.
Yeah, but then you would need to.
But then how would you hit your fatality?
A whole bunch of extra functions.
Well, you can get stunned. You just can't get perma stunned. That's my point. Is that if you knock somebody in the air and they're just in the air, you just sit there doing this. How is that fun? You're just sitting there doing the same button over and over.
Well, you got to know the right counter, which is when they're about to hit you, you have to do the same move to them. But that's how you do in Street Fighter 2.
It won't matter. Your counter.
Yeah, it does. If you, it's a reflex thing. Our campus champion
has a better reflex than you. That's my point. But in a game where like Dark Souls, if you're knocked on the ground, you can be like, well, if you're a strength one, you can resist more of the stun, but you can still get stunned.
Exactly how that works. If you're strength, you don't get blown back as much.
I know, but I'm saying if you're a dexterity base and you're getting hit, you can have like an evade part of it, so your stun doesn't last as long because of your class. Like there's other ways to get around it. You can still have that. I'm saying you can still have that difficulty without having that artificial gimmick that makes the game harder.
But that's your preference. The vast majority who played.
I'm saying
no. I'm not sure it's something even applied in Dark Souls.
An artificial difficulty is something that the developers add to make the game harder, but they add the wrong thing.
So, in your opinion.
Well, no.
But is that specifically adding it with the intent to make it harder, or if it does it also count if it's just
harder? It's not a Dark Souls game isn't going to be hard naturally without any help from the devs. It has to be made harder. You have to give them 1 billion health instead of 1 million health. You have to give them 1,000 extra troops.
But if say the animation lock effect is added in specifically to make it harder, is that once it's bad, or if it's
yes?
But if there's animation locks that just are because the character needs animations.
If you're already like 3/4 of the way through your swing, I'm not saying you cancel that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if I'm beginning to swing and I know, like I'm not gonna stand there and be like, hit me. I want to move. I want to dodge. I want to.
Okay.
Like, you want to do that.
Well, that's what I'm saying is that that's what you would do.
No, you would do that.
Is smashing every button on your controller or on your keyboard and mouse to get away from being hit. You're not going to just say
you would do that. In Street Fighter 2, I would be saying, okay, he's got me set up. I'm going to counter his move exactly and do the same thing to him.
Yes, but if you could counter him without being like, let's say Street Fighter, but your stun lasts 3 seconds instead of 10. You get stunned, but then you come down, and then you.
When you get the stun, that's the setup for someone doing a special move.
Fighting isn't like, okay. My brother does black belt in Aikido.
That's the real world. You can't talk about the real world with video games.
They're using real life martial arts allegedly.
No, they're not.
That's impossible.
Well, what do you mean? If they're using karate and stuff?
You can't throw
it's
fireballs
impossible to do real life martial arts.
Except for that, that's not a thing. But I'm saying even
you can't.
Like that,
you can't uppercut in real life.
Arms. I don't know what you're talking about.
You can't fully put in real life martial arts because there are too many variations that you can make.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. Dead or
life.
Alive relies heavily on actual martial art moves. There's there's Chinese karate, there's American karate, there's judo, there's wrestlers, there's a whole bunch of actual real life martial arts, and then they add extra little twists to them, like Ryo Hayabusa is a ninja. He uses ninjutsu, but then he can go poof, like he can punch you into the air, poof himself up in the air, grab you, and then spin you and drill you into the ground.
So it's not a real world martial art then. As soon as you include that,
No. Ninjutsu is a real art. They add extra little abilities. The abilities are not the problem. I'm not saying it has to be realistic. I'm saying it has to be realistic in the world.
Okay.
Whenever talking about realism, I'm talking about realism in the world.
You want the fighting
I'm confused what your actual point is right now.
That he wants people in fighting games to respond and will do it in real fights.
I'm saying that the artificial difficulty is that you can stun lock somebody for literally all of eternity, and if they can manage to get that one magical button in because they have good enough reflexes, which shouldn't matter if your reflexes are better than them, it's going to repeat. It's the same thing when you play Magic the Gathering.
You're saying
turn 1 they beat you. Why did you pull your cards out? There's no point.
But you're saying that's a different example. Okay.
But my point is that when you have something artificial, for example, a game economy, Path of Exile uses scraps of paper that you can put together to form something bigger, which can be used as a currency for either making a potion, turning into a scroll to learn something, or whatever. Like, it has a multiple usage, but it doesn't matter how many there are in the game. Unlike real life resources, where if you go to the gold depository, it's going to eventually be emptied unless you artificially inflate it. But then you go to the market and the price drops so freaking hard because there's 100 billion of them on there. You artificially added to it rather than just making it difficult or requiring it only in certain things that make the value go up. Or you have to have so much more of it for the value to go up, because then the value is in the quantity, not in terms of what it individually is valued. So what you do for games like Souls games or fighter games is you add different complex strategies to make the game a good difficulty, because the difficulty is not the problem.
But why? That's your good difficulty. That's not my good difficulty.
Why is it not good if you have just animations which you need to commit to?
Ability, like they have to make you lose.
What is the artificial fake ability that we're talking about here?
Everything in the video game is artificial and fake. It's artificial. Everything is.
That's not an argument.
That's what artificial means.
No. I'm talking about a game is a digital game, but we're not complaining that it's a digital game. We're not complaining that's not our real world. Skyrim and Elder Scrolls is not our real world. I'm not complaining that it's not our real world. Oh, I'm out of immersion. No, we're saying when we do stuff, if I swing a sword, I'm expecting to hit something with it. But if they're 10 feet away, it can hit me with the same sword I have. I can't hit them. That's artificial difficulty.
It could be artificial difficulty, but it's a feature style of those type of fighting games like Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, Tekken, and all.
There's a meme called "It's not a bug, it's a feature." It's because we make fun of devs who don't have the skill to make good games.
Except these games were good and enjoyable for us for decades. The way they were
enjoyable, sure, but that's also because they were new. We're talking about like a completely thing. Like we have the ability to fix that and be like,
why?
Because if I want to actually box somebody in a boxing game, I can go in a VR game and actually box them.
Then get a boxing simulator to do that.
Well, I know. That's why people do. That's why they're not playing Street Fighter.
Street Fighter's not yet. But if people want to play Street Fighter, play Street Fighter.
Yes, but if I want to shoot Hadokens, I can't do that in a boxing game because the boxing game is not built that way.
Do you know with the Hadouken you can fire off at such a rate that the other person can't respond to it?
You could, but there's a way to fix that. You say it does a lot more damage, but it can't.
But why would you do that? Why would you change a game that people enjoy?
Because I'm not. Well, the game people enjoy Rings of Power. Why would you change it? Because it's trash. Objectively, there's so many problems with it. We know this.
Street Fighter is not trash. Street Fighter games were not trash.
The mechanics. That's what I'm talking about. The mechanics need to be altered. I'm not saying
completely
removed. If you want to improve something, you have to. You can't go to
your style of gameplay.
But why do you think it's an improvement?
But you're arguing that if anybody's like, this game's bad, needs to be changed, we need this out of this game because it's ruining the gameplay. Well, the dev's like, well, that's just your opinion. It's like, well, yes, the opinion of the player.
Okay, good. But you need to justify why your opinion is better than mine.
Exactly. Why does it ruin
both? It doesn't ruin up.
Yes, it does. If I couldn't stunlock someone in Street Fighter 2, if I didn't have the ability to manipulate
granted, I never
someone,
played Street Fighter, so I don't know what it's like. But I don't think it works like what you think it does in Dark Souls, for example.
Well, what I'm saying is that if you have something that is going to affect the gameplay, if you want to have the original Street Fighter 2, you could have original Street Fighter 2 and then just have a Street Fighter 2 new version that doesn't have those gimmicks.
And most of us won't ever play it.
Except the people who want the skill part. That's
like 1% of people.
Maybe. We don't know.
It's an entirely different set of skills.
You won't know until they make it. That's my point.
It's an entirely different set of skills to play the Street Fighter that you don't like.
But it's not skill.
Yes, it is. Manipulating the video game to win is a skill.
But that's like, I manipulate cheats to kill people with unlimited bullets in GoldenEye. It's like, then it's not skill.
That's a skill.
You're not using skill. That's not a skill.
If your opponent agrees to the terms of the fight, that's a skill.
If you did that, like if you go to an arcade and say we're going to.
But why would you play the game if you don't agree to the rules of the game?
That's why I don't play that game. That's my point. Is that I want to enjoy fighter games, so I have to play Super Smash Bros. Because
good. Then you have no game to enjoy.
But Super Smash Bros. Also has the animation lock where if you get hit, you get flown back. Well, yeah, maybe not the same as in.
That's based on a damage meter, though. You get flung in the air based upon how much damage you take. You don't get flung off the screen every time somebody hits you. You don't get stuck in the air for infinity. You come down, but on the way down, you have a chance.
But you can't move or do anything while you're in the sort of damage tumble spinny mode. Yeah.
But you come out of the spinny. It doesn't stay spinny all the way down.
Yeah, sure. You come out of the spin, but why is that not also the case? Because in Dark Souls, for example,
why is that not the case in Street Fighter? Because they want that
game. Yeah, sure. Street Fighter, I don't know anything about. You could be right.
Well, I know, but my point is that.
But in Dark Souls, that doesn't work.
Asmongold was talking explicitly about developers making, and maybe in Street Fighter 2 when it came out, that's the best they could do. I'm not saying that it's going to be a bad game because of that. I'm saying when a developer artificially makes something more difficult instead of doing it right, which they could make it difficult.
Your version of right.
No, because there's a difference between having to make something some way or making something difficult. You're forcing a player to do, it's like an invisible wall. You force the player to do something instead of allowing them to go that direction. You're artificially guarding them into the area. Not all guards are bad, but there are some that are. If it's a guard that, like, I'm using this place to climb a wall to get away from an enemy so I could jump down and attack them, but then the thing blocks me and I lose my grip and I fall down, I take a butt ton of damage, I'm stunned, and then they just go and hit me. That's not actual difficulty. That's artificial difficulty. The game itself...
All difficulty is artificial.
No.
The video game
is
I
am inclined to agree with the difficulty all being artificial.
The video game is an artifact. Everything
because no matter what the game rules are, right, the mechanics, everything is, even if it was in your way, it would still be artificial difficulty because it is built upon the rules of the game.
But
and those are artificially made.
That's the problem. Right? But my point is like in a Dark Souls game, for example, if you're going up against a boss, and they've got a crazy combo.
And they have a crazy combo. Yes.
You learn the combos, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You learn those combos. They have, let's say, 100,000 health, and you can whittle away at it like 100 health, 200 health, whatever. I don't know what the power percentages are for their health and everything. Mm-hmm. You got armor and everything else to add into that, whatever.
Yeah.
Let's say they have 100,000 health, and you're going in. You're like, okay, I'm dodging this. I'm gonna hit this. I'm gonna bounce around behind him on this. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. You're doing all the right things. What if they give him 1,000,000 health instead of 100,000 health? A boss you'd expect would have a lot more health.
Yeah.
But they hit 1,000,000 times harder. So if you miss one of your rotations, you'll get punished for a lot more. That's a rotation issue, which is a skill issue.
Mm-hmm.
But instead of them relying on some artificial thing, like an animation lock, you could be like, oh, I can, because we know games exist with fluid behaviors. They exist.
So they're on another artificial thing, which is more health or hitting harder.
But that's what I'm saying, is that you increase the difficulty because, like, okay, if you have 3 bosses, 3 different difficulties, the same boss, but it's 3 different versions of him, 100,000 health, 1,000,000 health, and 1,000,000,000 health. You increase the health to make it harder to kill because it takes more effort. You have to be smarter about what you're doing. You have to land critical combos. You have to hit in weak points when they appear. That's skill. To hit those things and time it properly.
It's a different skill.
It's
no,
skill.
it's just skill.
It's just skill.
It's a different skill. It's skill. Manipulating.
What other skill is there?
Manipulating the game is the skill. Whether you're manipulating animation locks,
on a soccer field and I kick the ball and they block it, but I pick it.
But you're controlling your character, and
that's
the skill is
not you with a controller.
Making sure your character does as you intended to do.
It's not the same.
If you're telling your character do this thing and they don't do that thing, that's not skill. That's lack of skill.
No, the skill is manipulating the environment in the game.
Okay. How are you going to manipulate an animation lock?
By knowing when it applies and doesn't and working around it.
Yes, but what I'm saying is that instead of you killing them out of actual skill of finding weak points, I don't think Dark Souls does this, but if you were like find a little writing on the ground where the little light up writings and it says aim for the gut or aim for the right leg of this boss.
No, there are weak points.
Well,
you can.
I haven't played Elden Ring yet. I was interested, but I haven't played it yet. But if they do that type of thing, right? You go in, you're like, oh, there's a weak point. Skill is abusing that weak point. That's what skill is. Doing it without dying is a much higher level of skill.
Skill is manipulating the controller in front of you to win the game.
Yes,
well,
but
that's just reaction times. That's not skill.
Why is it, for example, bad to say, oh, if I click on the attack button, my character attacks?
Yeah.
Why is that not a good thing?
Are you asking Matt that, I'm assuming?
I'm asking you.
Me?
Because it's an animation to attack.
No. An animation locks when it happens after a certain point. Like if you're at the beginning and you have it, like if you draw your sword to attack, like it's a fluid motion attack, but you draw your sword and you instead block with it. You're It's called. There's a whole bunch of things called attack animation cancellations. So you cancel an animation, but you still get in the ready position. It puts you into the. That's how skill is used. You cancel one animation to put you ready in another animation faster than if you were to just do it the other way. So the skill is you manipulate it, but you're not You're manipulating within the reasonable bounds that your character is capable of doing. You're not causing your arm to fly off, spin around, and backstab.
Those reasonable bounds are artificial.
And also dependent on interpretation of
because your character would
makes
actually
sense.
be able to do them if they were real.
No, they wouldn't, because that character is not real. They can't do anything in real life.
I'm saying if they are real, if they were right next to me right now, and his name was Fred. Hi, Fred.
He wouldn't be able to do any of that.
Why would he be able to pull his sword out and then block with it?
Because
because
in the real world,
you don't pull out the sword,
don't
you
exist.
just have it in your hand and you do an
attack. That's how samurai block things. They would pull their sword out and block right in the middle of it.
Yes.
Like that's how they blocked. That's not an unreasonable thing, but they can also.
It's not the only way they block.
That's a particular technique that they can apply in certain circumstances.
From the scabbard, that's how they blocked. They would pull out.
That's a particular technique they applied in certain circumstances. Not all samurai were skilled
at them, and they're
not all samurai were skilled enough to do that.
See,
I'm not saying
there is an issue here with
you, the player, are the skill.
You wanting everything fully simulated in a game versus simplicity of design.
I'm saying that there's an animation cancelization. If you have the ability to cancel an animation, that's good, because not every animation should be a lock. Now, if you go so far into it, if you're 99% of the way done with it, yes, you're locked into it because you're 99% of the way through.
But see, the issue there, I think, should more be about. It's not so much that the animation is the problem, but if you were
animation locking, it's
sure,
unable to change.
Those animation locks.
Say you do an attack, right? And oh no, it should actually be a block right in the first millisecond of the attack, right? Then
should
the
you be
problem
able to change a gut punch to an uppercut?
Probably.
They're the same motion.
If you have, say, both of those
obviously. If you had to have
options,
yes.
Right?
Yes. Well, like, if I can punch you in the gut or I can punch you up, the only difference is the motion from where my fist ends changes to go up. But it's the same motion. So in animation locking, what it would do is if it was animated lock and I punched your gut, but I was trying to feint you, which is a skill. If I was trying to feint you by thinking you were in your gut, you'd block low. Instead, I go up and change to an uppercut. You left your chin open, and then I hit you, and then you get knocked out.
What you're like not accepting is those animation locks were features of those games put in so players could exploit them.
Well, I don't know if there's so much that as in the old days they didn't have.
No, that is it. In the old days when I was like 5 and Street Fighter 1 was around. No, there were games like Street Fighter 1 which had 2 buttons and Karate Fighter had 2 buttons. Yes, that was when they were just accidents or glitches. When they made Street Fighter 2 and Mortal Kombat, it had more buttons, and these animation locks started popping up and players started using them. The coders of the game said, "Wait a minute, players like this stuff. We're going to put these all over the place so they can hit fatalities, hit special triple uppercuts, and can have Chun-Li and Vega fighting off the screen on out of sight and all sorts of crazy stuff." In those games, they put them in on purpose for that reason.
Yeah, and then you're like, "Hey, I'd like to have a semi-realistic fighting game." Where
you would, maybe you would.
No. I'm saying a group of people. I'm not saying Street Fighter has to go change everything.
Yeah, but see, this is a problem of abstraction, right?
No. Matt literally just said they put this in on purpose.
That's okay, fair. But Matt's arguing a different point than me, so it's a bit awkward since it's three-way here.
Well, it's better for a free-for-all.
Well,
but Matt's saying they put this in deliberately. My point is that's artificial difficulty. They made it more difficult than it had to be because somebody wanted.
No, they made it differently difficult.
Well, every form of artificial difficulty is artificially differently difficult. They're all different ways to make things difficult. That's obvious.
There are other games, like you said, Super Smash Brothers, which I personally never enjoyed, that had
because they don't have those gimmicks that you can abuse. Yes.
Well, there's other reasons.
But there are other skills that you can abuse, but depending on who you're playing, to do the same thing. You want to lock somebody? There's ways to do that. But it's much more difficult because people.
No, it's just differently difficult. It's just differently difficult.
But difficulties are like easy and normal are not the same difficulty.
You have the same basic game control for all of these games. There's only so much you can do with that game control.
But what I'm saying is if you're playing easy and you're fighting an easy boss, blah, 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 and then all of a sudden the game glitches out and now you're playing extreme level difficulty and you're just getting obliterated, it's artificially and 9 times out of 10 created that way by the devs, not in a situation in which it naturally occurs. A natural difficulty is like, I've got all the good gear, I'm all this.
There's see, this is where we're conflicting, okay? There is no natural difficulty in the game. It's all artificial. It's a created story.
You going up against level 50 as a level 1 isn't naturally difficult?
But if you go up to as a level 1 against a level 1, that's also not naturally difficult because
they could be a fast little bugger that tries to knife you in the guts.
Yeah, but that's not that difficulty. The fastness of that character is artificial by nature.
The 1,000 level 1 gnomes taking down a level 70 Tauren.
Yeah, but that's artificial attribute.
If you go into D&D and you pick a ranger and you go max dexterity as much as you can, you should be evading most things, and you should be doing with dexterity weapons a lot more damage than most other things.
Unless you roll a 1.
Unless you roll, yes. But my point is that in this case, the game is treating it like you're always rolling a 1. It's like,
but that's not natural still.
Exactly. It's artificial. The game.
It's all
This mechanic, rolling a 1, that's a mechanic.
Is artificial.
Is artificial difficult.
The mechanic itself.
If you went without the dice rolling and you went just purely off of like Divinity,
then it's still artificial because
no, because like
you
Divinity
artificially get to set your attributes.
Well, you set your attributes based off of leveling up. You choose
which is artificial.
But the devs
why is there a level up system? It's not natural.
That's not what natural and artificial means.
Then what do you mean?
Means created by man.
I'm saying an artificial. So, like for example, the difference in D&D where you roll a die versus like Baldur's Gate 3, you can roll a die.
Okay, but the enemies have a specific amount of HP.
I know. Hold on, but that's what I'm saying. Is the HP can be modified where it's not going to change. Like every player can equally come up
HP
with
is
stuff.
natural versus
Which
an artificial. Which number of HP for an enemy is natural rather than artificially boosted or
HP
deflated?
does not limit you in any shape or form.
It does.
It doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
It limits you by not allowing you to get hit multiple times.
No. I'm talking about the enemy. I thought we were talking about enemy HP. Your HP is going to be based upon your level, because even in games like Elden Ring, you're going to have a level of sorts. You have to get higher points.
But
to get things.
This is enemies, right?
Let me explain my thing earlier. Baldur's Gate 3, when you do something, they'll roll a dice on the screen, digital dice, but they roll a dice, and then they add that plus your attributes. Well, in Divinity 2 Original Sin, they don't roll the dice. You have 3 points into persuasion, got 3 persuasion. So you when you go to somebody and talk to somebody you never talked to, you don't know what their persuasion is. The difficulty is, did you put enough into persuasion? That's not
but see,
it's a flat difficulty. It doesn't change. If your difficulty
right now
or higher, you can pass that quest.
You have the problem that you need to roll a certain thing, right? You have how many points of stuff do you have versus the enemy, right? So say
there's stats like armor. There's stats about their evade.
Yeah, but the stats like armor. At what point do you say, oh, this is the natural difficulty level, and if it has one more, it's artificially increased.
When I'm saying natural, I'm not saying the base. That's not what I'm saying. Natural is not base.
No, but
natural means you don't have to create an AI that cheats to win. They can just win because they're smart. They win because they'll be better at their thing.
Yeah, but that's only the case if they're exactly the same as you.
Have you played Age of Empires 2?
I have not.
You call yourself a gamer? Psh, amateur. So, have you played an RTS ever? StarCraft?
Yeah.
Warcraft 3, whatever? You played something like that?
Okay. Yeah. I know how they work.
You
just haven't played specifically.
Then you know what an artificial difficulty is, because they make
you get
high
extra
difficulty. They give them cheating abilities. They already are ridiculously powerful because they don't operate.
Yeah, I know that, but why is the regular difficulty?
You give them extra resources. That's an artificial difficulty. You're not letting them become better. You're making them better already. Making somebody better is artificial difficulty. Letting them become better is natural difficulty.
Yes.
For example, let's say you like an anime where you fight your arch nemesis multiple times, or Batman.
No, but see,
Batman and Joker. If Joker
why is it?
Comes back
for
later
example,
on, he's naturally stronger. He's not.
I get that. Yes, but say you increase HP by 50%. That's an artificial difficulty increase, right?
Well,
enemy HP gets 50% more.
You have a base, though. That's my point.
Yeah, you have a base.
You don't have a base. Base would be artificial according to your logic.
Yeah.
But it's not, because you have to have HP in order to take damage.
Yeah. But why is the base the base?
Because the base, your health pool and an enemy's health pool can be based, pun intended, on multiple different things. Your health pool is based upon levels. As you level up, you get 10 health, 12 health, 20 health, whatever. That has to be set because it's a mechanic. It's
but see, this is, we go back to why is it so that if you choose a specific base, that then increasing it afterwards is artificial difficulty.
Why do games have
rather than what would have happened had they initially had that higher level HP?
You'd have a different type of game in quality. Because why do games have balance patches? Because something was a little bit too strong or too weak. Something else had to be raised or had to be lowered. An item was too powerful.
But that's all artificially decided. Because someone decided that this enemy, for example, should be...
Artificial decisions are not a problem. Artificial difficulty. They're deciding to make an artificial, non-real, non-physical world of digits.
But you have to give the enemy a specific amount of HP.
I know. So that's why they have beta tests. So you go to a beta test and you say, try this out. Let us know how it plays.
But what makes the the natural HP, let's say, how do you decide that?
You pick an arbitrary
point. It's arbitrarily decided. But
it's arbitrary based upon all the mechanics, because all the mechanics are how much can this weapon do damage, how much does their armor counter that, how much life how many hits can you take before you fail, how much mana can you use in order to get it, or skill or stamina, whatever you want to
Yeah.
how many ability skills.
I get that, but why is it?
All of those come into play, because what happens when you run out of everything? You run out of your magic, you run out of your stamina, you all only have one hit point left, and you haven't made a scratch into them.
Yeah, no, but that's the extreme, right? That's the extreme.
Well, that depends. Is that not the normal for certain cases? There's a reason Souls games are very niche market. But my point is that Elden Ring supposedly opened it. They broadened it by bringing in the downtone on certain things, but allowed more crazy stuff. So they can still balance match to this day.
Not entirely sure what you mean with that specifically.
Well, they have a magic build where you can get like these ginormous metal balls. And you can get like 10 of them, and you just throw them at your boss, and you kill the boss in one hit.
Yeah.
You can summon a whole bunch of like crossbow turret things or ballistic turrets.
No, but see, my point is that
that's artificial easiness as opposed to artificial difficulty. Like you're making the game.
Yeah, but say you have a weapon that does 6 damage, right? That's as an example, randomly. Okay. You hit, it always does 6 damage.
No,
the enemy,
because they have their armor as well.
Example. This is an example.
Okay.
In this case, the weapon does 6 damage upon hit.
They take 6 damage. Yes.
Yeah.
They don't have armor.
They don't have armor. What would be the problem? Let's say, why would it be? Say, if I said the enemy has 20 HP, so with 6 damage, you need to hit it 4 times for it to die, right?
There's nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that.
But
if I then say I make the game a bit more difficult by giving them 50% extra health, so they now have 30 HP.
They're harder to kill. You have to be careful about them, which is where the skill comes into place. That's not artificial difficulty.
That's not then what is artificial difficulty? Because
that's what I was trying to explain is that when you have something like, have you seen when they do the things like the stabs or the swipes, and they're like these really sluggish movements you're making them do when a person who's holding that weapon, let alone somebody with magic who can make the weapon lighter, isn't going to be sluggish like that. You're forcing the player to be sluggish and say, play at a sluggish pace, but we're going to punish you exponentially for that because we're not going to have sluggish bosses. We're going to have insanely fast and hit hard bosses to do this. So you're artificially making the player, instead of relying on the player's ability to control their character, you're making them do something that they don't necessarily want to.
But that's the trade-off, right? Because you have...
Well, it's not really a trade-off. It's an additional. But like, imagine a game where you run and then you stop running.
Quick weapons that do little damage versus slower weapons that do much more damage.
I'm not disagreeing with that. But I'm
would
saying...
Would that be artificial difficulty, or would it simply be a reasonable balance?
That would depend on you. If you have a high strength, then it shouldn't exist as a slow. It should exist as... It's a paperweight in your hand. It's nothing. Like, for example, if you have a character, there's a couple different kinds of games. There's 3 types of games I can think off the top of my head that are the same concept. When you're running near a cliff and you stop, and your character just goes and they just stop. It's artificial easiness because they stop there. There's no physics. There's no motion. There's no basic stuff.
But is that artificial easiness or just convenient movements?
Well, it's lack of depth and mechanics and stuff. But that's a But when
is that artificial easiness or just abstract gameplay?
Well, it's artificial easiness in the hindsight because they don't really make that in games anymore. That's like an old original like RuneScape or something. When games didn't have physics motion. Welcome back. When games didn't have physics, your character would just stop as soon as you let go of the controller, which is fine. They have the games that when you stop, your character would keep moving forward. Assassin's Creed has this problem all the time. Where you're like and you like it seems a little excessive. Like I get that I'd be moving forward, but I shouldn't be moving forward to that extent. Or if I'm trying to change direction, I should plant my foot and then change direction. Instead, they're like they have this weird little round thing instead because the way they designed the controls that way.
Yeah.
Then you have the third one, which is in between both of those. It's not excessive, but it's not immediate. So it gives you more of like, if you're sprinting, your range will move you faster. If you're not sprinting, you're just jogging, it's not going to keep you moving forward excessively. Like there's a balance in between it because they fine tune your movements to do so. when they make you excessive in a game that's difficult, it's because now you have to be extra careful on your movement. But now you can't get in there because you're going to get hit because you're not going to be able to stop. Or if the boss moves, you go flying off of the edge of a cliff. That's not difficulty.
But is it also artificial difficulty if all the enemies have the same problem?
They never do.
No, but hypothetically, if they do.
Well, if they did, they wouldn't be a difficult thing. You just push them off the edge every single time.
Yeah, okay.
I understand they do that. But in games like when I play Guild Wars 2 online, Guild Wars 2, it's an online MMO. When I play it, you can't blast somebody. Like, you can have knockbacks. You can't knock somebody over an edge. It's artificially preventing me from doing that. It would take a ton of damage if they did, because my skills and my actual skill, like there's in-game skills.
Yeah, but then you just had to develop the skill to work around that.
But that's a gimmick, right?
It's a gimmick because they put in the
but it would be a gimmick if you push them off.
But no, because I can go off the edge.
Oh, you can go off the edge.
They can knock me off the edge and I can die, but I can't knock them off the edge.
I'll give you an example. Like in World of Warcraft.
Right. So we're not talking player versus player, but player versus NPC or what?
Environment, yes. I can knock players off the edges. I can't play. I can't knock enemies. So, like, if you're fighting a raid boss, you can't knock them off of a platform. Legendaries, you can't move them. They're completely immune to instability. Like, you can't move them, knock them down, or anything without their CC bar. The CC bar disables them. It doesn't move them.
You're a spring child there with that raid bosses not being knocked off the platform. The number of exploits that have been built into games the best one ever. So it was in World of Warcraft, the Burning Crusade. There was a boss, Doomwalker, I think he was called. So you'd go into his room, right? And then he was surrounded by a bunch of mobs that you had to kill, like his guardians. But if you brought priests with you, you could mind control the engineers, kill the rest of them, and have your 7 engineers lob hand grenade at Doomwalker and kill him in 2 seconds flat. That was the fastest patch in World of Warcraft history. Like less than 20 minutes, and they patched it.
That's because the artificial difficulty became artificial easiness, and they didn't want that in the game.
Then there was when the raid boss, you could kite out of the instance to Stormwind.
Have you ever had anybody in World of Warcraft go, "That's not fair," and then they had to fix something for it?
No, we enjoyed that shit. That strange stuff.
Enjoyed that. There's 19 million other players that not all of
the 19 million of us who play at its peak. Like for example, when they
I'm not talking about you throwing grenades. I'm talking about when it was bad against you, where you enter the room, the boss insta kills you. Did you ever complain about that as a bug?
Not as a bug, because that rarely happens. Well, the only time it happens
is a room with a boss and you instantly die before you can do
all the time.
That's a bug.
If your tank missed the first aggro gain, everyone died in 3 seconds.
But that's a mechanic thing. That's
an artificial mechanic. Yeah.
Well, I'm saying if your tank put one pinky toe into that room and just dropped dead before any aggro, before he's even in range.
Usually they fix that stuff in beta. That never is alive.
But people would complain about it. It's not a bug. It's a feature. Then all of a sudden doesn't apply magically. My point is that when they do stuff, they don't want you to win easy, and you don't want to make it super and crazy insane difficult.
Right, but you also don't want to be able to win easy, because then there's no challenge to the game.
But like if you're playing like there's Doom, one of the
that's the thing is.
But my point is that there's a guy that if you fight him, he's difficult. His mechanic rotation is difficult. If so many people die in the group, like you have 10 people in the raid, if 3 of them die and you have 7 people, but you have 8 areas that have to be covered, it's really difficult to cover that, because then you have to have a person who can port to both places, cover that. You get to 4 people, and then you don't have anybody in there, you lose. You just can't finish the mechanic aspect. That's not artificial difficulty. That's a mechanic. That's perfectly fine. If you have a tank that says, "Come over here, big boy, I'm going to take you on," and pulls them off of everybody else, that's a mechanic. That's perfectly fine. But if you have it to where that tank can no longer do anything, like he can't even hit his skill again because he now has that one aggro, it doesn't make sense. It's like, well, why couldn't he just use other skills while he's aggroing? Because you can verbally, like, was it a Vicious Mockery from D&D, where you just like, "Yeah, but that was a hamster." You can do that while swinging a sword. Like,
Interesting Vicious Mockery.
Well, not to get into the vagaries of threat mechanic, because you modern WoW players have no idea what they are. Because
I'm not a WoW player, so I'm not.
I'm talking to the audience. I'm talking to the audience, the 3 people who will watch this eventually.
How many of them are WoW players?
Yeah. Basically, because tanking was hard, I did air quotes there. 2 or 3 expansions ago, they eliminated threat mechanics. So as long as the tank hit them first, they couldn't lose aggro. Couldn't. The tank could just stand there and just hit /dance for the entire fight, and they couldn't because basically they
easy boss. That ain't a hard boss.
Well, no, because I mean I get what you're saying, but there's a lot of us stopped tanking because they made. I'll put it this way: at the peak of the game, which was Wrath of the Lich King, right? The mechanics of WoW were perfect. There's no need to change it. But
Blizzard kept good things about Wrath of the Lich King.
Yeah, Blizzard kept after that started to change it because they kept homogenizing the classes because like I know Paladin tank. Well,
because
fighter
nothing
tanks were a little
good
weak.
lasts forever.
Well, if they had just tweaked the Wrath of the Lich King mechanics to fix warrior tanks,
I cannot die.
Never bother inventing the stupid monks. Basically, I don't want to get lost in WoW history. Like I said, if they had made all the expansions under Wrath of the Lich King rules, they'd still have 15 million players.
Probably.
Could be.
They made bad decisions. But then when they make those changes, I would submit to you that the first thing you should be able to say to the people who complain about how the changes are done is just like, well, that's the way the game is. Why don't you just stay here then? Like, go play something else.
Well, that's what saved the years. I only quit WoW because of the Hong Kong situation, not because of the mechanics.
One, I'm saying, but that's you. That's a you problem. I'm saying in the difficulty from the objective standpoint,
game is fun. You have play it simple, right?
Well, yeah, that's the way to look at it. But my point is that it's the fact that we have in the entirety of the games industry. I'm not pointing at just fighting games. I'm not pointing at Street Fighter or anything. In the entirety of the game industry, we have a ton of bad games.
Yeah,
it's well known. That's
natural.
It's not natural.
But everyone will disagree about what the bad games are.
Because the majority of businesses always fail. That's nature.
Well, yeah, but they're not failing. That's the problem. They're still big because of normies and whales. But here's the point.
No, there's games like that. But
fail by default. Businesses are supposed to adapt, but then you have other rules. Like in a free market society, we have you open a shop across the street from me. I have to adapt to you. You have to adapt to me, to whoever's doing better. That's why it becomes better for the consumer, because your prices have to go down. Because if you raise your prices, but my prices are better than yours, why would they go to you? Your business will be the one that fails, not mine. That's how it works. So it works the same way in the video game industry if it was an even industry. But the problem is because video game industry is split into a very expensive area. $4 million is probably not enough money to start a game. Big, like a bigger game on the level like an MMO or something. You're not $4 million going to cut it because it's time, it's money, it's
also expertise.
You have to pay for so many things. You don't just get to make the programmers and program it. You have to pay the artists. You got to pay the sound people,
writers as well. Though
you have to pay the writers.
You
got to pay the creative team. You've got to pay. You got to pay the publishers. You got to pay like a whole bunch of things, like all of this. And Bellular News talks about this all the time. We're like, what you're getting.
Well,
the Unity disaster is causing it. But
video games
getting in money isn't what you're actually making in money. You have to pay for everything. But because video games is unique, where you pay in the rears, you don't pay in the front, or you have to pay in the front, but your profits in the rear. Like by a long shot. Like you're paying 6 years of losing money to pay for a development of a game. And
then hope it pays off. Yeah.
Now,
video games
where you're like, I'll pay you guys when the game comes out and it does well, based upon the percentages or whatever. No one would make it because I'm not going to give you years of my life to not get paid. No, that's the way the market is. So the video game is a very strange industry for a free market because in this case you have games like Valheim. One dude makes that whole thing. It becomes the bestseller for like months on end, and people play the snot out of it. He makes millions off of that, hires developers to help him continue developing it because it was an early access. Continues and continues. He gets bigger because of all of what he did by himself, but it took him a long time to do what he was doing. So now, if you can do that, if I could just get 6 people together and we say we have all the expertise we need to make a full game, and we just sat down and made the game, and we can make millions off of it. And game companies like I think it was Iron Gate was the one who made
Iron Gate made Valheim, yeah.
Valheim, yeah. And I don't think they published it. I think somebody else published it, but Humble Bundle. No, it was a Humble Bundle. That's Temtem.
Sure.
Was Humble Bundle. But Temtem also was made by Humble Bundle. But if you have, or no, they weren't made by Humble Bundle. They were published. But like, if you have companies that can come out and become successful like that, the bigger companies have competition. It's now there's an imbalance now in the gaming industry. That's why when you have good games,
it also doesn't help that they that there's a massive delay in development until you actually sell the game, so you don't know if there's a change that you needed to adapt to 6 years ago.
Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 is a perfect example because it took 6 years to make that game. Baldur's Gate 3 is the complete package.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe they'll add a DLC later on. I don't know, but they'll make that a complete package too. But if Baldur's Gate 3 comes out,
Unity problems exist right now, so.
Well, apparently they fixed that. I don't know if they just walked back on Unity or whatever. I don't know.
The reality is that video games got hurt by the same thing
they have.
The movie industry got hit by TV and everything. Back in the 90s, all this
there's the SAG-AFTRA voice actors are doing a strike against the video game industry.
Great.
Because video games were just like, definitely the place you want to hit that in the gut.
Mm-hmm.
Because when I see a strike, I'm seeing like, okay, you're not getting a business job here. You're not getting a job here. You're not getting a job. Like, I'm just going to point out all the people who are going to be like, screw you. I'm like, okay, then I'm not going to give you guys a job. I'm going to go over to somebody else and give them a job.
Yeah, just find some random person on the streets. They're probably...
They call them scabs. And I'm sitting here like, I called them hired, but okay.
Exactly.
I mean...
Anyway,
I'm not saying you should strike for any reason whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
But
it is getting quite late.
No, it isn't.
Yeah.
It's still early. It's like 11 o'clock in the afternoon. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but I'm like
he's on
in the
planet
future,
Europe.
right?
It's almost 5 o'clock.
Yeah, he's on planet
I'm in
Europe.
the future.
Exactly.
But anyway, my finalizing remark is that basically we can see artificial difficulty just like we can see bad writing, we can see poor acting skills, poor directing skills, poor lighting, poor cinematography. It exists. Whether or not you enjoy it is completely irrelevant. If it's in Street Fighter and you like it, that's fine. I'm not going to say cancel Street Fighter, but I am saying it does exist. I'm saying good games, like objectively fantastic games, like well done games like Baldur's Gate 3 or something like that nature, have, well, they're turn-based, so you don't have to worry about the skill in that regard.
Yeah, turn-based is much more easier to handle.
It's easier to work in that regard. But if you make other games that have those similar types of things, but they react better, because that's just the way it's programmed to react at your speed. Call of Duty typically reacts when you pull the trigger on your controller, it pulls the trigger in the game. If you had a delay and you got killed first, you'd be kind of pissed off because you can't shoot. You can't start shooting and give away your position before somebody comes around the corner just to be able to shoot them first. There's limitations on the game. So artificial difficulty comes in when they screw you over in that regard. Lag is not artificial difficulty because that's your own fault for your own internet or somebody else's internet.
Well, is it your fault if your internet in your country is shit, for example? I don't know.
Yes, because you could move. Or buy better internet. I don't know what to tell you. But it is the fault of the company when the servers are lagging.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's different. That's not artificial difficulty. That's just stupid business practices. But in that regard, like it's just how everything can be critiqued. We critique it based off of a standard. If you like a gimmick, that's fine. They have games that are gimmick games. They're specifically designed for people who like gimmick games. That's fine. But if I'm like, I want a fighter game that does these things and these ones aren't, you could make a gimmick version of the same game that you make a flexible version of the game. You don't have to have it be artificial difficulty. That's my point.
Then you need to convince them that that's profitable, and they never thought that was profitable.
But as long as normies outnumber us, we will never be.
Yeah, that will never happen.
That's the problem. It's not us that has to convince them. It's we have to convince the normies to not
I just think there are separate types of video games, like ones with different types of gimmicks. It's all gimmicks to me. Whether they're simulator games or not, it's all artificial human creation. And with luck,
that wasn't the term I was using. Artificial was my point. I wasn't using artificial as in it's digital, therefore it's not real. I wasn't using that. I was saying artificial in the terms of they added something a specific way to make it difficult unnaturally.
And my kind of position is that
or has more minions, which means you have to kill more people. My point was that they had to do something outside of what you would expect to see. If I have a boss with 2 minions, I expect a higher difficulty to have 8 minions, and they each hit harder. That's what I would expect. That's natural difficulty. That's not artificial difficulty. It's expected. But if it's the mechanics are now against me, then that's artificial difficulty.
And my final statement on that would be artificial difficulty is anything inside an artificial construct. Natural difficulty is only something that could occur in the real world. So that's the way I would look at it.
So you're saying Dark Souls games aren't difficult?
Well, I mean, I don't consider them too difficult.
Yeah, my cousin played Dark Souls. He thought they were laughably easy.
If you put a normie on that game, are they going to be able?
Yeah, no, they won't be able to do it because it's a skill issue.
It's a skill.
Well, that's why they have the easy modes, you know.
But is it artificial
Dark Souls
skill?
doesn't have
Are you not actually skilled at the game because it's an artificial thing, therefore it doesn't actually exist? It's not the real world. Your skills mean nothing.
Your skills in the game.
Well, my skills in the game do not translate into the real world. No, so yeah.
Your skills in a non. Actually, that's not true. Video gamers have better hand-eye coordination.
True. Yeah, I mean, Dark Souls is.
But that's not a skill in the. That's not a
Dark
skill
Souls
in
is
the game.
primarily a pattern recognition and
it's a
planning game, right?
Well,
the improvements to your hand-eye coordination occur in the real world as you manipulate the video game in the real world.
True.
My hand-eye coordination to catch a ball in sports or to
that doesn't
in the forest increased higher than that of a person who
because you're manipulating a keyboard or a joystick, not because you're capable of kung fu blocking in a video game.
Hand-eye coordination is your ability to use your hands at the speed at which you can recognize and see things. That's all it is. You can do that in the real world or in the virtual world. That
improves by using the keyboard or the joystick, not by what happens in the game.
No, but what happens in the game is what you're mentally. You don't just randomly click buttons on your keyboard. You don't randomly click buttons on your
that would be
controller.
silly.
You have to, I need to block this ability. Click this button.
Yeah. But what Matt's meaning here
but now you have to do it at the speed at which.
And you could gain equal hand-eye coordination by just lifting a soda bottle at a certain rate and in certain patterns. You can training hand-eye coordination is a function of.
No, it's also muscle memory because you need to make specific.
Think of magicians. Think of the hand-eye coordination magicians have. Some who've never played video games, but have the greatest hand-eye coordination humanly possible.
I'm not saying hand-eye coordination is exclusive to video games. Don't get me wrong.
No.
I'm saying
it just is one way to do it.
Games have a higher chance of teaching themselves better hand-eye coordination.
But
I know this.
That alone won't make you good at, for example, catching balls because that's a different movement most of the time.
Okay, so if you manipulate the mouse to catch balls in a video game,
if you can shoot an arrow in a game and I block with my shield. Even if I'm pushing a button, I'm recognizing now's the time to act.
Yeah.
This is when I have to do it.
But that doesn't mean you can make that same movement.
I'm not saying the same movement. I'm not saying
another movement.
It's the same as raising a shield. I'm saying
your reaction speed increases.
Yes, that's your hand-eye.
But your muscles might not necessarily be able to keep up with it.
I know you still have to be good at you don't just go out and shoot an arrow. Somebody shoot an arrow and you just snatch it out of the air because video games. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, no,
that's.
I don't know what the argument was anymore, but
my argument.
It's one of our never-ending videos where we're harping on small points just to keep it going.
Yeah,
basically, this is the important stuff. This is the stuff that is entertaining and intriguing. Not
exactly.
That stupid
Who cares about those first 1 and 50 minutes?
2 hours. But yeah, hand-eye coordination is literally just.
You should put a timestamp. Put one timestamp called the good stuff. Like the good stuff with 2 hours and 5 minutes or whatever.
If you want to skip the movie review and get to the good stuff, this is the part you got.
1 hour, 51 minutes.
Well, put 3 of them. Put 205, good stuff, Pokemon. 3 hours, good stuff, game artifacts, And then 4 hours, 15 minutes, good stuff, hand-eye coordination.
Yeah, but my point is that hand-eye coordination is your ability to react with your body. But what you do in reaction in the real world is you still have to practice in the real world.
Yeah, exactly.
You have to practice with the keyboard. or the controller. But I can also do the same thing with a controller that I can do with the keyboard, even though they're different types of muscle memories. I'm not holding it like this. I'm holding it like this.
They're but you do need to train those specifically.
Well, I'm training with the game, so I remember.
But you do not gain gain the skill in the game. Like
I'm paying attention to the cues. I'm paying attention to what
but using a different controller, you'll have to learn how to use the controller again.
Well, if you already know how to use a controller, same way you know how to use.
But that's only if the controller has the same buttons set up, right? Or at least buttons in similar places.
Sometimes, unless you're playing.
Going from mouse and keyboard, for example. Going from mouse and keyboard to a PlayStation controller, for example, you won't be able to do the same.
PlayStation's got freaking weird controllers.
Well, okay, fair. Xbox controller doesn't matter. A controller that's not the same as a keyboard, right?
Good stuff. 4 minutes 19 seconds. Xbox controller.
You would need to relearn how to.
Reaction time better with Xbox than PlayStation.
The input that you put into your keyboard is different from the input you put into a controller.
What would happen if you did a full like temporal sync where all you had to do is wear a headpiece that basically reacted on your impulses and your reactions?
Yeah, but then you don't need your hands, so that's perfectly reasonable.
What I'm saying is that when your ability to push a button at the right time, at the right place, in the right way, doing the right stuff simultaneously is a reactionary thing.
Not entirely.
You're telling me that if you know I need to push button to block now, but you remove the need to push the button,
let's keep it simple and straightforward.
For example, let's say Assassin's Creed, right? I can play it on my mouse and keyboard.
Because some of those are bad.
It doesn't matter. If I use a mouse and keyboard, I have much better control than when I use a controller because I never use controllers.
A mouse is
can't control it as well.
Precision oriented over a controller in general. It's precision based.
No, but even if I switch to controller, the controls are different.
Yes.
So I need to relearn the muscle memory to press the correct buttons.
If you know that the trigger
accurately
is
and fast.
In all shooting games, you know this is always going to be your shoot.
Well, I don't know that because I never use controllers.
I'm saying if you're playing Call of Duty on PlayStation, would never be on Switch, but on Xbox or on PC, if you use a controller for any of those, this is always your fire.
Well,
you have to relearn where that is. That's where it is.
No, but if you've never used a controller like that before, you need to relearn.
Yes, but if you've never used a keyboard and mouse before, you got to do the same thing.
What is the point of using a controller
playing a game on keyboard and mouse,
because some games are just more.
And then playing the same game on a controller won't translate into equal proficiency in the game.
If you are familiar with the game and you are I'm familiar with controllers and keyboards, so either way, I'm probably fine.
If you're only familiar with one of the two, you still need to practice using a controller to get to the same level of proficiency that you had with the keyboard.
Yeah, but my point to hand-eye coordination in the real world, I played sports most of my life, and I'm still moderately decent at them. I have a lot of muscle memory from playing lots and lots and lots of soccer, 14 years of soccer. But I can be my muscle memory helps me in certain areas. It won't help me with my hands.
Okay, I'll give you
soccer will not help me with my hands, right? I'm not a goalie. I played goalie when I was 4, but I'm not a goalie. So my ability to block balls, whether somebody's kicking the soccer ball, throwing me a basketball, a baseball, whatever it is, isn't based upon my skill with soccer. It's because 1, you got to practice, but 2, my ability to react to things is higher because my processing ability is higher because
that's not the only thing that matters.
I'm not saying it's the only thing. I'm saying my ability to kick a ball.
It not being the only thing is my entire point why switching to different controller setup
there's things like
is
practice
relevant.
And things like that. I know. But I'm saying that a controller is just the means in which you enact a skill. We're not talking about whether or not you know which button does what. We're talking about once you know what the button does, how fast can you react? That's what we're talking about. So if you know that the A button opens a door and you know that the enter button or the F button on a keyboard opens a door, you can react the same way. So somebody's chasing you, you open the door really quick and keep running through it.
No, but there is a delay because if you know the keyboard, because you've always used it, then you know exactly the movement you need to make with your hand almost instinctively to press a specific button.
Yes. But
you don't have that once you switch over until you
still
learn.
have to learn a controller, just like you had to learn the keyboard.
But say even if you know where the buttons are and have never used it, know what all the buttons do still, you would need to still practice to make your hands able to move as fast in the correct way to press all the buttons.
Yeah. Well, like I have a 12-button mouse for my MMOs or for whatever else I play that I need to hit those buttons because I have them numbered in whatever games I'm playing.
Me with this mouse here, which doesn't have any buttons on the side, right? I have no practice with using my thumb to press buttons on the side, right?
I didn't either until I bought one.
Yeah, but you learn that. You need to learn.
I'm familiar. Well, yeah, I had to learn how to do it. But my point is that my skill in being able to do it in this video game is greater than some people who have skill with this mouse and have had it longer than me because of certain other things I've learned, my experience in other areas.
Sure.
So what my point was is that hand-eye coordination from video game players is higher than those that don't play video games and don't do those muscle memory things. That's a scientific study.
But that's only when you compare regarding untrained,
because that's what it is.
Yeah. Okay. So reaction times only, but in real life, all outside influence needs to be exterminated from that test, and thus you need to have a similar training level in the action you're
like
trying to do.
Being able to dodge a punch for somebody who just kind of like what they get hit. So one of those does not have a good reaction time like the other one.
Yeah, okay, but that's different because there's no actual movement involved that you need to do. Other than recognizing,
you have to dodge. Like it depends on what you're getting from what angle, from where reaction happens in a 360 in a real 3D world. Like, I mean, it could be in a 4D world.
So in real life,
but say someone has shitty reaction time, but has practiced all. Yeah, sure, but they have practiced all their life with how to catch a ball that comes at them, right? But they still have shitty reaction time. You with super good reaction time probably. Well, who would be better at catching the ball is questionable, even though you might have a better reaction time. The other one has the experience of dealing with it.
Both catch a ball, but then you shoot 2 balls at them. Which one's going to be able to handle both balls? The person with a better reaction time? Or the person who's only ever gotten catching 1 ball?
Don't know.
It's the same thing with jugglers. Jugglers can handle.
Well, he's going to catch 1 ball.
Somebody who can't juggle.
He's going to catch 1 ball for sure, and you will have.
You might only catch.
He might drop it because he's trying to think of how to grab the other one and misses the one he's supposed to catch. Because I'm talking simultaneously. I'm not talking 1-1. I'm talking 2.
So I can be very specific about.
You have a 1 glove in baseball, but you got 2 balls over here.
But that again eliminates the training aspect. That is the whole benefit of the secondary person.
It's pure reaction in that regard. That's all my point is. It's like
but that's why you can only test.
That's actually I would disagree because the timing to put your hands on a ball that's moving at 40, 50 miles an hour is not just reaction.
You could throw the ball at 10 miles an hour. You still got to be able to coordinate both hands to catch balls when you're only ever used to catching with one. That's my point. When you're presented with something that's unnatural to your normal situation, how can you react to it?
Well, in that case, higher reaction speed helps. Sure.
Yes.
We agree.
But also you have to be able to perform said functions because you can play a lot of video games but never move your arms. Well, you're not going to be good at catching things then.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
You still have to do certain motor functions at least to a bare minimum, but hand-eye coordination from video games, your fingers will react to push things when your brain because reacting where like it says ding and then you wait and then you press.
Yes, the skill of what to react to has to be trained separately.
Yes,
sometimes, always.
No, because some things can.
Okay, listen.
I was a high school wrestler. Trained by existing, right? So
I was a high school wrestler. Okay,
might count.
I gained increased twitch time, hand reaction from playing video games. True. I gained 0 combat sports skills from playing wrestling and karate video games. None of it trained my ability to actually wrestle. The only thing it did give me was a little bit better twitch reflex to move my hands and eyes together.
But to be fair, I don't think you were playing wrestling games like high school. You're not like.
Yeah, we do. In practice, we do it all the time to each other.
You freaking tombstone somebody?
Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't actually.
Maybe not in high school. But...
Well, if you know how to land, you don't get tombstone.
I'm saying like comparing WWE to high school wrestling when they're totally different things.
They're closer than you think.
I'm saying if you had a video game of high school wrestling, you could study the moves. So when you saw them in real time, you're like, oh, I have an idea what he's going to be trying to do. And then when he tries to do it, you counter it because you saw it coming because you were familiar and you studied it.
But you could
you can only counter it if you have
you don't need to
the ability
that's
to
called
move
watching
in that way.
You don't need to.
That's what I'm saying. Is that you'd still have to, but I'm saying your ability to know something is coming.
Yeah, sure. That's purely mental.
And had nothing. And you don't need to play a video game to do that. You can watch.
I'm not saying you need to. I'm saying that the average person who plays video games is faster hand-eye coordination and reaction times than the average person who doesn't. That's all I'm saying. I'm not claiming that.
Okay, that's fair.
Become superhuman beings.
Unless that average person who doesn't also, I don't know, is a black belt or something.
Then they're not average.
I don't know. There's a lot of black belts.
It might be that there is something average well, then they wouldn't be average, of course.
Exactly.
Yeah.
A black belt is an expert in their field. They're not average. Now, if you have a white belt or a yellow belt or something, I don't know what the actual color difference is. If you had a middle range,
it differs from martial art to martial art.
Yes, but like whatever the average is in there, not the best, not the worst, but you have the average against somebody of the average that's not in that martial art, but is still strong, hits hard, whatever, but has fast reflexes. They might be on par. But we know from biology that a woman versus a man who's built bigger muscle mass, hits harder.
Wow, no. We're not allowed to say that anymore.
Too bad. We're 4 hours in and they're not going to be checking this part.
Fair enough.
But that's biological reality. You can go watch videos of people trying to do that. It's hilarious when they're like, oh, I can do this, and they get plowed into the ground. No chance.
Yeah.
But that's entirely different to the point. And you need to go.
Cool story.
Yeah. Cool story.
I also need to go.
Thanks, guys, for hanging. Matt, what you got coming up, if anything?
I just posted my episode 6 rant and review.
6 or
They're
7?
up. Well, 7 I have to make now. 6. Okay. Yeah. So 6 went up. Yeah, 6 went up overnight because I was a little slow on it because I was like pulling teeth editing that monster down.
4 freaking days to upload a video because how big they are.
Well, because it takes a lot to edit out all that garbage, you know.
This is why I'd rather just live stream them so it's done with. Yeah. And I'm just like whatever.
7 will be out over the weekend, hopefully, if I can edit it faster. In about 2 or 3 weeks, I'll be on Roman Empire's channel where we talk about the movie The Prophecy, the one about the angels, not the one about the mutant bear, although both are good. What else are going on?
Mutant bear.
There's a 1970s movie. There's a 1970s horror movie. It's actually it's a B horror movie, but it's really good, called the Prophecy, about it's like an environmental thing about they dumped all this toxic waste in the woods and a mutated grizzly bear. So
superheroes.
It's a little weird, but if as horror movies go about monster bears, it's pretty good. You know.
Yeah, no, it sounds nice. Yes.
It's not. I'm not going to say it's art. It's one of the things you'll watch and you have some fun with, like Friday the 13th. It's like the Friday the 13th bear movie. You know?
I don't watch horror movies because I find them increasingly boring every time. I'll pop on a horror film.
I have watched over 10,000 horror movies.
Most of them nowadays rely on jump scare, right? So
well, that's a whole other. We can do a whole video on that.
I would rather play a horror video game than watch a horror film.
Yeah,
because then I'm actually immersed into it, and it will actually possibly terrify me.
I think I can agree with that.
I should say, like, if you ever played Dead Space and you didn't get terrified, you ain't human.
I can't think of any video game I'd want to play over some of the best horror movies I've ever seen. You know,
what about a video game of that horror film? Checkmate.
Yeah, but how? Well, I guess if you get Christopher Lee in a horror of Dracula video game, maybe.
Well, we're talking like if you turn Dracula into freaking Slender Man, freaking Christopher Lee's chasing you, and every time you turn around, he's like, right there! Ah! That's something that
if you go watch Christopher Lee's horror of Dracula, it's arguably the greatest horror film of all time.
Oh, I know. He's well renowned for his ability to play Dracula and whatnot. But
Anywho,
find out. That's Matt. Sage, I hear you're going to be making a comparison of Star Wars and reality.
Wait, I never agreed to that.
Nobody asked your opinion. Shut up and just
Damn. Okay, well.
It's not like you're doing anything else. You might as well.
Anything else? Yeah, I will be here next week reviewing episode 8 with the guys, right?
The Council of the Light will prevail, and whenever Arturian gets better internet, he doesn't have to work. Hey.
Sage is going to be doing a video about how 6'3" in Europe is 5'4" in America.
Yes,
5'2". That doesn't make any sense. I can't make a video about nonsense.
Metric set in Europe doesn't make sense. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
No, the metric makes a lot of sense.
No, it doesn't.
It's the imperial system that's the problem.
Oh yeah.
Embrace the hatred. What have you against the imperial system?
It's imperialistic for one.
Feel the power of the dark side.
And that's evil nowato's.
It is? Wait, what?
Can you imagine that Palpatine, some dude comes up with it? Remember, that's 15 meters away. Not meters, yards.
Oh no.
I'm not a Nazi, I'm a Roman Imperial, you pathetic scum.
Wait a minute.
It's way better. At least we're fair to you after we conquer you. And we have a wonderful architecture system. And who doesn't think about
the real reason?
Exactly, yeah.
On the Star Destroyer, they were giving him distances in kilometers.
But like, actually, legit, even before the meme, I thought about Rome a lot.
That's why you are the reason the meme exists.
I think about Rome at least 3 or 4 times every day.
Yeah, who doesn't?
I mean, I'm Italian.
I'm an Italian American. I every time I think about concrete, I think about Rome.
How did they put other aqueducts underwater? That's just crazy.
What?
Yeah, aqueducts. They had to put concrete for the aqueducts underneath while the water's running.
Yeah.
No, they could have just blocked up the initial.
How does concrete dry when it's wet, guys? That's the kicker.
Because it's a chemical reaction.
Excellent question. Anyway, aside from that, I have nothing really going on. Yeah. Well, I need to make some assignments for university that
well, hurry up and do
are not really relevant
that's
to
important.
this.
The important thing is that you make a video about Star Wars physics versus other physics and what's reality versus not reality in shows and videos.
Sounds like a lot of work.
Well, I mean, you're a physics student, so it should be pretty easy, actually. But
yeah, no, but reality is a rather big topic.
Videos, remember, I have to make videos. This is difficult. I'm not an editor.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, that's what Sage is not up to because he doesn't.
Exactly.
Useful. Whatever. Pulling his weight around here is really difficult. No, he's not as bad as Arturian. Arturian never pulls his weight. But he never comments in the freaking comment section, Arturian. Yeah, Matt's got YouTube stuff. Check him out. Sage does not have YouTube because he's a loser.
No, I do have a YouTube. It's just there's nothing on it.
Well, it's because you just watch things with it. You don't actually record
Yeah,
things.
Exactly.
It's not a channel. That's just a page.
Just make a YouTube video of you watching YouTube videos.
Yeah, I think that might work.
I hear it's really popular.
I'm going to react to this video then. That's
You have to react and grade your own performance in this video.
Not even reaction videos. It's just you sitting there looking at a screen with a YouTube video playing, saying nothing.
Oh yeah, no, that sounds like a great plan.
You're not gonna be Hassan Piker. Don't sink to that level. That's like trash level. Yeah, at least do Asmongold and actually give us some actual information that's relevant to something.
Yeah.
But anyway,
we'll see. Maybe ever that will happen.
Thanks, guys, for hanging out. If you made it to the 4-hour and 30-minute plus mark, congratulations! You are awesome, and everybody else is a bunch of scrubs, and they'll never hear this because they're not here to hear it.
Exactly.
So be cool instead of being a scrub, and come watch the full lengths of our videos, or just watch the review part.
Look for the good stuff markers.
Mm-hmm.
That I'm not going to be putting in because that's actual work, and I don't have that kind of time.
It sounds like way too much work.
Sage, I have a life. You don't. You don't have an excuse. Anyway.
Wow.
Where's the lie? Thanks everybody for hanging out. One day when Wheel of Prime is done with, we'll finally have Gadfly come back on because he'll actually want to come back. But thank you for everyone who actually watched and supports the channel. like, share, comment, subscribe, all the fun jazz. Thank you to everybody who's been subscribing lately. We've been jumping up quite a bit, actually, in only a couple videos, and I do appreciate all of you who do that. I appreciate all comments, good or bad. If they are bad, I might ask why you think that, but that's a different story. I'll take your bad ones. It's okay. I'm not going to hate you or ban you or anything. I'm not Hassan Piker.
Embrace the hate.
Hassan Piker bans the people who likes him. That's the stupid part.
What?
I don't understand it. Yeah,
that makes no sense.
It's Hassan Piker. He doesn't make sense. That's the point.
Good point. Good point.
Yeah, I make good points though.
Hate Hassan Piker.
Be like me and make good points. But yes, entertainment. Hopefully, we got that entertainment out of the way. But yeah, I don't think I have anything coming up except for the next week's video, and then I will be going on vacation. I think the week afterwards. So I might try to make something for that. Otherwise, I might just skip 1 week and then come back with some more stuff. Like I mentioned in this video, I would like to possibly do a console war video. Maybe I'll have Sage and Bearable back on for that as well. It might be a 12-hour.
I'm on Team Switch.
Oh, I barely play video games anymore, man. Just some PC games.
Well, no, we're not talking about what you play. We're talking about what's good for the industry. Like,
okay.
is it better to have more consoles on PC, or is it better to have just a good one like Steam that competes with Xbox, PlayStation, etc.?
Yeah.
The Steam count as a console?
Yes, Steam's a PC console.
Oh, yeah, okay.
They have the Steam device they want to put out.
The Steam Deck, is that part of the discussion?
You mean this? Literally right here?
Yes.
I bought it. It is actually fantastic when I have the chance to play it. But it's great for travel. It's a million times stronger and better than the Switch in every possible way.
Ooh,
my Switch is behind my screens. I can't grab it. And then I'm all my wall of consoles over there.
Currently playing Monster Hunter Stories.
What a loser. Be a real man. Play freaking Animal Crossing, you know. But yeah, I'd like to do that video, so keep an eye on the next couple weeks maybe for doing that if I get around to it, unless something else pops up, because there's always something popping up for some reason. I need
such is life.
Yes, such is life. But yeah, we'll go ahead and close it there before we hit 4 hours and 41 minutes. So thanks everybody for coming on, hanging out.
Oh well.
Remember my friends, walk in the light.